LDLC are ready for it. They move Steel back around the map so well, but they are working as a whole unit, and I think that's what differentiates them from other teams.
Yeah, it really impresses me, especially in like the last two clips here. Hirit's able to be a force as well, because even though LDLC don't really do much about him, and Hirit isn't one of these like big solo killer in lane kind of guys, the global gold from all these towers vanishing early on still makes him a threat. There's threats from all sides of LDLC, and all of these kind of steel back-led engages that happen in mid to late game, it seems like no team has a chance. Right here, you'd think that the Fuse Kids had a pretty decent engage here, but no, it's actually counteracted very effectively by Steelback, and the whole of LDLC comes back in. And yeah, they just keep on going, and this is the story of almost every game we've seen. They have the fastest game time in the league right now, I believe.
They do.
Yeah.
They do, and actually it's interesting that you mentioned that, because the other team that we did briefly talk about before LDLC was Giants, actually has slipped under the radar realistically from even, I guess, to our own extent in terms of analysis. We look at the game time of LDLC, they are 24:46. That's their average game time so far. Now, Giants are 24:50, 4 seconds different average game time. And to put that into perspective, the average game time across the rest of our group stages was around 32 minutes, I believe. I think it was about an 8-minute difference. There is a clear gap between the point at which these teams are finishing their games. So Giants and LDLC, they are potentially being put on the same level here, just in terms of the way they performed in the European Masters. And I think it would be unfair of us to not talk about Giants as a real contender here.
I think one of the big questions we asked about Giants was the fact that they had a close finals against Origin, who got knocked out. The other thing was the fact that they play in a different way, where they permanently put the Antonio on top lane tanks. But we saw that although it's sort of different to what the teams like LDLC, how they will play on the map, it's been so effective. A big part is, yes, the Antonio plays tanks, but he plays them so well, and this was prevalent against Delito, when honestly, he just smashed the matchup where WLG had counterpick.
Yeah, Delito getting deleted right there on your screen. Giants are one of these teams. You've characterized a lot of teams as like they ignore top or they ignore bot, they play heavy. Giants, they do ignore top, but the Antonio doesn't appear to need help, and even though he's on champions we typically regard as utility, like his most played are Sion and Cho'Gath. Yesterday, Cho'Gath finally got parity of Sion in that regard. He was still able to make a lot of things happen in lane. Giants, on the other hand, they're able to make a lot of things happen with that dual force of Razork and Melitza in the mid game, and this propels them towards a very team-based, heavy, team-based centric style that's being so frequent in the SLO, has got the SLOs a lot of criticism, but has made Giants one of our most decisive teams and brought some of the most decisive victories, honestly, stomps that we have seen in the group stage.
And a big factor is that pace set by Razork and Melitza. They will pick champions with Spike early as level 3, and you're seeing it here, the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin, they will look to punish you as soon as possible. And then when it gets to the later stages, they perform so well as a team. They have the Antonio on the beefy front line, and then Deadly is the driving force in those team fights to provide that backline DPS.
Yeah, I mean, the Antonio is actually very much unkillable in that clip, and these are all advantages he is able to get himself.
Yeah, and actually, these two teams play today for seeding coming out of the groups. I'll show you the schedule that we have coming your way. Mouse Sports versus Rogue is the first game of the day. This is another seeding game. But the two teams that we just talked about, Vodafone Giants take on XL, and the fourth game of the day, that will determine the seeding coming out of their group. And then LDLC and Fnatic Rising round out our group stages in the final game of the day to decide the group seeding coming out of Group D. So lots on the line here for these two teams. Now, very quickly before we move on, I do want to let you know that you guys can get involved on Twitter at ESLLOL. Make sure you vote in the polls, because those polls come up in game, and we can see how you guys feel that each of these individual matchups are going to go as well. And if you want to potentially join these teams at finals, as I know they're all fighting for those final spots, you don't have to go through any of those silly knockouts. You can go to this link down below, esl.im/EUM tickets, and get your tickets for the 28th and 29th of September in Katowice, Poland, which is where we'll be holding our finals for the European Masters this season. Now, I think we've looked at LDLC, we've looked at Giants. There are some other teams that are definitely in the contention, and those are the teams that are also going to be facing up against these two, XL being one of them. I think we all said yesterday this is probably going to be the closest matchup of the day, XL versus Giants.
Yeah, I fully believe so. I mean, you can't talk about separating yourself from the rest of you without talking about the UK, and the UK teams here really do need to make a statement. We have seen some issues with both XL and Fnatic. XL had a phenomenal play-ins, but it's slowed down somewhat. They aren't one of these super fast teams that we're looking to talk about, and they really do need to step up against Giants. But ultimately, I feel like on the side of XL, you have to talk about not just how aggressive they play around bot side, but also the fact that Special has been a huge difference maker for them.
Yeah, that's been the change coming into EU Masters, is putting Special in instead of Exile, and Exile will rely on him to come out ahead in lane, have the priority, move that attention down bot, and facilitate these 4-man plays that they get so much success from. And it's going to really be looking at Giants to challenge that in the mid lane. And I think it's going to come down to not just one member punishing him, but it's going to come down to the combined efforts of both Razork and Licha to punish Special and stop him from being able to have that priority and being able to move down.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely going to be a huge deal in this matchup, and I also want to point out, Sendo, you're seeing him here on Gangplank, that is a pick that we'll typically see into tanks, but he also plays the Casio. Like you're seeing here, he also plays the Gnar. He is one of these guys that has a really strong champion pool you have to think against, specifically the Antonio. However, he was against one of those kinds of matchup last time, and it wasn't really enough. So even though both these teams play very bot-centric, it's another game where I think top lane could be a big deal.
Yeah, that's just something I'm looking forward to as well. I think one of the main things with XL that we've kind of highlighted throughout this tournament has been that bot lane as well, because Sing Hyun, and they always play through that side of the map. And it's something that I think Deadly is going to have his work cut out for him, because I don't think they've matched up against any bot lanes that have the same kind of parity in that lane.
Yeah, no, Hyun and Kasing, a lot of veterancy coming out of that bot lane. This is a bot lane that has been 2 worlds. All of the hyped up bot lanes that you have to think coming into the tournament, and even bot lanes like the one on Giants that are so integral to their success. If they want to prove that they deserve to go up into the early C, XL is the team that you have to be able to prove yourself against.
And a big thing for Giants as well, as we've talked so much in past EU Masters about the SLO region as being one of our dominant forces. They are the last team available from that region. It's do or die. If they go into the knockouts with rough seeding, it can completely be detrimental for their run throughout this tournament. And as I said, they're the last hope for the Spanish region.
Well, speaking of a region that's actually had a surprise performance, UKLC, the UK region has stepped up here in the groups. It's one of the, I think the first time we've ever had 2 UK seeds get through to the knockout stages, as they are both confirmed. And the other seed that we need to briefly touch on is Fnatic, but maybe not so much in the positive sense. Fnatic have not looked the same team that took it at the finals.
Yeah, they were good enough to beat XL, and this is one of our worries about XL, even though we've seen the good of them. Quite clearly there's bad, because Fnatic themselves haven't necessarily shown the best performances so far. They have displayed a lot of victories, but they aren't one of our teams that we're looking at to show decisive victories at any stage of this tournament. And the huge deal when it comes to the LDLC matchup is their bottom lane. Bottom lane is where LDLC accrue so many of their advantages. Comp and steal back, a very, very aggressive bot lane, a very, very skilled bot lane. They even end up putting comp on the Draven, and you have to think, if stuff like what you're seeing on your screen just against Diffuse kids happens to LDLC, they will run away with the game.
Yeah, and the big question mark for me is Ronaldo, the new addition to the roster, and there are constant times in this game against Diffuse kids where he was overstepping, and you've seen it again here, getting caught out, and if you do this against LDLC, you will lose the entire game. There will be no recourse, and I think a big part for Fnatic is they rely on NG finding picks and the strength of that carries and Magifelix and Xmighty perform later. Against a team like LDLC, you cannot just bank on that to get you through the game. They will not put their foot off the pedal until the Nexus is exploded. You do not get a way back in the game against that team.
Yeah, 100%. LDLC, there's never a stage of the game that they don't at the very least have a decisive game plan for. A lot of Fnatic's comebacks have happened towards teams that don't necessarily have that strong mid-game. XL UK being one of those teams that have occasionally had an indecisive mid-game. That's how Fnatic made frequent comebacks against them in their finals run against them. And LDLC, I mean, we need to see a lot from Fnatic earlier in the game. Like, we know that they can find advantages mid-game. We don't know yet that they can perform that 2v2 or that 1v1.
There's also been some questions raised around Bando. He has had some up and down performances, and what I really want to highlight here is Bando used to be on LDLC.
Yeah, he
was dropped by LDLC, and this is a revenge, a grudge match for him.
This potentially is. Like, it's a huge deal that one of their solo laners is not doing so well, but as you see here, sometimes Fnatic have found advantages in these kind of lane swap situations that has enabled their other solo laner, Magifelix, who has been a real dominant force. He's always been one of these hyped up mids, and for me, the hype's always been very real for him. Here he is, you give him a matchup, he'll run away with it, doesn't even necessarily need help for it, he'll run away with it solo. This could be one of the ways that Fnatic get back into the game, because whereas with Ica, he uses pressure really well, that doesn't matter if the mid lane matchup goes such that he doesn't get pressure in the first place.
And also, it could be a non-factor if they move MagiFelix up to the top side again. They put Bando on that Poppy just to play a sort of even scaling matchup where he's just going to be a tank that shouldn't really get killed.
Yep.
MagiFelix had a favorable matchup top. He took over that in such a strong degree, and it was NG moving up as well that just snowballed it so much.
And maybe if you're able to do something like this, you can nullify Steelback somewhat, because Steelback can't just go from bot to mid and try to change the dynamics of the matchup entirely. However, we have seen him in the LFL go from bot resets straight to top side, straight to hit it matchup dependent, so maybe it won't be enough, but there are ways Fnatic can find.
Well, this is the Group D decider, by the way, LDLC versus Fnatic, and this is where the knockout brackets currently stand. You will see that Fnatic will either face Devils 1 or Big, as will LDLC, depending on the outcome of this result. This is the only one that we can speculate on right now, guys. As you can see, the Group A and Group C, first and second seed, will fight against each other. Guys, what do we make of this? Devils 1 and Big as the opponents for Fnatic or LDLC?
It's a shame that LDLC are so heavily favored, because I very much want to see a Big versus LDLC matchup.
But we could end up seeing that later in a best-of-5. And remember, there's still hope for Fnatic Rising to come out ahead. It would result in them going against Devils 1 and Big going against LDLC. But I think neither of those teams are pushovers. I think this is the stage in the tournament. We're at the knockouts. We said it before. They're all major region teams. There is no easy option in the knockouts, but you can obviously see that Big right now are looking better than Devils 1. I think you'd want the Devils 1 matchup.
100%. I actually really do like what we've seen from Devils 1. They're very creative. The Ultra League scene itself has had a lot of creative drafts. Maybe they could show something out against LDLC.
I don't want to write Fnatic off just yet. I always feel like Fnatic are a team that play up to the strength of their opponents more so than anything else. So it will be our last match of the day. But our first match of the day, one that we haven't touched on, is going to be Mouse versus Rogue. This is the other decider, I believe, for Group A. And more importantly, it's DAC versus Ultra Liga, another rematch of which Big beat out Devils 1 in the previous seeding match. Up to Rogue to see if they can upset the apple cart and take out Mouse, as they come in as slight favorites in this particular engagement, I think.
For me, they're clear favorites, and the one guy I always talk about when it comes to Mouse is Shadow. This guy is an absolute beast in the jungle, and when you look at Rogue, what do you think? You think Selfie and you think Behave. Maybe Shadow could be a difference maker there if he's able to prevent Behave getting Selfie ahead, because Selfie is the guy that Rogue rely on to accelerate the game.
And it's critical because Knight will play that role where he takes things like the Karma, he looks to just shove out the wave, get control of the mid section to facilitate his team. If Behave and Selfie can punish that, I feel like all of Mouse becomes a bit disconnected as a result of losing that pressure in the mid lane.
This is not a team that doesn't understand where their weaknesses are. Yes, not a lot of the names that you have just seen are big mechanical players that you hear a lot about, but the compositions that they've drafted, you see Swain Tarek, you see Karma in the mid lane, you see Aatrox top, you see things that can still get priority quite easily, and Shadow can play around that with stuff like the Kindred and really take over the game.
I think you guys briefly mentioned it, but Knight versus Selfie, I feel is going to be a big deal breaker, especially for Rogue. I think if I look towards Rogue, Selfie is the guy that needs to have that veterancy to step up and take Rogue in this matchup to a win. How do we see this matchup going? Because it feels important.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Yasuo is oddly enough a contested pick between these two mid laners, isn't it? And as you were mentioning beforehand, Knight will typically either go for that or he'll go for those kinds of like easy wave clear mid laners.
Corki and Karma.
Sometimes you'll see the utility like Lissandra as well. So Knight really at least finds these pockets to make himself useful. We've even seen him play Twisted Fate, so he has a decent pool coming in against the match on Selfie. You have to think Selfie will be looking at that kind of pool and thinking, I can play my LeBlanc, I can play my Yasuo, I can play my aggressive kind of champions here.
Syndra as well, a big one, and I think it's the fact that there are lots of lanes that Rogue have shown they're willing to play around, but I think they need to play around the mid lane to set up the other lanes. If they get the right draft in the top side and the bot side, they can find advantages, but it's always going to come down that mid lane, activating Selfie and allowing him to move around the map and facilitate the rest of his team, because I think one-on-one in the jungle, Behave will lose out to Shadow, but if it's a 2v1, if they activate Selfie, I think they can come out ahead.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that. And then you have to think about the bot lane matchup
Yes,
as well, right?
yeah.
Because you see Hiku, he has a lot of veterancy attached to him. They've been going straight for the Ashe Tarm a lot. I have to think, if you're going for this kind of champion, a guy who can play Swain, who can play Veigar, who can play Cassie, who can play a lot of things that can punish low mobility carries, it could become a lot more difficult down there. And you have to think also with the support picks that they have, it's going to be very difficult to try break the game there.
And that's the difference makers. We've seen a lot of bot laners play mages, but the exception with Conjo for Mouse, if you haven't seen him, is he prioritizes the mages. He's been playing more of them than he has of AD carries, so you have to bank on that going into this matchup. And we've seen him have success on, as you said, the Swain Tarek, but his pool would make Hiku's life difficult.
Yeah.
It's interesting because Hiku's had the most success on something like Ashe. You put that into a Syndra that Konyo could bring out, or the sort of the heavy CC type lanes that we see with those two. You're starting to worry for Hiku, who's been a kind of up and down performer for Rogue, even just throughout these European Masters so far. And you talked up this bot lane from Maus. They are a very, very real bot lane to contend with, you know, in coming into this particular matchup as well.
Yeah, you're not expecting to see a lot of like flashy things happen early on the laning phase. We're not talking about big spot lane right now, but they're very able to survive towards later on spikes around like the 11-10 minute mark when Rift Herald comes in. And even though they play aggressively with topside early on, the game will typically explode around the bot lane centric play.
Yeah, and I think bot river is going to be a vital thing. We've seen Braxo make some move to try and get control of that, but typically it's been Gistic who excels at that and is able to set up the map, and that may be the pivotal point for this whole game.
And finally, another matchup that I feel is going to be fairly important here. You briefly touched on it, by the way, veteran. Shadow versus Behave.
Yes.
Shadow is an all-star jungler. Behave
Yes.
has had some moments, but hasn't really put himself in the spotlight as of yet. Really looked to facilitate Selfie more than anything.
Yep.
What do we make here? Because I've heard you talk so much in terms of how good Shadow is as a jungler.
Yeah, the thing about Shadow is that he very much understands, if I had to isolate it to one particular thing, which camps he should do and which camps he shouldn't do relative to anything else on the map. And he will go for these aggressive invades. He will prevent you being able to get your own jungle, be able to get your own objectives off at the same time as getting himself and his team as ahead as possible. This guy meets his objectives almost every game. He does it in the most efficient manner possible. He's scary on hyper carry junglers. He's scary on early game junglers. He's a guy that can make all of this stuff work as it should. It's a very rare talent to see.
And I think the big thing is that Behave will want to set up his lanes. We've seen him play around top and get Ibo ahead. We've seen him play around Selfie multiple times. If he's not able to just effectively clear his jungle or get any presence in there, he won't be able to help his lanes out, and that is going to be to the detriment of Rogue.
But also, above all this in terms of player versus player, we've got Dak versus Ultraliga again. This is a rematch essentially in region-wise from what we had yesterday with Big versus Devils 1. And Big, honestly, I felt had that pretty comfortably. Is this just a sign of how strong the Dark region is as a whole coming into this European Masters, that they are so easily able to just dominate most of the competition?
I personally think the dark side is a lot stronger here than it ever has been before. And the Ultra Liga, it's produced a lot of talent that has, let's be real, being exported more often than not. But we've always had those teams like Illuminar that have made really deep runs. Now we're looking at potentially 2 teams that could do it if Rogue really step up here. And if, depending on what Devils 1 are able to bring out in the quarterfinals. I think it's really exciting for them, but I think that they have always been one of these sleeper strong regions, and even really obviously strong when they've made deep runs with teams like Illuminar.
So we're into picks and bans. It's going to be the Swain banned by Rogue here. Xayah as a return ban from Mousebots, as well as the Skarner, early Skarner ban coming out from Mouse.
I'm not surprised to see that. Behave had a very impactful game on Skarner last we saw. He essentially carried their entire mid-game alone. Sejuani is also being removed. This is one of the easier junglers to set up for Selfie's Temple later.
Big one I wanted to see was the Aatrox ban. I feel like Mouse are happy to first pick that one in any situation, and the thing that lends over is Mouse will now take the Syndra. I honestly expected Mouse to take the Aatrox, Rogue to trade it for the Syndra and the Sylas, but because they banned that, it means Mouse will get that. Rogue still take the Sylas, but now they have to ask themselves what they want, and leaning towards the Renekton, which Ibo, he has had a lot of success in the laning phase. If Behave sets him up, he could find some parity, some power in that match.
It feels like it could also be a bait as well, that if they do indeed get Knight on Yasuo, for instance, it could be a Renekton into Yasuo matchup in the mid lane.
We've seen a lot of heavy control towards top side from Mouse, right? And Tolkien is a top lane that has actually shown quite a lot at this particular event. So we are expecting to see pretty heavy regard towards top side from both of these junglers right now. The Syndra pick's very interesting. Obviously, it can be flexed towards bot side. Gragas with Sylas picked, and this is the Veigar. Now you're looking at a double flex scenario. Both mid and bot have played this.
We'll have to see. It's going to be the Pike locked in eventually, though. There's the switch and bait right at the end.
That's interesting because I feel like there's a hover to suggest that Rogue should ban the Vigor. Vigor Pike is a bot lane frequently played as a joke because you can pull them into the cage. I feel like Mouse may not be interested in that, might just put the Syndra down to the bot side. But critically, they deny the Syndra away from Selfie, but it's still a flex pick for them, so it doesn't give Selfie a position to pick a strong mid lane matchup because he doesn't know if that's even what he's playing into yet.
Lucian, high mobility, low range. I would also say this could be a flex towards Selfie, but I imagine it would go to Hiku. He has some of his better performances on the Lucian of late, so we're very much going back to comfort for what is a very important first seed match.
Looks like the Gangplank ban, maybe they're just trying to give Ibo something that is moderately safe on the top side of the map.
I think it's cutting down the safe picks for Tolkien.
Yeah.
I think they've already taken that Renekton. It could be flex, but it's likely going to be top lane. And if you reduce the picks that Tolkien can have a lot of safety on, it means that is a viable option to punish. And we've seen if Ibo gets ahead, that Crocodile will be monstrous in the mid game. And especially if Mouse lean on these mages, you often lack the DPS to cut through a solid front line like that.
The Rakan makes me think even more that it could be a Syndra if certain key cooldowns are burst, and Rakan could actually be quite effective against her. They're also maybe looking at these VODs, seeing, oh, Raxo's being much more active in mid-river. So I am glad to see this. They are basically trying to shield their bot lane. They very much do play defensive bot side. I'm very glad to see this. And that just really opens up the pool for mid. Yasuo has been taken off. Both of these mid laners do play it, so it's not that strange that Selfie himself would be banning it. I wouldn't imagine Selfie want to blind it here, and I guess he's saying there's nothing that good left open.
That's a Leona locked in for Raxo already. The Leona Taric, Leona Lucian lane.
And I think Leona is very aggressive early. She is one of those champions who can match up against the Rakan because she has a CC to lock him down. But against the Pike, it works in a similar way. He is hard to kill, very mobile. If you don't kill him, he'll just heal up from his passive. So having the lockdown of Leona means if they do look to play around bot side, they can punish it. And if Mao's put the Syndra there, it's a viable target. And now they take the Tristana, and this is again a flex pick. It could go mid, could go bot lane. It still doesn't reveal very much about Mouse's comp.
Yeah, and this is a very difficult champion, particularly to counter at this point. I will have to comment on the Leona Lucian lane that this really heavily spikes on 6, so while it may look a bit desynergistic to have such an aggressive top laner with such an aggressive bot lane, you can actually effectively play around the Renekton to get him ahead on 3, 4, 5, and then play heavy around bot side on 6 onwards. The Gnar is very interesting. This is a skill-based match up top. If they don't accelerate the Renekton early on, or the Gnar gets any sort of advantage early, the Gnar can actually run away with that matchup. Yeah,
he'll be strong in the side lane and in the team fights, and it's one of those safer picks that Tolkien will lean towards when they want to play around the rest of the map. Do you see them eyeing up what their final pick will be? But the big thing is there's so much flexibility still from Mouse Sports, and until we get into the game, you cannot really actively say where the lanes are going to be, because they can put Conjure on the Syndra, but they could flex them to the mid. We've seen some of the teams move the players, not necessarily the champions, and it keeps Rogue guessing.
Yeah, this is a lot more aggressive of a bot lane than we're necessarily used to seeing from Mousesports. There's a heavy amount of burst there. Most of the burst is going to be targeted early. Then you have to think the Syndra will be pretty vulnerable towards the Leona, so now you're seeing the Syndra take the cleanse and not necessarily the teleport. There's a lot to do early from Rogue. Rogue are not a team we've necessarily seen play heavy on early game, and even when they have gotten early game leads, they've struggled, even against famously Falcons, who didn't even have a jungler in the early part of the game.
And I think this is super reliant on Shadow to stop Yehei from getting the success off. If he sets up any of these lanes, they can really run away with the game. And Conjo, we've seen him excel in the Syndra, remaining safe, but against things like the Renekton, the Leona, the Akali, it's very difficult to keep yourself in a safe position, especially when the peel you have from your support is only a Pike, not the best support at playing that defensive game. He wants to be aggressive. If you fall behind, you'll struggle.
Right, draft's locked in. This is for first seed coming out of Group A. So gentlemen, who do you think is going to take it?
Mouse.
I think based on the draft, I'm leaning towards Rogue.
There we go. Split desk. I'm going to say Mouse. Going to hand it over to our casters. It's the Irish duo. We're going to have BP and Celtic.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. We are here for the decider of the group. Who gets first, who gets second. A rematch of Doc versus the Polish scene as well. So I'm curious to see your thoughts on this one. Mouse have looked like a very, very strong team overall, but this is now an opportunity for Rogue to really step them up.
Yeah, and I think, you have to look at the fact that you just had the DACH region and the Polish region face off against each other yesterday, and in that case, it was the Premier Tours who came out on top. They had their second seed beat the Ultraligas first, with Big managing to take on Devils 1. So transitive properties would state that Mouse Sports have a comfortable matchup here, but neither team looking weak by any means.
And that's it. You know, this is kind of the matches we've all been waiting to kind of have this week. It's the ones where we say, you know, who is better than who. And like you said, a rematch from yesterday's match. Ultraliga want to try and regain that pride, as well as, you know, just kind of the Doc looking to push that dominance even further. Yeah,
and I'm waiting to see as well for Rogue kind of. There's been some slightly shakier performances, not to the level of, say, for example, Fnatic. However, even that they still have managed to pull victories. So let's see what they can bring out against probably their hardest matchup thus far.
And who do you think is going to be the catalyst for either of these two teams? Who do you think are the people to watch specifically in this game to try and, like, you know, level up their team towards that victory?
Now, while a lot of people will have looked at this and been like, okay, for Rogue, Selfie's been the one who really helps accelerate the game. So if he gets ahead, things go well. If you're looking at getting a mid laner ahead, best way to do that is with some jungle pressure. So look towards Behave from Rogue, getting into the mid lane, setting him up to be a big carry.
And for the side, we actually have the pick bands coming up here. We do have a slight delay going into game, ladies and gentlemen, so we do apologize for that. We will hopefully be getting into game very, very shortly. But we do see a pretty, you know, pretty intense bot lane from both sides. The Syndra Pyke versus the Lucian Leona. Very high intensity, very kill-orientated both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that Conjo's gone back to these mages. I think that really suits their style. A lot of kill pressure here, a lot of burst coming out, as you said, between the Syndra and Pyke. On the other side, Leona's a really good response to the Pyke. Specific counter, because once you go for those engages, you're in Leona's range. She doesn't even have to use the E to come get you, and you're very vulnerable to quick burst like the Lucian. The question is, who gets that off first? And that's what you're watching for. Who's the aggressor in these plays? And again, a lot of this may be decided by whose jungler is most nearby when these plays come down.
And that's the thing as well. Like, you're looking at two incredibly strong, well, maybe not incredibly strong. Gragas is definitely very good at the level 3. You know, Sylas will eventually obviously become that stealing ultimate monster where he can just grab as much as he possibly can. But they have options of being able to kind of turn this, you know, 2v2 into a 3v2 very, very quickly.
Yes, but as you touched on, it's actually Gragas who has the edge earlier on, or certainly easier access to these lanes earlier on, because simply the Flash E is such a free gank. If you can get that off, get some of these lanes rolling, very, very scary for Rogue quite early.
I will see now as well. Of course, Rogue didn't do a fantastic, you know, EU Master Spring. They are now coming back and they have finally pushed themselves forward. They are into the, you know, the knockouts, which is fantastic for them. But that's not really going to be enough for this squad. You know, for an LEC sister team, it is definitely something they are expected to be top 4, especially considering we're going to be going to Katowice, their hometown, next week. So I would expect them to be looking to try and maybe push for, like, you know, top seed in this group.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that, of course, both of these teams are out of the group. Kind of worth reminding people that
in a positive
both,
way.
Yes, both. Sorry, good clarifier. So both of the Premier Tour representatives and both of the Ultraliga representatives have made it out and into the knockouts. So this is purely for seeding, but it's also, as you said, setting up a good precedent going forward and making sure you avoid some of those stronger teams coming out.
And that's the thing as well. Like, we've obviously been chatting to a lot of different people from all the different regions, you know, watching the regions as well. We've had some questions over the Superliga, the Ultraliga saying it's not as strong as it was last spring. The Premier Tour coming in as kind of one of the favorites alongside the LFL. I think this is kind of where, you know, this is where you earn that kind of right to say that we are the stronger region. When you come into it, yes, it's only a best of 1, yes, it's only one match, but this is kind of making a statement.
Yeah, and especially when both of your top seeds were so close. It was 2 finals that ended 3-2 domestically. So Mouse Sports on the receiving end of the win in their version, Rogue ended up losing that 2-3. So now you have 2 seeds that are relatively close, and that again comes back to the fact that, yes, you had the 2nd seed beat the 1st seed yesterday, but that does not necessarily mean anything coming into today's game.
We'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds. We are on to the Rift for Game 1 of the final day of group stages to see who will be taking top spot in this group between Rogue and Mouse Sports. And I am very, very excited to see how this bot lane goes. We talked about it, and actually, as I say that, we're going to see how this level 1 goes. Looks like they're stacking from Rogue.
We said they can play aggressive, especially with the likes of this Leona pick. This is a little earlier than I thought, if I'm honest. And it looks like Mouse are in a position to spot them if they do try to push forward with it. It looks like they were just seeing if Mouse would go for an aggressive invade. Doesn't look like they're going to do so. So I actually don't find the pick that they were potentially prepared for.
Yeah, it seems definitely a bit more like the side of Rogue definitely setting themselves up to be defensive rather than offensive. Seems like they kind of did a bit of scouting, saying that if someone does come up here, we are very prepared to try and just counter that. But nobody does go up there. They just keep themselves very defensive. No real aggressive wards either from the side of Mouse, so neither side really getting any huge amount of information off the level 1.
Fairly standard start thus far. So looking towards that jungle matchup again. Shadow with the advantage early. Want to see exactly where he pressures that. You can, of course, get this mid lane rolling. We talked about Selfie being very important for Rogue, but on the other side, if you get Knight doing well, can kind of shut Selfie down before you get massively far ahead on this Akali.
The fan vote nearly down the wire. Rogue just edging it barely with 52% over 48. So even the fans are very kind of divided on this one. And even though there are some games today that don't actually mean a huge amount, Konjo, though, needs to be very, very careful. Xenoblade does land. Hook back onto Roxo, though, to try and trade a little bit of damage. But even if this, even the games that don't necessarily matter for qualification, there is still so many close matchups that I feel like neither, no game today is going to be an easy stomp as such.
Yeah, and as you're saying, it's playing for a regional pride. Because, for example, if you get another Premier Tours team winning here today, it starts to look like going into the knockouts that the Premier Tours have put their stamp on their groups with 2 seeds coming out on top.
It's all up to Rogue to really, in the group stage anyway, to try and, reclaim the glory against the DACH region for the Ultraliga. Last year it was the Superliga versus the Ultraliga. Now it's the Premier Tour versus the Ultraliga.
The Ultraliga are finding themselves a lot of rivals.
Yeah, they're very
Europe.
competitive. They're a very competitive region, Can't really fault them for that. They've always been relevant towards pretty much all competitive plays. You always had the famous Polish junglers.
Yeah. I mean, they're rivals with the Superliga. They're rivals with Premier Tours, and maybe they'll find themselves getting annoyed by the LFL later. Who knows?
And right now, for the side of Mouse, where do they want to look for? What's their priority coming into this game, especially if they want to try and snowball this early game into an advantage?
Again, I'm looking where Shadow's pathing. Just going to clear out that top side, having cleared out the bot side there. I'm waiting to see in these lanes where he wants to push, because Knight's already pushed very far up. You have that range versus melee matchup. You can kind of cover that as the Gragas quite easily and maybe counteract a Sylas gank. The other side maybe can play into a bot lane that's going to play aggressive on both sides, is something you can follow up on quite easily.
It's Tristana for Knight as well, something that we've kind of talked about a little bit, actually, as I say that. Raxo and Hiku stunned up in this bot side, but they have got the push. Very easy for the Leona and the Lucian to have that early priority because they have got the stacks as well from the Relic Shield to be able to push that one up and reset. But again, Rogue, not been ones to have the cleanest of games, but again, they are still 2-0. They are, got through the play-ins. They are the team that have, had the most experience throughout this group. It'd be interesting to see now if they're able to kind of, use that experience to help them against Mouse, who've only played 2 games this whole tournament.
Yeah, waiting to see now for Mouse, who are looking decently strong. They've got a lot of comfort there. They've got decent scaling in the Tristana as well. Gotta wait and see for Knight, who's not going to spot Raxo. In fact, Raxo actually gets a good hint as to where Knight exactly is going. This is good from Raxo. He's going to get a good flank here.
Yeah, he was just sitting there in that bush. They will land the Xenoblade, but a great buffer on the jump means that Knight is able to just soak that one up and back himself away.
Yeah, I think Raxo just nothing else to do with their time there besides show up in the mid lane, see what you can get. Nothing in the end. Tristana has that big rocket jump, so easy to cancel out a lot of CC. Makes their way out.
Now Shadow just stealing the Wraith camp, going to be having the priority in this jungle. And I want to see exactly where he wants to go, because he has got the Predator, has popped it, just used it to get back into lane pretty much quicker and catch out the rotation of the Sylas, so keep himself a little bit ahead in that regard. But I want to see where his first impactful gank is to come. And like you said, it's all about where these 2 junglers kind of focus is going to be the tilting factor for both these sides.
It's worth noting, though, that Shadow didn't really use the level 3. He was comfortable with where the lanes were. Being forced to go topside because you were doing the Predator clear meant that both lanes were playing range into melee, so were pushed forward. Had no real openings, so it ends up with the Sylas being allowed farm up fairly comfortably here for Rogue.
Very slow and tentative start, and we expected a lot of fireworks, shall we say, from this bot lane. Hasn't really come to fruition just yet.
I'm watching Shadow, though, with the way this wave is pushing. Might want to start showing up there, but they've good wards from Rogue. We'll spot him as he leaves the Tri-Brush, depending which avenue he does take, but Black Shadow's not too worried about it, is just looking to maintain tempo in that clear.
Level 6 is being hit by the mid laners and the top laners, so we could see some action up towards those solo lanes, but right now, Behave hovering towards this mid side. Knight still full of summoners, has got that rocket jump as well. Going to be very difficult to try and land any kind of significant damage onto this. And Knight, this is why the Tristana mid works so well. It's just so safe, even when you're pushed up that far.
You have to remember that Tristana was designed for that side lane where you have a much longer distance to cover, that you need that safety. In the mid lane, you just instantly cover the lane and get back under tower.
Oh, stun
good hit.
lands. They are going to be able to get Hiku on the hook. Xenoblade comes out to try and stop Jiztik. And back away, but here comes Shadow, pops the Predator now. Hiku and Raxo in a bad situation. Flash burn, but Flash responded to. Hiku goes down for first blood. Here comes the TP. Behave is here as well. This is turning into a bit of a fiesta in the bot side as Ibo is here with the dominant. Selfie is joining in as well. They're trying to jump in on top of the jungler. They will take him down. It's a trade of 1-for-1 overall in this trade, and it's just all kicked off in the bot lane. Selfie trying his best to kill off as many as he can. It's all turning into Rogue's favor. They've got the TP coming back in as well from Hiku as he tries to turn this one in. Raxo will get popped though as they try to jump back in. Behave jumps straight back in on top of Tolkien, who has to flash away. It ends up being a 3-for-2, but it all just kicked off into a different gear.
Yeah, you can see all the TPs instantly being responded to. It was actually Rogue who were the ones quicker on the pull though, so well played by them, and Mouse Sports just a little slower on the uptake there.
Mouse definitely inviting Rogue as such, because we saw the TP first coming in from Rogue and then it was responded to as such. So it was definitely kind of saying, we can take you on this. There was no backing away, but overall 3 kills to 2. Gold still relatively even overall. You can see it's very little difference either side. There's 200-300 either side of each matchup, not really that big of a deal. So right now Rogue relatively happy, but you can imagine now with level 6 on the Hiku and level 6 soon to be on the Leona, they will be starting to hunt for those kills.
On top of that, Behave, having gotten that Silas to the point where you will be a lot more comfortable, you will be able to respond to this Gragas a lot better, steal the ultimate as well, and have the same roughly the same playmaking potential is quite dangerous. And speaking of playmaking potential, watching that Akali move down towards the bot lane.
Yeah, just popping down a ward onto the Krugs and then making herself a big old nuisance.
It's worth noting that while Knight has felt very comfortable in this matchup, hasn't had a lot of vision control thrown down either side of mid lane. That has been in Rogue's favor for quite some time, especially towards that bot lane. So maybe a little bit of a worry here for Mouse that maybe lack a bit of control that they might like on the side that we've talked about being so aggressive.
Thank you, observers, showing us the vision that we were just talking about there. You can see the Silas just walking down now towards this bot lane. They will be able to hit level 6 into Raxo, and actually maybe Knights might be a little bit caught out here. Shadow has to pop the Predator just to dissuade everyone else here. Will get the Gragas ultimate stolen, and that's enough to dissuade the side of Mouse to back away.
You can see it. Literally, as we were talking about it, Rogue looking a lot more comfortable in this bot river because they had put down all the wards in the area. They know this is where the action is kicking off, and Mouse a little less worried, knowing that with the shallow vision, they have a lot of safety in their picks, that they can get away with it.
I'm loving the respect that both these sides are giving each other. They're loving the fact that they are taking this so incredibly seriously that, yes, they have just secured their quarterfinals, but getting that first seed can be the difference between making it to Katowice and crashing out in quarters. You have to be very, very careful. Speaking of having to be very careful, Ibo pops his ultimate to force out Tolkien, so just about getting the Mega Gnar out in time keeps him safe.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice cancel of the hop there with the stun. Well played by Ibo. Got a positive trade out of that one, but in the end, it's still just ult for ult.
And for Rogue, they are kind of famous for their, academy team, or for their sister team. Like, having to, promote the entire spring Ultraliga team that won straight up to the, the LEC roster is a pretty big move. And actually, as I'm talking about that, looks like they're going to try and go for a big move here. Raxo does knock down the Solar Flare. They will get a nice explosive cast. Stolen and used. Perfect execution in the bot lane.
Again, it's just clean from Rogue, but they're the ones working with all of the information. They could just wait. They didn't know exactly where Shadow was, but they knew enough about where the bot lane was. It's a very easy play for them to make, and another pick coming through.
Very calm as well, even missing the Solar Flare. They didn't make any kind of mad missteps, didn't flash in for crazy, or they didn't have any flashes to make any crazy plays. But
You had
again,
the Hex Flash.
had the Hex Flash, which he did use, but overall, definitely clean play in the bot side. Still only the kill lead. Everything else is dead even, as you do have that advantage in the mid lane, of course, and top for the side of Mouse.
It is worth noting that a lot of kills going up to the Sylas as well here. Behave fairly heavily fed here on that 3-0-1 Sylas. So we can have a lot of AP burst coming out in these fights.
Keeping him in line with the Gragas, who's just 20 CS ahead as well, so it means that that advantage is null and void effectively.
I mean, there's a bounty to be picked up, though, if Mouse can find the fight. That's something they could definitely watch towards us. So far, it has just been the aggressive bot lane we expected from Rogue. Doing well, keeping pressure, giving them a bit of a CS lead, giving them a few kills here and there that have gone over to the Sylas. So far, as you said, still dead even.
Dead even, but both junglers have now snuck themselves up into the top side. Actually, it's going to be a jump onto Konjo. There's the flash belly bop, though, straight on top of him. Hiku goes golden just to try and keep himself alive. Explosive Captain knocks Raxo back into top of the turret, and he will go down to the Syndra. A good little counterplay there from Mouse. They recognized they had the vision control.
On top of the fact that you kept your mid laner in the mid lane, so it's allowing Tristana to push. Ibo's forced to rotate up towards that.
They're going
now
to
they can make the play again.
Yeah, they're going to look for it. They didn't quite get it over, but a double belly bop does knock out Mosa Rogue here as Behave jumps in. He's trying to steal the Pike ultimate. They both go golden, but Behave is the one who's going to have to flash away. He will try to go into this, but it is going to be a shutdown. You talked about that bounty going straight onto the Tristana.
And this is Mouse Sports back in control. You're starting to see that gold lead somewhat open up, and now they can push for the Herald, start pushing for those tower plates as well, because you have a Tristana. You could take those down so quickly.
Still got a minute, 20 seconds for those plates as well, so you can see them there prepping the mid lane while this Rift Herald is going down. Need to be very careful though. Raxo is there, however, no one there to support him, so don't really think he's going to go for any kind of crazy steal.
See, Knight went to the mid lane, started pressuring and went, Shadow is rather low. Best stop by just in case you need me. In the end, though, is able to return to the lane. But now Raxo as well, following.
Oh, nice. Needs to be very careful. Is giving the respect and just gets himself out with no bother whatsoever.
Okay, so now it is Mouse Sports who've managed to pick up the objective advantage. Being comfortable on the picks they drafted. You could tell Mouse Sports in general throughout these group stages, yes, it's only 2 games, now 3, have had good drafts that they like to play towards every single time. Again, we were talking about putting a stamp on the knockouts or before knockouts. This is a good way to do it.
A very costly scuttler if they're not careful. Will be smited away there by Shadow. The hook does land. They do back themselves away. Ocean Strike did go over in favor of Rogues. They do not just lose the Rift Herald for nothing. They equalize those advantages.
However, Herald can be put top here. They have a massive numbers advantage, and that could just be the tower gone.
It could take the tower, all its plates as well. I've got 2 seconds. Won't be able to get any plates off it, unfortunately. So that's just going to be a bop from Shelly, and then she will be taken down. So unfortunately for Mouse, not quick enough to get to that rotation.
See, I've always preferred the name Harry Pusher for it.
Harry Pusher.
Harry Pusher in the Tower of Stone.
I refuse to laugh. Oh, explosive cast lands. Raxo is still a tanky boy. PQ is now on the tower. Shadow is here trying to just help out his duo as they try to jump on top of him, but Behave is here as well. Solar Flare goes down. There is the culling just massaging the back of Mouse as they try to back themselves away. The tower is on very, very little, but both junglers are just trying to either get it or protect it.
One painful massage, though. Still takes half the health down. This tower should follow. Mouse do have the numbers here to just get that last auto.
The Blaze stacks and the Behave gets caught by the hooks. They're going to be able to take him out straight away. TP coming in, but it might be a little bit too late. Ibo not quite able to capitalize on that one, and unfortunately Rogue do pay a price. And when you talk about this, we're seeing the mid lane Selfie not going to be able to land the Shuriken flip to try and get onto that perfect execution. Overall advantage to Mouse.
Yeah, you could see, I mean, there's no real time to TP and respond to that because Behave just gets immediately removed. You then still have a numbers advantage. Yes, you've had to use a few ultimates to get it, but even still, you can comfortably disengage from Mouse. You got the tower as well. Great play for them that keeps them in the lead, extends it now to roughly 3K.
It's kind of happened out of nowhere, realistically, and you can see the advantage is very much just kind of spread equally enough around this kind of solo lanes.
Yeah, and you can see even in the jungle as well, the Gragas, who was playing into this Silas, who'd gotten all those kills, is now ahead in there as well. So Mouse looking like exactly what they want to have happened has come to fruition.
Raxo needs to dodge this hook. Good job to him. He's able to keep his happy feet. This is starting to get a bit scary now coming into this mid-game. You're starting to see items being picked up. The back cleaver for the Gnar. You've got a nearly a Zhonya's picked up there for Shadow as well, so he's going to be harder even to kill. Black Cleaver for, or sorry, excuse me, not Black Cleaver, Blade of the Rune King in the mid lane for the Tristana, and a Ludens for the Syndra. There's a lot of potential, those are like, you know, straight out bursts from the side of Mouse.
Yeah, on the other side, you do have good burst from Rogue as well, and not too much disengage. Blade of the Rune King probably being the best disengage they do have alongside Gragas, so let's see here now.
Token has
44.
got TP, should he want to use it. Is just going to go back up to the top side. Aibo is here, though, as he did not have his TP to be able to join this potential fight. And you feel like it is all just starting off on who hits their CC first.
Yeah, we talked about this coming into the game. It's all on who is the aggressor. We talked about that being important in the jungle. Now that it's gotten to this stage of the game, it's not necessarily the junglers who need to do it. It's simply any engage coming through heavily decide at least the start of these team fights, but you can see how quickly they end. They just go for the pick. Okay, we used all our things. Get out of there.
I feel like Behave, whichever ultimate he decides to steal, could be absolutely huge for the side of Rogue. He is going to have to be on point with either the Gragas steal. The Gnar is also one that I like to steal quite an option, just because, you know, you don't need to be in Mega Gnar. You can just use it as a big shove. And speaking of big shoves, Mouse going to have priority in this bot side and have this minion wave pushed up. He does get stunned up, flashes away. The Unleashed power and the explosive cast, not enough to kill him off. Behave is here, and it's a 4v2 effectively in this bot side. Tristana's ultimate stolen just to try and use as a disengage. Will be used very effectively there by the side of Rogue, but they had to give up this tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, again, it's as well played as you can do from Rogue there to get away, but still Mouse getting the better end of the play. They're still the ones making the proactive moves, and Rogue trying to respond where they can, but realistically sitting fairly far behind this Mouse roster, who are getting everything they want here. You can see the vision control they have as this dragon will be spawning in just under a minute.
Aibo not unfortunately able to pick up that turret as he's just trying to stop the stacks of the Gnar, who has got Black Cleaver like we talked about. Now Aibo has used the dice, will be able to use his Dominus to get the Spear of Trojan proc. The Gnar comes out as well, and they're just trying to trade this one out. But Token doesn't want this fight anymore. He's trying to back himself away. He knows he could be in a lot of trouble. He flashes away, but it's just not, unfortunately, enough for him. Aibo picks up a kill, 1v1.
Gotta respect the Spear of Shojin turnaround, and in that case gets baited into it. Gotta maintain your range as Gnar if you're gonna survive it, and I saw one cut down, turns into so many.
Spear of Shojin is such a strong item onto this Renekton. Like you said, just having the constant stuns over and over and over, you're just not able to deal with it, especially considering he has that Conqueror just stacking constantly. And he's going to be able to keep pushing onto this top side because, yes, it is a Cloud Drake just spawning, but that's not high priority for the side of Rogue right now.
Yeah, so a really nice pickup for them that will help decide some of that matchup for Aibo. Give him the edge in that side lane for the next little while. You can see Gnar doing the standard here, probably going to go for that Frozen Mallet, or at least go for as much tankiness as you can with that Giant's Belt. Just needs to survive against this Renekton.
This is where we start seeing the kind of, you know, the macro coming out from these two teams, the rotations, who's quicker on the pulse, who's able to make the other team dance to their beat. And right now, after that just little play, it does feel like Rogue have like wrestled back a little bit of control.
Yeah, it's funny though, if Mouse can find themselves a bit more, especially as the Baron's spawning now, that's the one thing they need to close this one out, because their siege is so much stronger than what Rogue can provide in terms of wave clear. Very short-range team does not want to have to play far forward to clear out a wave, and a lot of burst on the side of Mouse to punish those who stay.
EQ has a big old target on his back, unfortunately for him, as the AD carry. If they're able to take that one out, there's very, very few wave clear options on the side of Rogue. Now we look to see that mid lane push just be answered from both sides. Bot lane is still up for the side of Mouse. They still have their tier 1 there as they're 2 turrets ahead to the 1 of Rogue. And a 3,000 gold lead in their favor as well. But this game is still so finely balanced. it's not really as seen as a 3,000 gold lead as such, because so many big items being picked up here by Rogue.
Yeah, and on the other side, you have certain carries that are waiting for stronger spikes, like the Tristana, who, yes, is in a comfortable lead, still wants to be hitting more and more items. In fact, has had to build that Hex Drinker to avoid being burst out.
See, now Rogue just going to focus on this bot side turret. They are aware that they have got the vision priority here, but that does mean that it opens up the top side of the map towards the side of Mouse, and you can see them already on the mini-map just getting that deep vision as the Tristana pushes into that tier 2.
And it looks like it's just going to be Knight left alone. Nice silent Knight up in the top lane, waiting for that tower.
Can't leave him for too long, though, because it will end up being a pretty free turret if they do, as we see no hook going to land here in the mid lane. And that's kind of it. We talked about it earlier. It's between the Pyke and the Leona, who engages first and who catches who out.
You also have the options of things like the Gragas here. Shadow taking a far forward stance. You want Mouse to maintain their vision control of this topside jungle. You want to be constantly baiting this Baron so you can maybe find a Death Brush that will actually allow you to start it up.
You have a Death Brush. Selfie does not want to go in on top of this. He will jump over the wall with his Shuriken flip.
Oh,
Get
good
hooked
hook.
back. Has been popped into the Shroud, though, so should be able to keep himself alive. Will use the other end of the perk of execution. Behave, not quite sure that's what you wanted to do, buddy. And he will get popped straight away. That was just greedy. No reason to go in on that.
And this is the pick you need. Turn around towards this Baron. You could continue a bait if you think you need more picks. Otherwise, you have the damage to just take it.
They have got all the time in the world and all the vision as well. There is just no way the side of Rogue can really defend this. And that was just an unfortunate misstep there from Behave, which just gifts over the Baron.
And you're looking at the likes of Selfie being like, oh, you have the Akali there to pressure with no ultimate. Behave, or sorry, it is Selfie that can't really do a whole lot there.
See now Raxo walking over. They do have the Solar Flare. Good smite there from Shadow. It got a little low. Just a little low, and I was a little bit worried.
Well, Shadow beats Sun in this case and ends up... Again, the smite really should be taking it over the support, but...
I have seen in a competitive League of Legends game, at the highest tier, a level 1 Janna Tornado stealing Baron.
It happens, man. It does happen.
I'd honestly say the less burst you have, the less of a damage item or a damage ability it is, the more likely you are to be able to steal it.
Yeah, but anyway, again, it was a good pick. I like the strategy here. You know, you kind of bait them out, you throw out the carrot, and then hit them with the stick. Right behind it. Knock them aside.
Slap him with the stick.
Yeah. And you got the Pyke, and then you got the Shadow following it as well. Just huge amounts of burst. We talked about this when we were originally looking at the Mouse comp.
For Mouse with the Baron, you talked about as well, should they be able to get it, they have it now. Their, Siege in general is just a lot stronger compared to the wave clear that's available to Rogue. Rogue, you can see, just don't want to be in the position to be, defending their waves. They want to be pushing in straight away. Flash in, will get knocked back though straight away. They're going to steal the Unleashed power as Leona goes down. Aibo gets pushed back as Shadow flashes away after he goes golden. Tolkien's joining in off the backside. Maybe he tries to get jumped on here as they have got the damage to try and burn him down. Will he be able to go Mega though just in time? I'm not quite sure he's going to have enough time for it. Not able to get the execution now, and that's the Pyke going down. Double kill for Behave. Mouse, though, have got Rogue on their side of the jungle.
And they're on the wrong side of this play. See if they can find more bursts, though. They've played it well thus far.
They have played it well, but they have to be very, very aware that the side of Rogue could go for this. Good stun there onto Selfie. Not going to be able to take him down. That mid lane turret will fall. They do gain 2 for 1. Overall, Rogue won't be unhappy with that trade, but they lost mid lane prio.
I'm still watching Knight, though. You have the potential to jump forward. I've seen Tristanas make worse decisions in the past, but decides to hold it off. They take the tower. And again, a relatively even fight, but not the kind of fight that Mouse needed to take.
And Mouse, you can see, they kind of had the idea with Tolkien coming in with kind of a third of a rage bar. It was like, we get in here and we go for this fight. But right now, the TP was so deep from Aibo and the Renekton, Mouse just weren't prepared for the big Crocodile.
See, it's funny you note that, but the biggest issue I saw was that Konyo started that fight by completely messing up the Scatter of the Weak. If you had that available at this stage, you could comfortably have stunned multiple members and kept them in this fight in an odd way. And Tolkien as well coming in with no Gnar stacks whatsoever, running into multiple members. Another misstep here that really cost Mouse.
Yeah, and an unfortunate overextension there. You saw the blood in the water, and unfortunately just wasn't able to find the mark. And you got to hit the X.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Pyke's ult is broken when you can hit it, but if you can't, just kind of puts you in a very compromised position.
Yeah, I mean, again, there was a few moves there, looking at Tolkien and just stick, where you might go, okay, lads, let's calm that. Those were some not so great engages there. Let's slow it down for us.
And for Rogue, that fight is kind of what they wanted to do because it has slowed down this push.
Look at Ibo.
Ibo is on the backside of this again, and Knight's just getting massaged down. Pop, 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 as he goes straight in. Selfie not able to find the kill, though, on top of him. But Rogue are hunting. Rogue are searching for anything else. There's just too much mobility, though, on the side of Mouse as they just push themselves down. Knight needs to get himself out of here quickly.
You have that empowered recall. Can you make it?
He is going to try and go for it. You can see the rest of the Mouse is keeping him alive. He has no TP to be able to rejoin this, though. Konjo goes golden just for a second. They will be able to get the cleanse out of him as he goes in, but he is going to get taken down as a trade of Syndra for Leona. And we can see now Tolkien with the Meganar trying to search for something. It is a 4v3.
Flash is available.
Flash is there should he want it, but it's a 4v3. He needs to be so careful. Tristana's coming back on the backside of this.
I'm waiting to see if they want to re-engage it. Now it is!
Flash in, catches 3, and that's going to be everything for the side of Mouse Sports. They are going to be able to just drip to this entire team, and Rogue get taken down. Triple kill for the Gnar.
And it's beautiful. J.R.R. Tolkien bringing in the fantasy play.
Rogue now have to try and defend against this. They have time for the side of Mouse Sports to really push up these waves and get themselves all the control they want.
Yeah, and they have, again, that Tristana, who is at a very comfortable point of the game, will push up. He's hit the level 16 as well. These towers will just melt.
That is an absurd amount of damage at this stage in the game. And only 26 minutes in, you blink and the tower is gone. You cannot leave this Tristana alone for any amount of time. But let's see how this fight all kind of came down.
We were watching, we were going, okay, look, Ibo's on the flank, and now it's going to be, okay, you have to sacrifice Konyo, but you could see it going golden, sacrifice a bit of time, and a really good explosive cast to disengage. It means it's 1 for 1. Yes, it's the support going down, but you still have the damage here. As you were noting, just watch Knight so far away from this, but it's Rogue who decide, okay, we can stay. We forced the Tristana back. She's not rejoining anytime soon, but that empowered recall means you don't have the time to wait. Jumps forward, and it's reset city for a Tristana. Not that you even need it, because Rogue are forced to just stick to the fight, and it's a triple kill for the Gnar.
Gnar picking up a triple and also picking up a Bork, just in case he needed that one there as well.
Yeah, it is worth noting that I went, okay, you're probably going to go for the Frozen Mallet, and went for the Randuins for that tankiness to avoid being burst out by the likes of the Lucian and the Renekton, and then went, okay, now back to split pushing build, thank you, and picks up the Bork.
These fights are so close. It is just kind of, inches between the kind of, death and glory for both these sides.
Walk a little bit further forward, man. Come on.
Rogue know what's up. Rogue are not silly right now. In this 15 seconds, they don't know. They don't have to walk up to this deadly bush as Mouse now find themselves pushing forward onto that tier 2 in the mid lane. They will be able to take that one down as the rest of Rogue's solo laners were off in the side lanes.
That was painful. I want to get a pixel count of the difference between the ward and the edge of that Oracle lens, but again, it's a well-placed ward. But on the other side, it is Rogue. Should know this is going down. We saw Knight jump from that area.
Yeah, double Bork as well. So this could be a 2-man fairly easily taken. Roxar walks over and gets himself that ward down. Unfortunately for Mouse, though, they have used the Mega Gnar, so that's something they're not going to have use of should they get caught out, as I say that. Roxo gets stunned up, gets knocked down, and that is some supportal combat, and that's another quick kill. Knight jumps forward aggressively. Now they know there's no real kind of CC. They can be as aggressive as they like. Flash in, iBoy gets his flash responded to. He tries to back away. They're going to use the explosive cast to try and burst him down. He is popping down with the dominance as well, as we're going to see now Selfie jumping in with the pike, trying to get on top of them as well. It's going to be a kill for Knight on top of the mid lane. A belly bop on the Hiku. He will fall as well. Double kill for the mid laner of Mouse, and that is all that's going to be available for the side of Rogue. They can't defend this.
And it's only one member left. Yes, they have a very little wave, but we talked about the Tristana so many times in terms of that tower taking potential, and there is nothing Behave could do about this. It's looking like the end here for Rogue, but Raxo now alive. They're going to try stall it. They're
going to try and stall as much as they possibly can. Behave goes in just to try and delay as much as he possibly can, keep those towers alive, but he will fall to the hands of Mouse Sports. They are being dominating in this game. It's all on Raxo to try and keep this alive for the next 15 seconds. I just don't think he's got it in him. And sadly for Rogue, they will fall, but Mouse Sports will take top spot in this group.
And now you have the Premier Tours showing up in both groups. 3-0 for Big, 3-0 for Mouse Sports, both over their Ultra Liga counterparts as well. Massive statement for the DACH region.
And for Rogue, there were glimmers of hope. There were moments where it looked like they could turn it around, but unfortunately for them, Mouse just kind of pulled the trigger when they needed to and were able to kind of make the fights work for them.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before, how I love these kind of aggressive comps, but when both sides go for it, it's about who's quicker. And early on, we saw Rogue actually had some promise in that regard. You had those TPs coming down faster, but then as that mid-game hit, it was always Mouse Sports who were the aggressors.
Yeah, we'll have to see now. Congratulations to Mouse. They take the top of the group. Rogue, they can be a little sad, but not too sad. They're still going
They're still through.
They're still through the quarterfinals, but we're going to throw it to a break. And when we return, we will be back on the analyst desk to set us up for game 2 of the day.
Hi, I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips.
Wanna play?
Wanna lose?
Controllers. That round goes to me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, mister, I'm so funny today, but I've got this greasiness, you know?
No, I don't know. Pringles doesn't give you greasy hands. Ready now?
Yeah.
Well,
I can't.
that's 2-0 for me, I guess.
Welcome back to the European Masters, and with that win, Mouse get themselves out of their group as first seed, and it's another win for the Dark region over the Ultra Liga 2. It's 2 out of 2 now in the matchups that we've had in the head-to-head. And actually it also helps fill out that bracket that we looked at earlier. We can have a little look at exactly how things have shaped up, because you can see Rogue and Mouse Sports are now going to face either XL or Giants, depending on who wins that. And if most people are kind of calling it slightly Giants favored, you would end up with XL versus Mouse Sports and Giants versus Rogue.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that if you come first in your group, you play against an Ultra Liga team. If you come second, you're against a DAC team. And the DAC teams have looked so strong right now in that last game. You know, I feel like Rogue had tools in which they could get ahead in that game, but they just weren't able to execute the map movements from Mouse were stellar, and some really refined play in their team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Mouse, they were able to claw that game back, but Rogue, we once again saw a Rogue where they're taking early advantages here. They even drafted for it with the Renekton. You saw in those early skirmishes, they were able to take the lead, but Rogue ultimately still are not able to capitalize on that properly. It's very difficult for them to snowball, and that ban onto the Skarner definitely gave a lot of dividends to the sides of Mouse. That was the only time that we really saw Rogue push their advantages through, was with Behave on that Skarner. You're seeing some of the early plays coming out of Mouse here, but this was ultimately a skirmish in favor of Rogue. You have to think on these level spikes, Gragas, he doesn't have his ultimate yet, and if everybody was on 6, it would ultimately favor the Lucian Leona side of things as well. This wasn't really a fight that Mouse wanted.
Yeah, and yet they didn't do too badly in this fight. Despite everything, they managed to get 2 members away and still taking out a couple, well, one off the Rogue Esports side. And then it was fights like these where it was really smart move from Mouse to expect it. They moved their members up in time. Great play on Araxo, and Rogue, as the game went on, they started to struggle, and we've criticized them for the lack of acceleration. These stronger teams like Mouse, it's not a lack of acceleration, it's the fact that the other team will just take that tempo off you and they will start to be in control of the game, and this happened very much here. And there were quite a few misplays, I will say. There were moments where Araxo just wasn't too clean. There's a moment here where, you know, he burns the cleanse, but then a bit later the ult isn't on point. Actually, no, he already used his ult, but there was a couple of points where just things were a bit off behaved, making some uncharacteristic mistakes, and it didn't look like Rogue at their best, but I think even if they were, Mouse came out to play today, and they deserve this win.
I do think, as we were talking about on the desk beforehand, like, this team does explode the game through their bot lane, and Mouse were able to make, Rogue were able to make the initial plays towards the bot side, but when Mouse were clawing their way back, it was very much through that bot lane, on the side lane around top side, off of that swap, off of the map tempo they had, off of a map understanding. This is a team that showed a better understanding of the map, and in situations like this, had better execution in team fights, and you would think I'd be talking about the team with veterancy on them, but I'm not. I'm talking about the rookie team. I'm talking about the new blood in Europe. The team with veterans on there were getting out-executed, and the understanding of the map was just worse.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there were a lot of moments where you can credit Mouse for being stronger, but also it was the veterans even. I mean, Selfie, I think he was solid, but I think other members like Aibo in the top lane and Raxo in the bot lane, who had big mistakes that just shouldn't really be happening. It still shows promise. I think if they shore up those issues going into the knockout stages, they are still going to be a formidable opponent, but it shows how strong the DAC region is right now.
I think also you've got to remember that this is not only a matter of pride for their region, but the finals are in Poland.
Yep.
What an amazing journey it would be for at least one of these Polish seeds to make it to the Katowice finals, which, by the way, if you want to get involved, esl.im/EUM tickets, 28th and 29th of September in Katowice, Poland. And remember, those 2 Polish teams will be fighting over the next few days to make sure that they can book their tickets to the semi-finals taking place there. Now, let's put that series to bed. We have very firmly established that the DAC region have got incredibly strong teams. They go out of both Group A and Group B with their first seeds, and they take that over the Ultra Liga in both instances as well. We're going to move on to our next game of the day. However, it's going to be Isuba versus Ensure. Isuba coming from the Hitpoint Masters, and it's going to be Ensure coming from the Baltic Masters. So we're going to have the Czechoslovakia versus the Baltics here. And this is a matchup that doesn't mean anything on paper, but a lot of regional pride, as well as the fact that Isuba have got a team that genuinely has some real life to it as well. Isuba has produced a lot of talent in the past also.
Yeah, they actually are a team that used to hold Humanoid on their roster for rather a long time, so we do see talents coming out of eSuper, and Jakey in particular is my talent to watch. Both the teams you're looking at on your screen are very top-side focused, but you can't necessarily model top lane as just one-on-one. It is very much a 2-on-2 lane, and Jakey will be a huge difference maker in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a correction, by the way. I'm apparently living a long time in the past, Czech Republic. Just to correct myself.
Sure. Well, we're on there, and the guy who will be on point in-game, though, is Jakey. This guy has been ahead almost every single game that I've seen him play, not just in this EU Masters, but in every EU Masters that he has participated in. He's been a mainstay of eSuper. Yesterday, while all of his lanes were ahead because he was meeting his early game objectives, he still managed to be 30 CS ahead over his opposing jungle at the same time. This guy is very efficient within the jungle. He's transitioned very well into the less resource-heavy jungle style of now with his characteristic efficiency.
Yeah, and I think it lends itself very well to his solo lane, as Wondro has been really solid coming into the tournament, but I think in the tournament as well, Random has stepped up significantly. There is a possibility that the mid laner from Asuba will lean towards wave clear picks, and I think you can shut that down in the draft phase if you throw a couple of bans in that direction.
Yeah, the Corki, the Talia, they have been mainstays of the mid laner coming out from the Lithuanian side, but eSuba, Random, he's being on the Yasuo, he's being on these very aggressive picks, and he will be willing to meet you in there. However, that's not to say Ensure don't have answers to that. They have been willing to bring out stuff like the Fizz in mid lane before, so it's very explosive solo lane.
The question that I have here is that I think we're going in clearly favouring eSuba in this instance, but what can Ensure actually do to give themselves an edge here? We know that the J-Span has been targeted towards the top lane. We know that they have a slightly more, I guess, off-meta mid lane pool available to them.
On red side, I would very much like to see them go for that mid lane counter pick, because when they get their mid laner unlocked, their mid laner is the guy who is able to make the difference towards the top side of the map, and that would be a difference maker versus Wondro, because if Wondro gets a hold of the game, he doesn't really let go of it. And Ensure, they always seem to play as if they do have a foothold in the game. They're a very, very aggressive team, and if they can keep that up and keep a lead up, I do believe they can close it out.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the Wondro, he has been very similar to Aloys, who we talked about a lot in the terms of if you give him a lead, he'll take over the game. He's able to apply that split pressure, and I don't think they'll have an answer if they aren't able to shut him down early. And as we've talked about a lot in this tournament, it often comes down to the mid matchup to set up the side lanes, and it has always been a focal point for Ensure.
Well, I think that's kind of what we're looking at then. It's sort of solo lanes for Ensure, whereas eSuba have got, I think they've got a really good jungle mid combo with Jakey's kind of been impressive in some instances. We're going into pick and ban right now. The Jace has been immediately banned by eSuba, and you can see they're going to follow over with the Akali. This is a game that I genuinely think could be close, but I'm looking for eSuba to really sort of cement themselves as the third best team in their group.
Jace has been an absolute mainstay of Arnax ever since he joined the roster. When he joined Ensure, they went from occasionally having tanks like the Cho'Gath, like the Scion, to essentially never having any sort of tank at all. The tankiest thing they have is the Aatrox ever since then in their champ pool. The Jace has been commonly banned away from Ensure, and we're seeing that trend happen now. No one really wants to face this guy, and that they know what he can do on it. Wondro, on the other hand, he's had a lot of fidelity in his particular champ pool, but ultimately it's the split pushes that will decide the game and the success of that. Karma removed, that is something we would expect Domas on. We could even maybe see it flex towards bot side, but ultimately they're trying to remove the things that make Ensure good.
Yeah, but I think this is a ban that denies what Ensure do like to play, but not necessarily what we think they should play. We'd rather them go for the counter pick, go for the aggressive things, like we've seen that Fizz available for Domas. I want to see Ensure play a proactive game and set their mid laner up for success.
Counterpoint, maybe Suba are thinking if he does this, Random can't accelerate the game himself, and they are looking heavier towards that 2v2 in the mid lane, as they've been tending towards in playstyle over the course of this tournament, because Random has had some standout performances. Maybe they think that's their route into the game, and into a Karma it's a lot more difficult to do the acceleration.
Yuumi is open, by the way. Yuumi does get locked in. One of the very few games this tournament that we will see Yuumi locked in on the first side blue. Aatrox is available, by the way. That's still also open. There's a lot of strong picks available in this draft right now. We'll have to see how Ensure decide to respond.
Yeah, Arnax is the kind of guy who would do the Aatrox, but the Xayah has been left open at all. We've seen a lot of very early rotation Silases. It's to be a very safe jungler. This would be Jornitis essentially saying, I'm not going to attempt to match you in the early game. I am going to try to be more impactful once we get to our skirmishes later.
And it also gives the advantage that is a flex. Not all junglers can offer that when we look at things like Scar and the Sejuani, so the fact you can flex it gives its safety. Plus, we do see Jakey looking towards these high-pressure ganking junglers like the Gragas. It means you can steal away that ult. It is a good matchup in that regard. Super going to round out their bot lane combo with the Lucian and the Yuumi. Quite a lot of early power. And also, in the mid to late game, it's got strength because the Yuumi has a safe target to be on top of. You have the extra movement speed and ability to chase down. And this is interesting because Wondro, we thought they'd lean heavily towards him. They'd give him a carry you can sort of take over the game on. We tend to see Gangplank picked as a weak side champion where you can survive almost any matchup and scale up and provide utility for the team.
Yusuba's bot lane, not necessarily one of these bot lanes that we expect to see a lot of like AP carries on the bot side for, but with the Yuumi now and the Lucian, it looks like they're going for some very aggressive trading on bot side, and they'll be going against one of the best bot lanes in the game to do it. You have to shut this down early, or you're not shutting it down at all.
Zyra Khan indeed locked in here, so it's a bit of a wild draft in terms of power picks coming out, being left open a lot to red side as well.
Mid lane's going to be an even bigger deal than we thought here then, because whenever we think about the teams that have played heavily to the 2v2 on bot side, it's always been the teams with players like Special that have actually been able to execute it properly.
Yeah, and I think that matchup will be vital. They do actually ban away the Gragas from Jakey, so something that has really strong ganks when you hit that level 3 point with the Predator. And the Suba wanting to respond in the top side, I feel like the attention, as you said, needs to be put towards that mid lane and ensure they can give themselves the counter pick really freely, especially since that Gangplank has already been picked. You almost certainly expect it top lane. Arnax knows what he's going up into, and therefore you can give Domus counter pick for the last pick on the red side.
Yeah, and you see Suba taking away a lot of these really early spiking top players. They know what they're going up against. They know they're going up against a team that will play very heavily around that top side. And if they are signaling that they want to play around bot side, then they want to eliminate a lot of these picks. We just saw Rogue get lead in the early game against one of the contenders for the tournament, Mouse, on this Renekton pick. You're seeing it tonight here.
We'll see what they finally choose to ban out. Maybe another top laner to try and keep Wondro a bit safer in this matchup. Like you said, Gangplank are fairly safe blind in the top lane, has very few devastating matchups to deal with.
And impactful on the bot side. Even if his wave state is bad, he can still ultimate on the bot side and doesn't have to lose a lot of platings. Aatrox now removed. That is something that I was absolutely expecting Arnax to pick up. This is something we have seen over the course of the tournament, but it was Chapapi that we saw it with last. It looks much more like a blind here, but maybe we could be looking at it as a... No, we can't be looking at it as a flex now. So this is a little bit of a strange hover. I wouldn't imagine it gets locked in.
No.
That I would imagine gets locked in. That's a mainstay of Arnax.
Yeah, there we go. Arnax going to be taking the Irelia here, which means we've got a... mid lane counter pick, which you just highlighted would be a very important matchup here, specifically for these two teams with this draft that you're seeing. Now, is Suba going to round out their comp with, we assume, their jungler and their mid laner right now? What would you like to see?
I think for me, in the mid lane matchup, I mean, it doesn't really matter what I want to see. They're putting in a Mordekaiser, and that is actually technically a flex. We will see how that comes through from the next matchup. I've seen Mordekaiser jungle a little bit, but it looks like it is going to be the mid lane more than they're going for the Sejuani jungle. It's not exactly what I expected from them. I was hoping for something that can apply some more early pressure in the mid lane. And I don't think that the Mordekaiser is the best blind pick for me. I think it's very good in the right matchups. It's a niche pick. I would have liked something that has more proactivity for random.
What about Gangplank mid, though?
I don't imagine it's that. I think Sejuani and Mordekaiser have a lot of synergy together, and I think they're going to play heavily for the 2v2 in mid lane, but we almost see an Exodia draft on the right of my screen, actually.
Wow, it's a lot of very strong picks coming out here for Ensure, and Isuba have got something a bit wild going on, as you can see with the Mordekaiser mid. Not something that we've seen in this tournament as of yet. I want to see how this eventually ends up working out for them. Now, gents, you've seen the two drafts. Quickly tell me what each of them want to do to win this game.
I think for Asuba, it's playing around that mid-jungle combination. Even though Azir has a safe matchup because of his safety in the kit, he is going to be able to play at a range. And then if you move the likes of Sejuani and Mordekaiser down to the bot lane, that is such a strong combination because they're so bulky. Zyra Khan, although it's a powerful 2v2, they just don't have the damage to come through them, and you can really easily isolate them and look to pick them off.
Ensure looking to play hard and fast through the top side in this particular matchup. I think once you hit level 6 bot, then they are able to play out really safely. You could maybe see some early plays to bot and then play very heavily with Irelia spikes on top, or you could even see it the other way around where they just play very heavily to top and just let bot lane be itself.
All right, before we hand over to our casters then, this is the time where I call for your predictions. So,
I really like the comp from Ensure. I think Asuba have been good, but I think Ensure have it in the draft here.
I am going to say Suba because I think that the Sejuani will get a lot more off early than the Silas will.
I'm going to say Isuba because I'm ridiculously embarrassed about what I said earlier. I'm going to hand over to the casters, and it's going to be Beefy and Celtic. There you go.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. Czech Republic versus Lithuania. Hit Point Masters versus the Baltics. Final match for them, unfortunately, for the EU Masters. And we got ourselves cats versus birds.
Yeah, and it's all to play for pride here. And I mean, I do love the Cat v Birds matchup. We were talking about that. However, unfortunately, as fun as it sounds, it was just talked about on the desk that the damage may not be there to actually chunk through the Yuumi Lucian, so it may be a bit more of a boring lane than hoped for. If I'm looking at exciting lanes, I'm looking at the fact that they just locked in Mordekaiser mid. That is, you know, a throwdown of a pick.
It is definitely something that can isolate. We talked about as well, like it is, even when put behind, it can just be kind of, I take this person out of the fight, and that's my job.
You have been summoned to the Shadow Realm, and you just fight them there, and as long as you're doing well, it looks great. When you fall behind, really, really awful for you. So we're watching for that specifically, as well as noted on the desk, for that Sejuani to help snowball those lanes.
Do you think Mordekaiser's rework was inspired by Yu-Gi-Oh! In any way?
I hope so.
I was going to say, because like when you die in the Shadow Realm, you lose your soul. So,
Yeah.
and he gains power.
My biggest issue with it is I really wish it was part of an Exodia comp.
Ah, that
quote
would have been
unquote.
amazing.
Yeah, but too bad he's just not good enough for that yet.
He is, unfortunately, not in the best of spots. But
He's fine for
he's
pro
fine.
play.
He's
It's
definitely
doable.
fine, but we are going to jump onto the Rift as we see Ensure just scouting around this bot side of the river. And now they're going to find themselves face first with the Lucian and back him up straight away. He will dash off, and that is why you do not take your level 1 until you need your level 1.
Saves him having to flash there, especially considering you lack any other combat summoners, having gone for the TP there. Look across the board, triple TPs both sides. So a lot of potential cross-map play here.
And sure, they're still hunting. They're still looking for something here.
You have to remember, level 1, Zyra Khan, lots of damage.
This is a
of
4v3
engage
though.
potential.
This is kind of a wraparound. I think Isuba know what's going on. As I say
Oh,
that
dear.
though, the Yuumi walks forward, gets
Oh,
herself
no.
healed and anchored again. Should be able to survive. Isuba survive a scare.
I mean, just about as well. Vast using both summoners. Ooh. Managed to hide away, but there's going to be an aggressive trade. Going to get the enemy red buff here, so I'm sure definitely getting the better end of this trade.
Birds are quick. Birds, you know, they can. I've seen a bird take down a cat.
Not all birds, though.
Not all birds. No, I'm not talking.
Some birds are very slow.
I'm not talking about a robin taking
Yeah.
down like a cat. Like I'm talking like an eagle just swoops in, just like grips it and goes. I think there's like a sheep or dog. That's what it was recently. A dog. There's a video of a dog just getting picked up by this giant bird, and everyone's just like panicking.
I mean, you would. I'd be worried. Either way, though, I'm not sure where to go with that because I'm a little worried now.
Yeah, I wonder. I think the dog was fine. if you
Okay,
wanted that. The
good,
dog
good,
was
because
fine.
that's
dog
that's
was
the
fine.
part I was worried about.
Dog was fine
Yeah.
afterwards. It was dropped, and he was okay. He escaped with minor injuries, so
Okay.
we wish him a speedy recovery. I'm not quite sure how far away this was or how far long ago this was, but
Okay. Speaking of recovery, we're looking at Jakey trying to farm on the other side of the map here.
Yeah,
But
we'll-
going to be caught out by John Udis.
yeah, going to be able to take down his own
Watch.
Krugs, but the priority is on Wondro, so he's able to keep his jungler safe.
Bigger issue there was Arnax still on the level 1, didn't have the E to actually follow up. If you'd hit that level 2 in the Aurelia, very dangerous place to be, but gets out unscathed. But with no Krug either.
We'll see now. Silas having just been top. I'm not sure why Wondro is still pushed this far out. He's going to get jumped on straight away. They're going to drop down a lot of damage onto the Aurelia. He may just look trying to get the flash out of him. He will. Actually, with a huge minion wave like that, it is the Gangplank who comes out on top.
I was watching that because I was like, okay, he's level 3. He's got the oranges. He's trying to bait them into this massive wave. And more importantly, Arnax went very low there with the flash available. It could have been quite close to a flash auto with Grasp the Undying and passive Q. Done.
And I love the, you know, the confidence in the game. Like, didn't panic, didn't flash, knew exactly what he wanted to do, had his entire army of minions around him to support him.
How dare you question him? Wonder knowing exactly what he wants to do here in this lane, but
Oh, not quite sure about that one, Chief. And Aurelia goes down, and while that's been happening, we can see the Sejuani jumping on top of the Silas as well. He's going to try and get himself out of here with a flash, but it's going to be followed up with immediately, and that is 2 quick kills to Asuba.
yeah, over onto Wondro as well. Gonna have a pretty nice time in this lane. Will only continue to get scarier on this Gangplank, and Arnax now with no flash available. No flash available to Wondro either, but Not as easy to make plays on someone you've just handed quite a bit in terms of gold.
I'm trying to think now of the amount of bird champions we have. Because we have 3 of them in the game. Azir, Xayah, Rakan. Then we have Anivia. Does Quinn count?
I feel like Quinn counts.
Yeah, I feel Quinn counts.
Yeah, that's fair. You
Is
have,
that it?
you know, you have Valor to me and such.
Yeah,
You know.
her entire ultimate is just is a bird, her in bird form, effectively.
Yeah.
Is
I mean,
the
it's her. It's, speaking of people carried by birds, you just actually have Valor just carry her around.
Isn't it in the lore that that's her brother?
I think it was, or
I'm not
it
sure if it's
represents
still,
her brother.
yeah.
Like, she has a twin brother. I know that much for sure. I just can't remember whether he's now a bird or not.
If he is a bird or if he's represented by the bird. That is the... Bird is the word. Is that it? I think that's all the bird champions.
I can't say it's something I've extensively thought about, BP, if I'm honest.
Like that look he just gave me. No one else could see. He just kind of looked at me. I was like, really? You want to go down this? This is the rabbit hole you decide to go down? But of course, Isuba looking fairly comfortable in these early stages, especially obviously on that top side, able to pick up that kill for Wondro.
Worth noting, we haven't actually touched on this mid lane at all that we were talking about being very interesting with the Mordekaiser. He's a little bit behind in CS, expected ranged versus melee, but is tanky enough that he can kind of sit up in the lane. Doesn't seem to be struggling in that regard, and can also, as we just saw there, send out the claw, grab those minions back, and quickly clear the wave.
I like the respect he's giving as well, picking up the Mercury Tread's very first item, just so he has the, you know, kind of speed and also the tenacity to get out of any kind of potential catch-up.
It's also, I mean, you want to be able to engage as the melee. You need those tier 2 boots to actually run up to the Azir here. So watching for that, see if Domus is put under any pressure. Has hit the level 6, so has disengage available.
I like having the claw as well. I like that mechanic to being able to kind of bring you forward towards, you know, any kind of minions you want. So, you know, they're a little bit further away. You don't want to overextend too much. But speaking of overextending,
Under
Jakey,
tower? Overextending under tower, maybe a little mean.
I meant more that Jakey was overextending if he doesn't get this gank off.
Okay.
But
speaking of, now here we are.
Now he's a little bit overextended as he's going to be caught out here in the middle of 2. Gets jumped on, gets killed. There's no cannon barrage that's going to save you.
Well, you were right in the end, and that's what counts. Now it's Wondro.
Results-based analysis.
Watching it now. He's just going to be, they're going to take that one for free. They'll be happy with that pick. Again, Ensure coming in as probably the underdogs in this matchup. The Baltics haven't really had a strong performance in any of the EU Masters, but individual players have looked decent, but it just always seems that you're looking at a few players who've come together as opposed to a full team in a lot of their showings.
I have a really bad joke about the fact you said underdogs, and we have cats and birds. I know, but I'm not going to say it, but I just want you to be aware.
You've made me aware. That's what we're leaving it there. Okay.
We're leaving it there. We don't need to go any further. You are aware it is a thing. But Shaky getting knocked back by the dragon means that he's going to have to back himself away while that Scuttle Crab gets taken here by Ensure's jungler.
I kind of want to know the joke now, if I'm honest.
I'll tell you off screen.
Okay,
because now the moment's gone.
Yeah. Watching now. Very comfortable top lane for Wondro, who's, especially for a Gangplank, it's weird to have this many plays made around him. Generally, Gangplank is one of those lanes that you ignore because you simply don't have much playmaking potential, but because it's been able to bully out Arnax so effectively, you're leaving this Aurelia on incredibly low health. It becomes almost a foregone conclusion that if you just go up there as Jakey, I could almost definitely secure a kill. Definitely some summoners.
Has got his flash back, though, on the Aurelia. No mana, though, unfortunately, so will be forced back into the fountain. Keep himself relatively healthy. He is a little bit of a CS lead for the Gangplank. We see now Jakey with his ultimate primed and ready, looking for something into this mid lane, but not really going to be able to find anything. Very hard to catch out this Azir. He's just so safe with the amount of distance he can put between him and his opponent with those Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, and you're watching, you're going, okay, well, the Q ult would hit the Azir, but you have to remember how fast he can move. As you're saying, with just the dash to the soldiers. Quite easy to make them way out, so backs off. Just kind of waiting now. This is funny because you saw on the deck they were talking about the early skirmishes, and so far it has been top lane where we've seen the skirmishing happen, and elsewhere it's been relatively quiet.
We are going to see a roam, though, from the junglers coming in town from the mid lane as well. Here we go. Flash in and engage, but there's the final chapter bopped out as well. Very, very hard to re-lock down this Yumi Lucian.
Yeah, they've talked about this as well. We know that it's so difficult, especially post 6, to actually make that damage, hit the Yuumi hard. At the end of the day, they're able to disengage it, but Janudis wants to stick around. They have the culling available on that Silas, so I'm waiting to see.
They are going to get the proc off for more plates as well. They know he's there. Cannon Barrage comes in just to try and clear it, but it's a culling for a culling. Almost at an exact right angle of each other. Need to be careful though with the Silas. He is not exactly the tankiest boy, but should be able to dissuade any kind of extra gank. You saw Jakey on the minimap. He's going to use this time now, knowing that Silas is bot side, to keep himself up top and maybe look for something on the Aurelia.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage used, but you can see Wonder's almost finished the Triforce already, so very happy in this top lane, especially if another dive comes through. Jakey's there.
Yeah, Jakey is here. He jumps straight in, lands the Glacial Prison, and as clean and easy as you like. That is a kill over to Asuba.
Yeah, and they could just push for more plates here. It will be the trade-off for the Dragon, but they would have had to give this up anyway, considering how heavily punished the bot lane had just been. So they do just kind of back off, take the plates they can get. Mountain Dragon, a nice one for Ensure to be able to pick up, though.
You can tell that once this dragon goes down, the noise will indicate to Jakey to start taking that Rift Herald, you would imagine. And as you can see on the minimap, he immediately goes towards that one. So power later versus power now.
Yeah, I mean, top lane is just so strong for them. Right up there. Last game we had J.R.R. Tolkien. This game we have Lewis Carroll, because it's all Wondro land up there. You can't see. He's really trying not to laugh over here, guys.
I'm trying my very best. Need to be professional on this podcast, but those are
Oh, yeah. We were real interested in professionalism when birds was the topic.
It's different. They are... I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. But Rift Herald does go over in favor of Asuba. They can use that to try and pick up some more plates in the 3 minutes they have left on those objectives. Get some more gold into their pockets.
Watch now for Wondro. Gonna get the Rift Herald up there. We have talked about top lane has just been so comfortable for Isuba. Ignoring the put, and this has actually been absolutely Isuba's to control.
And it really is just kind of funneling all this gold into Wondro. He gets nearly 1,000 gold from that. And yes, they get the first turret blood as well. It is in response to bot side, but he is nearly double in terms of gold right now over this Aurelia. This Aurelia is just being camped.
Yeah, and I mean, from there, you're going to push for another tower. No one's there. They have no response. Silas is in the bot lane.
This is just...
Are you just going to give him the inhib?
I guess they're going to give him away this, the tier 2 at the very, very least. Wondro feels it. He feels like he can go for a little bit more, but they are going to back away because now they see that the bot lane has recalled, but that was just so slow from Ensure.
I mean, part of it there was definitely, there's no way they stayed that long. We have to back at some point. Could have maybe stayed for the charge, genuinely, because of how late it was that Ensure backed, but as it turns out, Isuba do end up with more towers and more gold on that Gangplank, who really doesn't need it at this stage.
He's got himself a Triforce in 12 minutes. That is the quickest I've seen one in competitive play in a very, very long time. And just got himself so much gold, so much pressure, and now he's just untouchable in the side lane.
Playing far too much TFT. I'm rolling the Pirates comp, thank you. Free gold. I've earned it.
Free gold sometimes. Sometimes you get a boot.
Or a fishbone.
Yeah, it's not a fun time. It makes building pirates really unfun.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sad one, but in the meantime, finally responses from Ensure coming out here.
They'll pick themselves up, yeah, pick himself up a plate. Looking to try and bait out some kind of an engage. You can see his Cospect just trying to keep his AD carry alive. Jakey is here now. They jump straight in on top of him. Will not land any CC just yet. Jakey so far has had a bit of a kind of a decent early game. Wants to transition that now, trying to catch out people as they look for those rotations to defend their own turrets.
Yeah, I mean, you've 2 minutes till Dragons. They've nothing to take there, but they can rotate now towards the bot lane. You can see Jakey's doing that because he's gone. This play's worked every time so far. Might as well, but
Death Realm, flash for flash as Domus goes down. Your soul is mine. Random picks himself up a kill.
Yeah, and we've kind of ignored that lane as so little has actually been played around it, but it has been the Mordekaiser who's now able to get that 1v1 working, especially with that Proto Belt, can cut down that distance.
Just trading summoners as well. You could see flash from Random instantly responded from Mondomas just to try and put some distance between the two of them. As I say that though, ooh, nice happy feet there from the Silas jungle, and steals himself a Sejuani ultimate off the back of it. Keeps himself safe, but overall it's Isuba who are making the plays.
Yeah, they're still the ones in control now that the Gangplank's moved towards the bot side. They have that solo lane running for them. Now you could see that the other solo lane now doing well as well. It's going to be a bit difficult for them to really make stuff happen.
Yeah, they're pushing for it. We'll get the root. Culling comes down as well. That's only going to really kind of temper the health bars a little bit down towards about a third of their health, but it's very, very easy now for this Rakan and Zaya to keep this turret healthy.
Yeah, you can see what they can poke out with the Yuumi. Gotta respect that coming out from Isuba. This isn't somewhere you want to stay as Ensure. It is a tower you want to defend. Watch Cospect has the quickness available.
Quickness is there. You have no defensive ultimates now, but you have got a flash onto your Lucian. So Isuba need to make sure they're not getting caught out, but there is a Glacial Prison for the Sylas.
Yeah, but you can see Isuba doesn't want to play that far forward with how low the mana bar of Lucian is. So he is just taking out this wave, and I actually expect they might back off here.
Oh, not going to be able to hit it. Completely yiffs that one there, and they're going to push themselves really far forward, trying to get themselves underneath the Raptor bush and get themselves out to safety.
Yeah, still low on mana though, so as I was saying, that back is going to come in. And sure, not able to continue the push here, and nothing either side. John Nudis really tried to force that play, couldn't find it.
Right now, Ensure, they're kind of looking for avenues to come out. They're looking for ways to get back into this game, but Isuba, they're just kind of shutting the door every single time.
Yeah, and I'm looking up to that Gangplank. 2 completed items, 2 expensive completed items. Looking over at Arnax, less impressive is how I'll finish the statement.
He's in development, is the PC way to say this. He is slowly but surely getting up, but it is not a good look for the Irelia right now, especially with Essence Reader finished up. We are going to see Ensure start off this Dragon, but Isuba are quick to the mark to try and go for this one here. It is a Cloud Drake, so we'll actually chunk you out if you tank it for far too long. Need to be very careful on either side. There's the quickness going to be used, but not really able to get anything there. There's actually a lot of damage from the Cloud Drake going onto the Sylas. He needs to back away straight away. Cannon Barrage, double kill, and that's going to be more damage, more gold, more everything for this Gangplank. They will throw out the Vanguard's edge to try and slow everybody down. Ensure just gifting these over to the side of Isuba.
I'm pretty sure John Nudis took most of his damage from Cloud Dragon. He'd already lost half health by the time Jakey arrived, tries to back off, re-engages onto the Cloud Dragon, so Gangplank's just able to walk up, drop the cannons, gets himself a double, and again, I don't know how much gold you can hand Wondro.
He is a very, very fed man right now, and bot lane turret goes down in favor of them as well as Random just decided to pick that one up. So you can see now the slight cracks in the armor of Ensure. There's not really a lot else they can do. They're being prowled down by the side of Isuba.
Look at this. 5K, sorry, in the lead here. Well, roughly. Either way.
You were right the first time.
A large amount of gold.
There is a significant amount of gold, and I'd say a significant amount of that is on top. It's almost all on top of the top lane right now. Gangplank is 4,000 gold ahead of the Irelia.
You know, he's their entire lead. Counting up there, you have jungle leading as well, but bot lane behind. To be expected, you're playing off against the Zyrakan. You were just looking to scale into it with the Yuumi, but look at this.
Here we go. TP coming in on top of this. They will steal the Glacial Prison as the final chapter comes out to try and just keep them all away. They will stop down the Lucian. Will, however, catch out the Azir on the backside. He will use the Emperor's Divide very nicely to keep himself safe. Wondro has joined the team, but unfortunately to no real avail of Isuba. Ensure find themselves a pick.
Oh, we were watching for it. Ensure still trying to make plays in this game. They're still far from out, but it's once Wondro arrives, everyone has to run very quickly away.
So you got your pick. Wondro's here. Everyone scatter. Just get out of there. You cannot be in that position. And right now, they can't even defend this bot lane turret because there's just so much damage potential available to the side of Isuba. They just, Ensure can't be here.
Yeah, Random just runs forward, goes, if anyone's nearby, I'm taking them to the Shadow Realm. Back off.
For Isuba, this is exactly what they wanted this game to be. And you can see, once they realized that Wondro had a significant, say, advantage very, very early on, they doubled down on it and just kept running with it.
And I think the big thing for me as well is coming back to the regions. We're talking about this game being important for regional pride. The Hit Point Masters, we've often been told that Isuba, hey, they're a team, yes, they're from a minor region, they look surprisingly strong. This time around, they still find themselves getting knocked out of the groups, but it's important for them to be securing these kind of minor region versus minor region games to show that we're still up there. We're still ready to challenge. We just need that one group draw that suits us. We just need to maybe shore up some of that play as well if you want to go further again. Right now, it is them in control at least versus Ensure here.
For Ensure as well, like, this is their second EU Masters in a row. Not exactly the best of showings for them, unfortunately, but they are, still in a position to come back into this game. Yes, it's a 4,000 gold lead, but that entire gold lead is on the Gangplank. You take him out of the equation, this is a very even fight.
Not an easy person to pick off, though. You have those oranges, you have just the flat health you're going to get with that Grasp of the Undying Triforce build. It's just annoying to have to deal with. They're just thanking they haven't gone for the Sterax, I suppose.
I was going to say, he's only about 1,500 gold away from an Infinity Edge, so he is going to be destroying people if they land those barrels, and that is a very dangerous prospect. But for the side of Ensure, they're looking to slow it down a little bit, get those items onto the Xayah, the Aurelia finally finish up some of hers, and if they can get the Azir to that 2-3 item spike, that's where they could potentially look to try and team fight their way out of it, back into this game,
Yeah, and I think Ox on the desk did note that he actually likes the comp coming out from Ensure. It does have that team fight, it does have that kind of standard meta style to it. However, it's about whether you can get there, because eSuba have definitely gone for some comfort here with the likes of the Mordekaiser, the likes of the Gangplank. Which is very easy for them to perform on, and of course having picked up the Yuumi definitely doesn't hurt.
See Jakey now as Bushy gets cullinged, but does land a root as well. And that Silas stealing will be a pretty big indication that they need to back away. Quickness has been popped. They will use the final chapter and the Glacial Prison to back everybody away from this, but do eSuba wants to keep going. Wondro is here. There's the cannon barrage as well as he looks to try and go for it. They drop down the Legacy of Shurima. That should back everybody away. Couple of big ultimates down. Neither side loses anybody.
Yeah, Legacy of Shurima necessary there to actually disengage. Otherwise, Wondro could maybe have chased that down. eSuba, though, as this dragon spawning in 30 seconds, they're the one in firm control of the map right now.
I love that visual bug with the tower. It just follows the last person, but it looked like it was just following Wondro. Like, I see you. You back away. Legacy of Shurima doesn't last very long, unfortunately, when it is being focused, and we can see now eSuba being pushed back here by Ensure, who are pushing into this mid lane. Two people down to the boards, the bot lane, as well as the Aurelia is the only one really left to defend that. She still has yet to really finish an item. Such a dangerous position here for the side of Ensure. They're just balancing on a knife's edge.
You could see way Random and Vask playing there, though. For those unaware, if you are Yuumi and you jump into the Mordekaiser, you do get to join him in the Death Realm. So that is a very easy pickup if you can get people into range.
I remember the other side of it. It was like a Mordekaiser against a Yuumi. It would just spaz out and she would be deleted from the game effectively.
Yeah, there was issues.
She basically would go into the Death Realm with the person that was taken and then never come back out. It was a really weird setup.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but watching it now, I always have to watch for the Death Realm on Spectate. I'm not as good at spotting it. You've got the eye for it.
You see it just by a little bit of the green mist around them, I suppose. Kind of pops it in. But Azir is on the top side just pushing in, as we see Jakey and Wondro now going to answer back with a turret of their own. And I feel like this is kind of the best case scenario for the side of Ensure. As I say that, Random sitting off onto the side will use the Claw. Has not popped Death Realm just yet. That's going to be Damas just backing himself away. And now we know the Claw will not drag you through that wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one. Pretty sure that's... I mean, the Mordekaiser Claw is more just you run down the lane, you try to grab someone, you very quickly start that fight on your terms. But speaking of fights on their terms, eSuba, they have themselves an Infinity Edge. They have huge amounts of damage.
Just about to say, they have huge damage. However, this game has stalled out. We're at 23 minutes. Now you've got two items on your Xayah. You've got your Triforce finally for your Aurelia. You've got the Protobelt, you've got the Morellos, and the Nashor's Tooth for your Azir. The Protobelt is on the Silas. You have options now should there be a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get a team fight off with a good Emperor's Divide or a good Quickness, there is the potential to pick a few key members off early on and maybe find the fight you need to get an avenue back into this game. Got to watch for Ensure, got to watch for some of those key engage tools if they can find them.
You can imagine it's all on to Jake to really kind of go for this as we see Wondro. A little bit of trouble. He has been hit. Oh, nice flash and nicely escaped, but that is a summoner down now for the side of eSuba.
but that doesn't mean they committed 2 members bot side. You could see Isuba walk forward, try to put down some aggressive vision. Jakey's also still in their jungle, just hiding in red buff.
Yeah, Kospek got to get caught out here. Will get locked, not quite locked down as I say that though, and a miss from the Glacial Prison. That's a couple of miss ultimates, but the stolen one onto Wondro means he's going to be forced to use his own ultimate. He will kill though the Rakan, and Ensure are getting torn apart right now. They lose 2 straight away. The Lucian will eventually fall. The Zaya's gone down on the backside. Isuba are going in on top of this to try and just make it as best they possibly can. It's a 4 for 2 in favor of Isuba.
Yeah, and it's all on Domas, who was the only person to actually pick up kills there, playing it well as the Azir, but with the rest of the team falling, still not a great fight for Ensure here, getting what they can.
Ensure just trying to keep themselves in this game as much as they possibly can as Domas backs himself away. Random not able to land that claw, but that mid lane tier 2 is going to fall, and that's going to be the last of the outers now taken by Isuba.
Yeah, these inner towers are now going down, and I'm looking towards this Baron as well, because that's what you really want Isuba to be focusing out. That's going to give them a lot of power going into this, what should be the end game for them. As you've seen how comfortable Wondro is splitting off. If you have that Baron, even if they commit 2 to you, you should be able to push for an inhib on the other side.
You are 1,200 gold away from this Azir picking up his Rabadon's death cap. You are very, very close to a very big item spike for your mid lane, and we just saw what he can do when left alone. This is the kind of last stand, I feel, for Ensure. Isuba need to kind of squash it. Ensure want to push for it.
Yeah, because if Ensure can find the fight, they pick up the Baron, it becomes a much more even game and allows them to stall for quite a bit of time. But it is about finding that fight, and Isuba have looked like the more proactive team consistently here. We still have some glimmers of hope. Kospect and Domus were actually decent in that fight and trying to push forward, trying to punish Isuba, especially Wondro. But it's simply just the damage difference made it so difficult to actually pick him off.
Good vision control over this Baron, and red side, top side jungle for Isuba as they start to push in these waves, get themselves some control. Dragon up in 55 seconds, so you imagine that will be the next one as I say that though. Bushy gets rooted up. He will not get hit by the Glacial Prison, so overall net win for the side of Ensure. They will try out their own version of the Glacial Prison, and a miss is just the same.
No way.
But he gets caught out by the little bit of a slow at the very end of it, and that's just a massive mistake by Pyok. He gets himself caught 100% on his own, and he gets punished.
Yeah, now you're looking at Ensure. We just talked about this, who want to push for the Baron. They're the ones with the Mountain Dragon as well, so this is something you'd be very careful of.
They will lose themselves an inhibitor, but they're willing to take that trade. Isuba, Random going to try and come in on top of this as well. They still have
and
the
a
barrage. It is
down.
getting taken down so quickly. Flash in, not going to be able to get the Death Realm off in time, and that's going to be the fight ensuing, but Gangplank's pushing off on the bot side. The fight's going in favor of the side of Isuba. They get 1, they get 2, maybe they look for 3. It's a triple kill for Random as he eventually goes down, but Domus is not done. Domus gets his own reply with a triple, but Gangplank is pushing for the end.
But you have the Baron on the other side. They've already got those empowered recalls. Now it's going to be the 2v2.
2v2, trying to get on top of this. Isuba want to end this game right
Watch
now.
Domas.
Domas goes straight in with the sword, but he's down, and now it's just the Rakan left in this game. It's all on this Baron buff. He has got it, so he should be able to stop this push, but my God, that was a close push.
They have 12 seconds to wait, but Bushy has the TP. They may not want to play this far up. They take the Nexus Tower, and now it's going to be the reset. 1 Baron left on Ensure.
Oh, Ensure, they took a gamble, they took a risk, but Domus was feeling himself right there. He just went straight in and absolutely just destroyed the side of Isuba at the Baron pit. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to replicate it in his own base, but at the end of the day, they're still in this game.
Still the Wondro show, though. Managed to take the inhib, managed to take that Nexus Tower. Pyok comes in, tries to make a recovery play, goes like, guys, sorry, my bad for that Baron, but let's see if we can end it. Can't quite help it out, and at least makes them able to take out Domas. They at least shut down that Azir, who just picked up the triple. But still, as you said, dangerous now because the Azir has been given that Rabadons as almost another item on top of that finish. So, very scary pick, and Domas, again, this is what we talked about with Ensure. Sometimes they haven't looked as perfect or as clean as a team, but individual players have always been there for the Baltics to stand up.
And Isuba, they've given the time now. We're at 28.5 minutes. You've got your 3.5 items onto your Azir. You have 3 items onto your Xayah. The Aurelia being that far behind isn't relevant anymore because she's just there to be a stun bot and to really kind of keep her carries safe.
Yeah, but the big issue is still Wondro, though. You're looking at an almost full build Gangplank up there. He's probably just short of that GA. He has the Phantom Dancer, so has that bit of extra tankiness on top of everything else. Watching for it now. I want to see if you could set up the split push. You do have super minions at the bot side. You can give yourself a numbers advantage, and that may be enough. But again, watching how Ensure team fight, it's scary for Isuba right now, because once that pick starts off right, to make it happen.
Oh, missing another ultimate, but a response there as Kospek goes in. They actually are going to get the knock-up and maybe the kill there onto Lucian. He falls once more, and you can see Isuba are looking to try and get more and more away from this fight as Ensure are pushing, but Wondro and Random are on the backside of this fight. Now they turn onto the Gangplank, who flashes in and takes down the Xayah before she can get into her Feathers Fly, and now it's all on the Gangplank. It's all on the Mordekaiser to try and get this fight. Mordekaiser and Gangplank just have too much going, but the person who is at the end of this game going to try and keep them alive for Ensure was the one that
here's the TP, though.
At the top of it is going down. Now we're going to see Random going into the base. He may look for the end. It's all on Silas.
It's John Nudis versus Random. Who will win?
He will go straight on top of this. He has got himself back. He has not really got a huge amount of damage, but Random does, and Random knows exactly what he needs to do. It's the ace. Isuba will pick up their win, excuse me, and Ensure will fall 0-3. It was a valiant effort from Ensure, but Isuba just too strong in the end.
Wait for it.
Come on, buddy. There you go. Go gold.
Nice close
But
for
he got
Isuba.
bronze.
They were the expected victor. They were coming in looking like the stronger team. It was important for the Czech Republic and Slovakia to put their stamp on the tournament, get themselves that last win, though, for national pride. And again, it's a bit of a commiseration to the Baltics, especially to the likes of Domas, who did have a good performance, but just could not control some of the members of Isuba who had already pushed so far ahead.
And I love that last fight. Wondro had one job. It was, I need to kill Xayah. If I kill Xayah, then it's just the Azir who we can put into the Death Realm, and then it's done. It's over. And, kind of a small little bit of a congratulation as well. The Aurelia was actually trying to bring it back. It was very, very close towards the end, despite being so far behind. And overall, a deserved win for Isuba.
Yeah, and again, let's not put that all in the top lane. You, of course, had the jungle helping out hugely there, so it was well played by Isuba to find a point of weakness and Ensure, punish it, and find themselves a very, very strong pick.
And we're going to send it to a break. When we return, we will have the Analyst S setting us up for Game 3 of the day.
Hi, I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips. Wow, Chips, sick outfit. I didn't know you were a cosplayer. It's more of a protection thing. Pringles might come in cans. I now come in maximum leveled armor. Hit me.
Nah, I don't think it's a good idea.
Come on, hit me.
Okay. Come on. Whoa! I guess Chips has left the game then.
Welcome back to the European Masters. Isuba claim victory over Ensure, and they'll leave their group stages with a win to their name. It was definitely a wild early game, especially on the top side of the map there. Gangplank popped off.
We talked a lot about how Isuba loved to play around top side, but when we saw the draft, we were like, oh, okay, this is something new. They're going to play heavy around bot side. You don't have the crowd control coming out of the Gangplank lane that you would expect to see, and you have use of the ultimate later, but off of this first blood, you already see that Sejuani was tending to the top side. She already made a play off of the heavy priority early with it, and they just kept doing this over and over again. By 10 minutes, Gangplank alone had a 3k gold lead over the Irelia. He finished Trinity Force at the same time as Irelia finished her Tiamat. The Gangplank was almost unstoppable because of the power of this top jungle Geo in circumstances we wouldn't ordinarily expect.
Yeah, and then sure, they put up a good fight in the later stages. Having the Azir to back up their team comp really helped out, but it just wasn't enough because there was a fight later on where Wondro joined, and as soon as that happens, he's just a monster able to cut down everyone before him, and this isn't, you know, demonstrating what Domus could do on this Azir, but it just wasn't enough. And this is an example of Wondro using his lead, and he just took over this fight when he did eventually join him.
And we have to commend Viok and Pascal. After top lane went as sour as it did, and sure did put a lot of resources into bot lane, but these two were able to survive versus Desire Rakan 6. They played very well. They allowed themselves to get carried somewhat by Wondro's Gangplank. We do have to give praise where praise is due towards them, and honestly, you could be forgiven for forgetting that the Mordekaiser was in the game until Random started solo killing his counterparts, so fantastic performances all around on the side of Isuba.
Yeah, and as you can see on the left, it has completely settled that group, and although even before that we knew Isuba and Ensure were out, Isuba shown that they were third best team in the group, and they were capable of putting up a fight against Big and Devils 1 in their games.
We did say, you know, and they looked like they had some early performances that could have potentially caused an upset, but it is a win for the Czech Republic. Yep. It is going to be a win for Isuba, who produces so much talent as an organization, and it is always good to leave the European Masters with a win on your name.
Yeah, this did not look like a minor region versus minor region game. This looked like a major region stomping a minor region. It was a very, very good look for Isuba on their way out.
So we are going to be moving on to our next game of the day. It is going to be Godsent taking on WLG. So this is going to be our final game for, I believe this is Group C, with the XL and...
It's not a final game for Group C.
No, because we've obviously got the XL game after this as well. But this will be the game that decides who takes the win of the bottom end of the table here. And both of these teams have looked promising, I think is fair to say. WLG have definitely had some really big moments in this tournament.
And both teams have developed in almost diametrically opposed ways. We Love Gaming, as you're seeing on the left. Delito is the guy that we look at. Paris Gris as well is the guy we look at, because these guys play heavy around topside. But I do want to point out that the big change they made in their playoffs run was putting Fallen on this Tahm Kench and Bananito on picks like the Ezreal to keep them safe, and they're versus one of the biggest bot-centric teams in Godsent, and it could be quite huge here because Fallen, they don't play hard around him, but he does a lot for the map on this Tahm Kench.
Yeah, and I think another thing is that Wazor, he doesn't always draft. It's not like Giants where the Antonio is going to be on a tank. You know they put him on the weak side. This is a situation where Wazor will often take things like the Renekton, which do want attention, but he doesn't get it. And it can be okay if both teams are focused around bot because he can do fine in the 1v1. But against a team like We Love Gaming, I expect them to put the attention there. There was a game in EU Masters where they adapted. They picked up the Shen for him. So I feel like an adaptation like that here could work effectively up against the likes of We Love Gaming, who will just focus so much attention on Delito's lane.
Yeah, on the other hand, the typical look that we've seen coming out of Godsent has been the Kai'Sa towards Chrisberg and engage heavy supports on their side, very much like a weaker version of XL UK in that sense with the support priorities. Some mainstay picks for both teams, though, is this Sejuani. I expect that to be very heavily contested. We Love Gaming have done a lot about this around their solo lanes, and you can obviously see the impact that you can have if you pair it up with stuff like the Braum for the side of Godsent.
I think a critical thing that always we talk about when looking at these side lanes is how the mid matchup goes and how that can set up the rest of the team. River control is going to be a massive thing. Fallen was critical in securing that, and that will allow the mid laner to get priority, move down, and assist with plays, either defending the bot side, or if they want to move them up to the top side to assist with Delito and slip on the name of the jungler for Godsent.
Oh,
Raxi, that's it. Yeah, if he wants to help with Raxi, and I know it's Raxi and Wazor, it's Delito and Davis.
Yeah, Davis. Davis, yeah. I was going to say, could bring the roster graphic up if we need
Lost
to get
my train
there.
of
but
thought.
it's
Got
all
there in
good.
the end.
We get
Delete
there.
on the side of Wheel of Gaming as well.
I want to talk about kind of what we're to expect in these two teams in terms of play style. How are we expecting this game to go?
Yeah, so I personally think that it very much favors Wheel of Gaming. While Godsent love doing their acceleration plays on the bot side of the map, We Love Gaming in the finals of their home region did realize they have very defensive picks they can do there, and it's very difficult to accelerate the game around that. And Wazor has the tendencies of a carry top laner, even if he should potentially be playing more defensive top. So I think that ultimately Wheel of Gaming will find those teamfight instances in the mid to late game through their solo lanes quite easily.
And I think the thing to know is it's not like Wheel of Gaming's bot lane are bad players in any way. It's not that isn't the reason they weren't able to play around bot side, but I think not playing around bot side frees up them to play a defensive style and fall in. It comes down to him and his movements around the map to set that up. And I agree with you. I think Wheel of Gaming stylistically have the advantage in this matchup because I think Godsent are to a degree a one-dimensional team, and if they don't get the advantages bot that they need, that's the limit of their game plan.
One thing I do want to say about Godsent, though, they are very, very, very good at finding mid-game picks, particularly in the river. So whereas I think we may be looking at a slower early game as Wheel of Gaming get what they want and get a more defensive style, I do think that they will end up being susceptible to some pretty high-level picks, to be honest, coming out of Godsent in the mid to late game, and I think we'll start seeing the game really explode at that point as WLG look for their 5-on-5s with their teamfight ultimates, and Godsent play very aggressively around vision within the river to try to pick them off.
And I think the reason that's dangerous against Wheel of Gaming is because obviously picks will be successful, but they will look to fight you in the team fights.
Yeah.
You have picks like the Pantheon for the Leech or like the Rumble. If you invest into a pick and you aren't able to instantly get away, they will lock you into the fight.
I think also at the very high level here, you've got the Nordic region versus the Greek region. The Nordic region has not had a good European Masters performance since the first with Ninjas in Pyjamas. Everything else has been moderately lackluster from these guys, as well as the fact they get an extra seed going into play-ins. To at least get a win here would be a huge thing for them, as well as Greece to continue the, I would say, impressive performance for what we call a minor region coming out into the European Masters.
What a Ninjas in Pyjamas roster, though. You had Larson, who's now moved up to the LEC.
Yeah.
You had Blomster Finn, who's now moved up into the LEC. And you even had Casual in that roster, who is moved up into the LEC. So it was a very, very strong roster. Two of those players that I just named are of the same region as Godsent, of the same nationality as most of Godsent's players, for example. And, you know, there's a lot of exciting talent to see here. We look at Chrisberg if we want to focus on any particular player on Godsent. They play very heavily around him. They put a lot of trust in him. And his Kaiser is still on the map. I'm liking the Karthus ban, by the way.
I think the big hit for me, if Godsent aren't able to pick up the win, is the fact that Falcon were in the playing stage, which was super competitive, and they still managed to pull their own weight. Godsent were the #1 seed. Them to not be able to challenge a team like Wheel of Gaming and finish it out, it would be disappointing to say the least.
Okay, I'm really interested to see what the first pick is from Wheel of Gaming. I don't imagine they would want to pick the Kaiser away, which means that we could see Godsent getting what they want, so Wheel of Gaming likely have a plan for it.
They haven't banned Rumble, though. We've seen this consistently banned against Wheel of Gaming. It's been left open, and this is a huge pick for Delito. Even if he doesn't get a massive lead in lane, he will crush team fights with hugely impactful ults.
I was going to mention the Xayah. It hadn't been banned, neither had the Rakan, so now that there's the Gauntlet throwdown.
Rakan Kaiser has been a combo we've seen from Godsent in this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised to see a pick away on the Rakan side of things, maybe securing that Sejuani at this point and then going into Kaiser later on.
I could definitely see Wheel of Gaming going something like Xayah Braum, or even if they needed to Xayah Tom. That would be very hard to pressure the bot lane on, because pre-6 you have the utility to support, post-6 you have that Featherstorm, which just makes making plays around the bot side very difficult. That is a pretty good lane matchup. Obviously, a lot of CC for the Nautilus to stack up the Kaiser passive, and it's like we expected. Chrisberg on the Kaiser, lying on aggressive engaged supports.
Yeah, they're willing to opt into the Xayah Rakan lane with these picks as a special level of confidence. And you have to think, if Sejuani comes out on the side of Wheel of Gaming as well, what would Godsent be looking for? Well, I'm immediately thinking Skarner, looking at the bans. The Silas has been taken out, but Godsent want to accelerate the game even earlier. Skarner, a very high-tempo pick. And there, as you were mentioning, the Rumble for Delito is out. We've seen him on Pantheon this tournament, but this is the thing. They got 3 games of this in the finals in their one, and they were able to make a comeback from that. They reverse swept the otherwise superior Greek side that contained likes of Punisher, Dominant, and Wild Panda with on the back almost of this pick.
Yeah, this has been something that Delito has been known for quite a few years now, and that is a Yasuo lock-in for Godsent. I can only assume for Kanin here, unless that is going to Vazor in the top lane to try and put pressure on Rumble.
You have to think, they see the Rumble and they've gone for a very solo lane pick. Maybe this is Wazel saying, I know what's good into this. I'm confident on the Yasuo. Be very interested to see where this goes. And Godsent have showed that even though this is a game that matters, they're not willing to play it slow. They're willing to play it fast. And it's a good set of aggression that we've seen from a lot of these minor region teams. I'm glad to see that trend continued here.
I will say I'm not going to be surprised at all to see Wheel of Gaming ban away Gragas and Sejuani. Massive synergy with the Yasuo, and irrespective if it's going top or mid, I think those need to be taken off the table. Godsent,
there you go.
They go for the Jarvan, which is a large part of a really effective team fighter, which synergizes well with the Rumble. So I think both of them looking to limit the effective junglers for the opposite side.
Yeah, the Jarvan would set up the Rakan far too well, and this, with a Rumble ult coming down on it, is definitely not a situation you want to happen, especially if you're playing something with a range disadvantage. As Kai said, though, obviously she has advantage in literally every other state of her kit. But still, there's both of the bans that you were talking about. We were expecting Sejuani to be a contested pick, and it has been. The Rek'Sai being banned by Godsent to the Lee Sin coming out for Raxi. Plenty of European junglers favoured this. I was a bit confused because there were 2 knock-up-based champions that Godsent had banned, and they had priority on the pick, but now they've said all of the strong junglers are gone, all the junglers that could potentially outscale us are gone, we're going to go for the Lee Sin.
Still got Skarner available for WLG if they do want that for Davis. He has been known to go for some early level 3 junglers, and at least is definitely in that category as it gets locked in. And now WLG just looking for their mid laner to round this out. And it looks like it's going to be Paris Reed playing the Kiana.
I like this a lot. Some of the criticisms out of Paris is he was willing to take things like the Vladimir, which aren't going to be able to offer early priority. Kiana still fits that role of being a strong team fighter, which we love gaming like from their solo laners, but it has so much early pressure. This is the sort of thing we saw from Giants Gaming, the Elise and the Kiana combo, and it's so effective at level 3 at expanding that zone of control from the mid lane and taking over the game.
That's an Olaf top.
Yeah, that is a solo lane Olaf.
Haven't seen that yet. It's something that Vazel must be feeling pretty confident. We have seen it I think we've seen it in the LEC once or twice, the Olaf top lane.
Yeah, but when you have seen the Olaf, it's not Olaf top, it's Olaf mid.
Olaf mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have actually seen the likes of this before. The last time we saw it was primarily picked into Irelia, who was another AD bruiser in the mid lane. You have to think that it's coming out again against the AD assassin of the Kiana. Olaf does not necessarily care about the insane amount of crowd controls she's able to output within her burst combo, so they're looking to do that in a similar manner that you used to see the Olaf as the counter pick into the Irelia in the past. I like it. I like it.
I will say one thing though, an advantage that the Kiana has that the Irelia doesn't is you are able to dash away once you have access to a W. Irelia, the big thing is you are very focused on going in, which is why Olaf worked so well, because if you get in his face, he will win that fight. I do worry that if at level 3, Davis and Paris put some attention mid lane, this Olaf could suffer, and if he falls behind, almost useless. All
right, well, there we go. That's going to be Godsent taking on WLG Greece versus the Nordic region. Who's going to win?
We love gaming.
I am actually going to vote for Godsent here. I think they're very good answers to what We Love Gaming do, and even though their top 2v2 looks very, very oppressive, they don't play acceleration very well, and I think Godsent with this pick are intending to do that 100%.
I'm excited for the Olaf mid, so I'm going to go for Godsent myself as well. Hand it back up to our casters. It is going to be BP and Celtic.
Thank you very much over on the analyst desk, and I'm just going to call it out right now. I'm noticing a lot more stuff as we cast along on your person.
I mean, yeah. That's correct. Yeah, look.
Every time the camera goes away.
I have more to come. It's off camera, though, right now.
Is it broadcast safe?
It is broadcast friendly.
That's all right then. That's totally fine. As long as it's broadcast, because the immediate thought, I was like, I don't know if we can show the people that. But
we can't show the people after game. Let's give We Love Gaming and Godsent their due.
Let's give
them this game.
They deserve this game, and of course, it is their last chance to represent their regions. Of course, to talk about the Nordics versus Greece and Cyprus. Looking at the two compositions right now, there is a lot of agency for the side of the Nordic side, Godsent. It's all about whether or not they can make it happen.
Yeah, and what I like from Godsent is, as we of course noted, that response to the Olaf, but also in the draft, I really like the Elise, because you look at that ban phase 2, and they went, okay, we want to get rid of all the aggressive junglers, give me the Lee Sin, I want all the priority. And they went, we got another one. You can't get rid of them all. We picked up the Spider. And I think that's why, again, you're looking at this draft as something that Godsent had a plan, and We Love Gaming responded with the Elise, but still, the extra response with the Olaf has got to be the most spicy.
A bit of defensive vision there from We Love Gaming, recognizing that there potentially could be 5 people up in that bush. Doesn't know, though, but potentially.
I mean, mightn't have been their first thought, but either way, it would spot him. The point's there.
Godsent, unfortunately for them, not going to make it to the quarters this time around for the Nordics. And yes, they haven't had such a long kind of, consistent run since Ninja in Pajamas, but they did nearly take down Fnatic the last time, and this is unfortunately a little bit of a disappointing run for the Nordic or for the Nordic Championship.
Yeah, but I mean, they've definitely had EU Masters where they've looked weaker again as well. But certainly, as you're mentioning, Ventus, we're almost through. But in best of threes, that is just taking one game. So let's just be fair and say that other major regions have definitely held up a bit stronger, especially in more recent European Masters.
And for We Love Gaming, this is, of course, the national pride bit. You don't want to leave the EU Masters, same as last game. You don't want to leave with no wins. You want to come in and really try and push it for your, for your region, because there are fans that are watching you and they want to see you do well. And I think EU Masters is has a very fantastic, use of that, kind of bringing people under their kind of, their regional banners and pushing to kind of support that.
Yeah, and I think, especially for the minor regions, I do love seeing when they can kind of pull out wins here and there. We've seen the Greeks do it in the past, even though they haven't necessarily made it out of their groups. Panathinaikos is a great example when they managed to upset Mad Lions, who went on to win the tournament in those group stages. But now We Love Gaming just looking for that first win, their only potential win out of this tournament.
Oh, hook lands, and that's going to be the root as well with the auto attack. The Ignite flash in, auto attack, first blood to Godsent, and that is the power of the Nautilus and Kaiser.
Yeah, and you're picking this Nautilus after you know the Zyra Khan is coming as well, so you have this as the response. You want something that can go back in on the Rakan, engage, punish it. You actually find a nice pick through the Rakan onto that Xayah, punish Bananito there.
I think Fallen was just kind of, it is that little bit of a tunnel vision, I suppose, where you're like, I'm just going to avoid this hook, not realizing that the perfect angle is there, that when you avoids you, it goes straight onto your AD carry. And Razor, he's going to struggle in this lane. Rumble, very, very good at just harassing out his lane opponents, especially with that Flame Spitter.
Worth noting that they specifically picked this Yasuo knowing that, okay, Delito's taking the Rumble, we have this prepared. This is something they locked immediately afterwards. However, not looking comfortable this early on.
Oh, this is a bit of a collapse here from We Love Gaming. They're going to try and get a full 3v3 as the TP comes out. They miss the cocoon, so does the actual axe come in. The undertone missing means that he gets taken down. The flash in there from Raxi as well. He's going to go down straight away with one last auto attack. Razor is TP'd in to just die.
Oh.
And that is We Love Gaming picking up 3 kills. But Lion roars back, but he's now caught himself in a little bit of a predicament. Gets ignited, gets knocked up, will eventually be taken down as he has no summoners. And it's Fallen who gets the revenge. 4 for 2 over all in kills.
Yeah, but a massive, massive win for We Love Gaming. You looked at the start of that fight, and I was looking at it and going, they have all this single target stuff. They just immediately pile onto Cannon, and it's that kind of coordination that has made this team look so good.
We Love Gaming answering back from what was a little bit of a blunder in the bot side. Fallen also following Lion up to that top side, making sure that they could just kill him off should he be able to make an impact. And right now, it is We Love Gaming with a little bit of an advantage. Got themselves an early 1,000 gold lead, and that Rumble already got a Seeker's Arm Guard.
It's always sunny up in the top lane with Danny Delito up there. Did so well. Seeker's Arm Guard means you can just shut down all of the trading potential of the Yasuo, and you were already so comfortable in the matchup. 2 levels up as well.
You see what the side of Godsent want to do, and this is going to be all action all the time. You can see with no summoners left onto Delito, he's going to be forced back a little bit. The minions are not really going to help him out as much. He needs to dodge the Steel Tempest. Can he go for it?
Okay.
Unfortunately not, and it's going to be the Lee Sin picking up that kill. So a good response here from Godsent, punishing an overextension.
Yeah, and just immediately losing that big lead you had built up. Good as well for Wazor, who'd been kind of left alone, or left to struggle, rather, in that lane previously.
You can see the little Ocean Drake just, he's just chilling.
Yeah, it's fine.
I do find it really funny because the Ocean Drake does come in real kind of like majestic and kind of like, I am powerful. And then they immediately just kind of go, oh, no one's around, I'm going to go sleep.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, oh, look, I'm really powerful. Oh, I'm Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
No one wants me. I'll lie here. It'll be fine.
That is what I believe the colloquialism is, a mood, as far as I understand. You can correct me on that one. You're more well-versed.
I'm going to let you keep that one.
Okay, looking now. WLG, very minor lead has been kind of evened up a little bit by Godsend, specifically with that play top as well. It had looked like Lido had such control over that lane. Still does, realistically, especially with it now frozen towards him. But look at this, still punishing out Wazor.
The longer this matchup goes with that Seeker's arm guard stacking, just makes it very, very hard for Razor to really trade back in these, skirmishes.
You are seeing it's a little bit more even now with the No Magic Mantle finished up and just Conqueror as well. Now watch here though.
Ragnarok's popped. Davies might have just bitten off more than he can chew. Flash away though from the Olaf, and he will pick himself up a little bit of honey fruit on the backside, but a fantastic ultimate there onto the Lee Sin means that he gets rooted again from the Qs. They're able to just do so much damage. And, nicely done there by the Lee Sin. Uses the Q, lands it, gets a kill, gets himself out. He is just trying to keep himself on Operation Escape, but he's not able to go anywhere. As I say that, he nearly bloody well did, and it is a shutdown there from Paris.
You gotta give Raxi some worth there. Almost makes it out twice in areas he shouldn't have. Managed to pick up Davies there when should have been able to just walk away from that WLG winning. Godsend finding slight evening of a lot of plays that seem to be going so wrong for them. Look towards them now.
Ignite went down. The route is followed up though by Bananito. This Godsend bot lane is so dangerous. You can't just walk up on top of this. And speaking of walking up on top of this, Delito is starting to really hurt Razor. Sorry, Wazor. Excuse me.
You can see that though. I mean, it is just the comfort on this pick. It was brought up on the desk. It's been brought up since the start of groups as well. This is such a big pick for Toledo. Probably the pick he has looked best on domestically as well. Now getting to bring it out in this group stage.
Oh, unfortunately their little Spiderlings were able to kind of tank up that hook, but it is going to be the Olaf just Ragnarocking his way up into that tops or mid-side jungle. And then it's just an easy kill. That is why you pick the Olaf into this situation.
And these are the kind of games that we love from the group stage. It's just so skirmish heavy, constant fights back and forth. That looks like we're going to see one more here. Delito has gone very aggressive.
He will pop down the ultimate there to try and keep everybody away from him. That is going to be the minions kill, but he is between two towers. A Lee Sin and, of course, a Yasuo will get knocked up and into the Lee Sin ultimate by the Lee Sin ultimate, and eventually goes down. Another kill for Lee Sin. He's now 3-2-1.
Okay, taking down plates in the meantime, though. That's 2 down from that play, but just still Godsend getting return plays for how aggressively Delito is playing, but zoning out the Yasuo so heavily. And again, you have to think none of these kills are going to the Yasuo, so he is struggling to maintain any form of gold CS so heavily toward that Rumble.
Level 6s are available to the AD carries here, but not to the support. That's very, very important. Fallen standing on a ward will get hooked in by Lion. Tries to just jump himself back. Again, more and more pressure here from the Godsend bot lane.
Yeah, again, well played by Lion, who's looked quite good in this lane, able to land consistent hooks. Especially when we look at Zyra Khans normally. We've seen so many get that priority so easily, unpunished, untouched. Lion refusing to give them that level of space.
Quickness is available here for Fallen should he want to use it, but they should be able to get the level 6 as well from Lion. Actually, they're going to have to back away though, as Davies is here. He does eat himself up with a cocoon, and he's going to go down, unfortunately for him. Now, Paris has an opportunity to maybe go on to the side of Godsend's mid and jungler, but they're backing away up to the top side jungle. Ocean Drake going to be the prize for We Love Gaming.
Yeah, Ragnarok was already back up. If they had tried to commit to that, probably would have been able to escape. Worth just taking the objective lead here. We Love Gaming. Well, the gold is now dead even after this set of plays. It is them picking up the dragon.
And this is what I love to see from these two teams. Just going in, like you said, heavy skirmishes, not giving either side an inch or a moment to breathe.
So I was going to note that Davos there thought he wasn't spotted. Was actually spotted on the ward up there. So you had the Lee Sin kind of hovering in the back of that lane just in case to make the counter play. Seen Raxi looking good on this Lee Sin so far. Can he continue to make it work? Has
been picking up the kills, has got himself a little bit of an advantage in terms of that, but is behind in CS. However, he is in a little bit of a good position to try and take down Toledo, but no one up there to really kind of follow up with him.
You can see they're actually making the lane swap happen. He was looking at it maybe going, if Wazor TPs, you can bait him in here, but as it is, the call is to do the lane swap. So Godsend swap themselves around. I guess especially considering you're already losing this matchup to the Rumble. Very, very helpful for the Yasuo, who's going to be pushed in regardless of which way the swap goes.
Call for Godsend is to prioritize that Rift Herald. They're going to set it up right now, but TPs are available, as are almost all the summoners for We Love Gaming, should they want to contest.
Yeah, looking for this Rift Herald after they've already picked up the Dragon. That is the real meaning behind this lane swap. Godsend should be able to pick it up. Davis in the area, though.
Could be a little bit of a move here there. So you see Godsend just dropping down the Nautilus ultimate, but the Rumble ult in reply means that the Killer Instinct is going to be used to kill him off. It's actually the Kiana who steals away the Rift Herald, and it's actually going to be able to pick up a kill off the top of that as well. Davis goes down, but overall they did their job. Now the exit strategy for We Love Gaming is very much in effect, and they get themselves out. They picked up the Rift Herald. Nice little steal.
Yeah, we might need a replay of that one, but well played by We Love Gaming to get the objective lead there, considering Godsend were the ones quicker on that lane swap. So have a look here. We can see clearing out the vision. They go for the fight. Just immediate, just burst combo from Paris. Well played there. And obviously, they do have to give up something, but 1 for 1 and the Herald, they're plenty happy with that.
Oh, Fallen does get caught by the hook, but the wall just kind of save him. Lion not going to get knocked up, though, in return. As we see now, Raxi is here to try and help out his team. Grisberg still very, very low, though. Does not really want to get caught out in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, Fallen has to be careful. Has been consistently hooked in by this Nautilus. And with Raxi hovering on the back of this, be a very quick burst onto this bot lane. Now in the top lane.
It's a little bit of an unfortunate, kind of set of plays for Godsend. Yes, you get the kill, but unfortunately you lose the Rift Herald, and it can sting a little bit, but now it's on to We Love Gaming to realize where they can and cannot use this Rift Herald. It looks like bot lane is going to be their focus.
I mean, you want to, again, just feed up Delito on this Rumble is a big factor in your team fights and is someone who's already kind of stomping this lane realistically. Ways we're struggling here, but has built to respond. Has gone for that Wit's End rush. Not quite there yet, but will help out in terms of just surviving this Rumble.
See Davies trying to maybe look for something here in mid lane, or maybe he's going to try and transition it towards top. That seems to be the call here from We Love Gaming, and right now they have the priority as there was a back coming in here from Godsend.
Yeah, and pushing the lane up means that they know the Olaf will be a bit slower on the roam. They have the numbers advantage. They have the Herald. If necessary here, as the push is pretty effective.
Push is pretty effective. Push is almost finished here, as we can see. Flash in there from Raxi, going to be able to knock back the Rakan, but feathers go flying, and then they're going to all burn, baby, burn, as the Rumble ultimate is perfectly placed right underneath the tower. You can see the Olaf is trying his very, very best to just get something back. Does pick up a double kill. Will the Nautilus be able to pick up that mega triple? No, he will not. Yes, they will all lose, but at the end of the day, it's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3, and you have your Yasuo down in the bot lane. This is actually fine for Godsend. They don't want to lose this tower, though.
They will lose the Nautilus. Fallen will just about survive. And unfortunately for the side of Godsend, they will lose more gold in this first tower. Brick will go over to We Love Gaming.
Okay, We Love Gaming get a better end of that trade just by the way it finished out. Lion had done a great job up until that point. I say that, though. In comes the TP as well to really deny Godsend on this one. We Love Gaming coming in strong, get themselves a nice gold lead here.
Yeah, just under 2,000 gold for the We Love Gaming. You can see it kind of separated between everyone. It's mainly on the Kiana, who out of nowhere has picked up 5 kills.
Yes.
And realistically, it's not going to get much better for the side of Godsend. Their comp doesn't really deal with this Kiana very well unless they 100-0 her.
Yeah, and it's funny, you were expecting a lot of this to be skirmish-based for Godsend, because they went, okay, we're responding to the Rumble with our Yasuo. This is a thing we have in mind. We want to probably go for the Wit's End, so we have that M4. We didn't expect Toledo to get in control of the lane so early. You also have the Olaf, who should have an early advantage over that Kiana. That's all kind of gone for them. They've lost out on this plan from the solo lanes. Their bot lane, actually, was the one who did the best here in terms of their response. So it really feels that We Love Gaming getting the better end of most of these trades means that Godsend lost a lot of what they initially intended a big part of their early win condition to be, remembering that they also tried to deny early junglers. This was really early game focused from Godsend.
Godsend now trying to position themselves over this Cloud Drake. Do not want to lose that one. Unfortunately, they don't really have much of a choice whether or not they can lose it. Or here, as I see, nice buffering there on the CC. Hook does land onto terrain. Rumble is pushing in the top side, so then you can see We Love Gaming. They're the ones that are forcing Godsend to react to their plays, and they're the ones who are going to have control over this Dragon Pit.
Delito does get slowed by an axe. They're going to chase him down.
Yeah, he does not get a great ultimate off, and that means everyone can just walk around, and he's going to be taken down 100% just picked up.
Oh, okay.
And then that was instantly replied to by the Kiana in the bot side.
Wazor's struggling, honestly. I mean, you've gone full MR, and out comes this fed Kiana to burst you. Speaking of burst,
Speaking of burst, we're going to see the quickness popped out as well, as you can see Godsend trying to get something here, but they will get the knock up onto the Rakan with the extra range onto his Xayah. Flash from Davies as he looks to try and just escape this Lee Sin and the running Olaf at him. Overall, they will keep themselves alive, but bot lane does go in favor of We Love Gaming as Kiana is still pushing.
yeah, Kiana is just running on this split push. Will give Godsend this mid lane priority, though. They're going to be able to take the tower with this. Watching it now, WLG waiting for Deleto. They won't be there in time to defend that tower. Paris, absolutely heavily fed carry there. Look at that, 614 has already reached that in max bounty.
He is a very, very big mid laner and a big problem for the side of Godsend. Again, like I said, they don't really have ways of dealing with him, and that Edge of Night means that he can just set himself up to not be CC'd and go in anyway. He is in such a good and strong position for the side of We Love Gaming.
And let's bring it back to what's important about this game for both teams. They are already both out of the knockout stages. However, you're playing for that national pride. You're playing to showcase that if we hadn't been just taken out by these two really good teams in our group, we could have had good performances, especially these individual players is who are the people looking to showcase this. So the likes of Deleto had that great laning phase to start with, had this really strong rumble pick, is being punished by Godsend here. So now it's a great showcase at the moment for Paris.
I thought you were going to say, we got to remember what's important, and I thought you were going to go along the lines of that everyone has fun. And that is all that is important here.
You know, it can be important. I feel like competitive games, maybe not the ideal place for everyone having fun.
I find that I'm having fun when I'm winning.
Yeah.
That's how I have fun with League of Legends.
So it is still important to have fun.
It is
in the sense that they definitely want to win.
Yes, both sides definitely want to win. And it's not that big of a gap in terms of gold lead right now. Yes, it is very much heavily stacked onto the Kiana, but your Olaf's got 2 items. Your Kaiser's in a fairly strong position as well to get her Gwynzu's Wraith Blade, and they will pick up this top lane turret.
And while we were saying, oh, Wazor's had such a struggle, has actually gotten ahead in CS after all these plays onto Deleto. Yes, is waiting a little bit in some of these items, but isn't doing as badly as you may think based on every time we do see him interacted with.
I was going to say, as much as we're saying that Wazor is not having a fun time, as I say that Flash, Lee Sin kick, Yasuo is there, and Fallen is gone. Great little pick off there by Godsend.
On top of this, Wazor will scale very well with the Nautilus, with the Lee Sin even. Has those knockups to make himself work. Picking up a lot of assists, unfortunately, trying to finish out those items, but does mean the rest of his team is finding ways back into this.
Oh, they popped down the red carpet here as We Love Gaming look to try and look for a response here. Not going to find anything. But unfortunately for them, they don't really have the follow-up realistically to go for any kind of a push.
Yeah, I mean, they have decent vision control. If a dragon were up, okay. I mean, we're going. Paris is doing well still.
Good job, Paris.
Yeah, I was saying they have the vision control of the bot side jungle. Too bad there's not a dragon up. But there is a Lee Sin to kill, I suppose, so not bad. There's also one more to kill if you can find. Nope.
Nah.
Wazor
getting himself out just in time. They will be able to eventually pick up this top lane turret. So overall, kills still even. Gold very, very close. Towers are even, soon to be in favor of We Love Gaming as they have priority in this mid lane. Right now, We Love Gaming looking to try and push the narrative that they are the better team, looking to try and find themselves an advantage. Paris has just got so much damage with this lethality build. He's just chunking through people.
We're waiting for it now. It's going to be Paris who's really just the full carry here. Just really kind of carrying everyone else alongside him.
It is the Paris show.
Yeah.
Definitely
looking like the world's
show.
finals. It's the Paris show.
Yeah. And again, we're going to see him jump straight in on top of the Yasuo. This time he's got himself an entourage.
Hopefully the world's finals last longer than that.
A little longer, you got to hope and pray, but we are going to see a possible response here. And again, the Rakan, he jumped in. Lee Sin eventually, not actually him picking that one up, but his lineup picks that one up as they jump straight on top of the Xayah. Nice little axe as well, but the rest of the side of Godsend are just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're being collapsed upon, but this Olaf is still very mighty. This Olaf is still very, very big. Can he hit get one more? He cannot just about get anybody else down, but
There it is.
Chrisberg is still alive. Now he's able to get the health and HP back. You cannot underestimate how much life steals on this Olaf, and they get themselves 2 kills.
And that shutdown, that fight, drags the gold back to dead even for both sides. Now you have the Baron up, you have a lot of consistent damage available. It looks like God said they're going to turn.
They can take this no problem at all. They're full AD. As you said, the consistent damage is there, so this is going to be as easy as you like, but the TP is coming in from the Rumble and the Xayah into the mid lane. They're looking to try and go for it. Toledo does not have his ultimate just yet. This could
Cannon,
be
though.
Cannon is taken very, very low. Needs to be so careful as he goes on top of this. The Fame Spitter going to be enough to take down the Olaf, and now it's all gone horribly wrong for Godsend. They were sent by God, and now they're being sent back by We Love Gaming, and they are getting completely crushed at this Baron fight.
And now it could turn around again. Now We Love Gaming are the ones in the position to look for this Baron. They've got the low health bars, though. Raxi's in the area, so they probably want one more pick before they feel comfortable committing.
Looks like they're going to go for it. There is vision for the side of Godsend.
Watch Raxi, though.
Scuttle Crab. Paris is here. Paris' job is to keep the Lee Sin out. That is all he's going to have to do, and it's exactly what he's looking to do.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Might want one more pick. Paris is just going to stand in the way of Raxi, though. That'll be enough for him. Raxi's running as fast as you can.
He's got Moby boots. You can't really fight that. Raxi is almost dead, but he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Razor, though, does respawn with a mid lane turret, and now they can just escort this.
I've got a Cloud Drake. I'm coming for you.
Cloud Drake, Moby Boots. Can he stay alive? Smites away, but they're just running away. It is a game of Benny Hill right now as they try and just keep themselves alive. They jump in, not able to kill off Paris, but as he tries to go in, makes the fancy feat. Everyone is still alive, and I do not know how.
Razor!
It's going to be the red carpet as Razor tries his very, very best, and in the end, Lee Sin survives.
Raxi finds his way out once again. We saw this early on. Makes it out once more, but after all this, it's still We Love Gaming coming out with the Baron. It's still We Love Gaming getting what they want out of that, getting at least one of those kills. They're still happy with the way that went, and Paris still looking very strong as well. But Godsend may be able to turn this around, looking at Bananito. Where's the Nautilus ult?
Nautilus ult does land, but it doesn't mean the feathers do go flying.
Oh,
but a great hook, though, means that he's going to be dragged right back in here. Does get the root down. Chrisberg, however, gets the kill, and that's all that matters in these fights. And that's the bot lane of We Love Gaming going down. That's 2 more Baron buffs you don't have to deal with.
Ooh, one of those Baron unempowered plays. That's a bit of a rough one. So, Godsend. Only 2k behind here. Have denied a lot of the Baron buffs there. It's not going to be a play they can really push with.
This game is Lion versus Paris. Lion setting up his team and trying to catch people out, and Paris just deleting people. That is what this game has just turned into.
This is exactly what we hope for, especially when you're coming in for a game of just completely about national pride. When you just see these players standing up and going, I'm going to be the one to represent my region the best. Get out of my way.
Slugfest through and through, and if nothing else, it is very entertaining because you just genuinely do not know who is going to come out with this win. It feels like We Love Gaming should win it, but at the same time, you can never be too sure.
Yeah, it seems that Godsend, when they group up, are the ones who are able to find those picks, especially, as you said, off the back of Lion. Has found out a Xayah Rakan, who should be a lot safer than this. Still managed to find consistent dredge lines, dragging him back into it.
We'll trade bot lane tier 1 for top lane tier 2, so it is still very much a pretty much dead even game. The gold is negligible at this stage, but Godsend trying to defend now. They're going to be struggling to clear these waves against the Baroned up minions, but unfortunately for the side of We Love Gaming, it's going to be gone in 60 seconds.
Waiting for it now. Godsend just trying to stall. We Love Gaming.
Chrisberg needs to be so careful.
Oh, good damage.
So hard.
Where's the red carpet?
Red carpet not going to come out just yet, but that is enough for them to dissuade Godsend from defending this tier 2, and they're going to be able to take that one for free.
I was expecting the equalizer, decide to not commit to it, but it's enough to zone Chrisberg away. It's enough for them to get this tower. Pushing now for the inhib tower.
Look for it now. Good win wall right at the turret, though, means they're able to just dissuade everything.
You're looking at Raxi and Lion here, because if they can get a big knock-up, it's going to be immediately followed by Wazor, and that's their big fight to shut down this play from We Love Gaming.
This game all of a sudden took a turn for the tense, as both sides, neither wants to let this one go. You can see they're trying to defend this tier 2, but you've been baited, you've been outsmarted. You need to be so careful with these rotations, Godsend. They do get themselves back in time, Cocoon lands, the hook lands, Wazor goes in, the red carpet goes down onto 4 as they try to go in with the killer instinct and the Lee Sin, but it's a Lee Sin for Rakan trade. And now we can see We Love Gaming trying to just turn this one around. Chris Bird goes golden, Chris Bird goes down, and now We Love Gaming can push in.
And again, it's just the burst coming out from the Kiana. Raxi goes to the engage, gets denied, gets shut down. And now it's We Love Gaming. Yes, they don't have the Baron, but they have enough members that they can push for this inhib.
They get the inhib turret. They will get the inhibitor as well. Wazor is on the back side of this, so it's a 2v4 for the moment until Yasuo gets back. We Love Gaming not going to push it any further, though. They've got themselves what they wanted. They now back themselves away. Going to spend that newly acquired gold.
Okay, so the gold lead has maintained roughly even as these fights have been very close. Still is in favor of We Love Gaming. About 4K in the lead, 26 minutes. Not bad, but definitely not comfortable with the way these fights have played out.
I think that's the word you perfectly described it as, comfortable. It can turn on literally a knife's edge. It can literally just randomly sway towards Godsend. This Kiana, or sorry, not the Kiana, excuse me, the Kai'Sa now has 3.5 items, nearly has the Zhonya's to be able to protect herself, whereas the Kiana is also on 4 items, so it's whose carry can carry the most.
Yeah, the biggest issue I see for Godsend is the fact that Wazor really wants a 3rd item. With Zen Phantom Dancer, not exactly the biggest spike in the world, even with that 100% crit chance now picked up. Really wants to finish that Infinity Edge to be pretty impactful.
He's that extra little bit in his arsenal. Have got the Wit's End, though, finished up for the Olaf to complement that Sterix Gauge and the Black Cleaver. So he's going to be very, very tanky if he's able to auto-attack in these fights. Knight's Vow as well picked up by the Nautilus, so he's going to be able to keep someone alive to the best of his ability. But right now, it is We Love Gaming who have priority over this top side of the jungle as they start to get some vision dominance.
See the Baron spawning soon. We're watching that 20 seconds or so. Trying to set up Death Pressure, trying to set up a pick before this happens. They have full control, as you mentioned, in that topside jungle. Watch Bananito, though.
Needs to be careful. TP is available, though, for the SO, so he's feeling safe to just push this one in. But with Godsend now dealing with the mid lane, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this mid-top lane inhibitor. I think that's going to go down, and it's going to be pretty free for the side of We Love Gaming. They've got themselves an exit strategy as well. They can stay here. They have no reason to be afraid.
Yeah, Wazor just going, well, I can't really help you up there anyway, so I'm going to stay here, see what happens. Looks like the inhib will drop, so We Love Gaming still getting better end of this trade.
And they can transition that into a Baron. No one from the side of Godsend has been in this jungle for such a long time. They know there's no vision, realistically, apart from that one trinket that's available. The important item, though, has just been finished up for Chrisborg. He's got his Zhonya's. I don't know if Godsend can contest this. It looks like We Love Gaming are just looking for a little bit of a pick. They will not land it onto the Lee Sin, and this is very, very tense. It's given time for the side of Godsend to get back together.
Yeah, however, it is We Love Gaming. A lot of quick damage. They can burn through this quite quickly. Will Godsend be there in time?
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. Baron down to about half HP. Paris just have to keep Raxi away again. They're going to back away from the Baron just in case. They will land the hook, though, onto the Elise. She goes golden. There's the red carpet as the feathers go flying as well. Rakan jumps in. That's a good ultimate, though, as well from the Kiana. She's out, too. There's a double kill for the Elise. They're going to be able to take down Fallen, but is it going to be too little, too late? I feel like it is. Unfortunately for the side of Godsend, they lose 4, and Raxi is on the run.
Yeah, Raxi's on the run, though, which means the Baron may still be in danger if We Love Gaming do decide to commit to it. It looks like they're chasing down Raxi if they can find it.
Ooh, happy feet there from Raxi. He's still alive, which is still a danger, but the super minions are pushing in. The TP came in from the Xayah as well. She is there to find you and to greet you back here. The red buff is ticking down, but it's not going to matter. They're on the Nexus turrets. They take down the first one, they take down the second one, and it is going to be Greece picking up a win in this battle for the Wooden Spoon.
Well played by We Love Gaming. Yes, it was tense. Yes, it was close. Both teams pulling out consistent, small wins here and there. But every time those big, massive fights came down, I think Godsend only won one of them. And from there, it was always We Love Gaming pulling out the control.
It was entertaining.
It was entertaining.
Very entertaining game. Congratulations to We Love Gaming as well. There's one little bit of a, you know, you haven't told me actually where your last extra prop is for your rainbows.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that for everyone else. So if you give me a little space.
Oh, sorry, I gotta give you space, do I?
You got it right here.
Ah!
If everyone needs it. So there you go.
You got the socks.
So that is the complete outfit. I cannot afford any more right now.
Your final form as such.
Yeah, I don't have any more money, unfortunately, to afford more rainbow things right now. So
we'll see what we can do about that over the break. But we're going to show it to a break, and when we return, he's going to be on the analyst desk, and there's going to be 2 new boys right here. So we'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips.
Wanna play?
Wanna lose?
Controllers. That round goes to me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, mister, I'm so funny today, but I've got this greasiness, you know?
No, I don't know. Pringles doesn't give you greasy hands. Ready now?
Yeah.
Well,
I can't.
that's 2-0 for me, I guess.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. WLG secure a win for Greece, beating Godsend and sending the Nordics home with nothing in this tournament as they exit the group in 4th position. It was a messy game, though. From the outset, there was action. It was just all over the place.
Yeah, and we saw the solo advantages come out in the lanes we expected. For WLG, it was within their solo lanes, and for Godsend, as you're going to see on your screen, it was in the 2v2 lane. Godsend very reliant on Chrisberg to get ahead. He was able to do that himself. WLG very much play around these solo lanes, and they carried it through.
Yeah, it was real credit, though, to people like Lion as well. Consistently landing those dredge lines really helped push Chrisberg into the lead he had.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing you can say, though, is that after this, there's a hell of a lot of team fights. And I can say with 100% accuracy that Godsend very much favored these smaller skirmishes, these much more split scenarios. Whereas WLG, when they got those team fights where they could land all of their critical ultimates, like Delito's very famous now Rumble, which is on a 100% win rate since his playoffs run, I mean, that was when they very much excelled, which is pretty much what we expected. The place we were wrong, though, is we thought on the desk that early game would be a bit slow. No part of this game was slow. I'm not even sure there was an early, mid, late distinction. It was all one big mess, and yeah, there were a lot of fights where WLG ended up coming out on top.
Yeah, and the big thing was, even when you're looking at it and going, look, you have the big ultimates, you have the advantages, the fights were still close. Yeah. They were still being played right down to the wire. Yeah. And that's why I say massive credit to both teams here. They both did their respective regions quite proud.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it was just entertaining is what I really want to go at. It was an entertaining game, and I
enjoyed it.
I think when you have nothing to play for, just go for it. Just go for that kind of wild style of constant team fights, and that's really what this game was. It was just constant skirmishes, constant team fights, and in the end, it was WLG who came out on top. Chrisberg did try in this instance to really do what he does best for Godsend and carry, but alas, it was not the case, and that basically wraps that group up for the time being. But we're actually heading into the XL versus Giants matchup now, which is going to be another one of our games of the day where we have a first seed decided coming out of the groups. This is the SLO versus the UK. We've talked a little bit about these particular teams in detail, how they are both fairly fast-paced, but in terms of game time, Giants have that stat. They are only 4 seconds away from having the quickest game time on average next to LDLC. XL take it a bit slower, but they definitely both have pretty volatile early games.
The one question I have is, yes, we saw XL come back onto form. They had one game where their early game looked a bit shaky. If Giants can end games that quick, XL need to make sure they are back on form, consistent, entering into this.
And whenever Giants are looking to end games quick, it's through the 2v2 mid lane, it's through Razor, it's through Melitza, and that will be countering Special in particular. Special, very good at getting priority himself. They're not really a jungle mid duo in the same way that Giants jungle mid duo is, and that kind of coordination could really mess up what XL like to do.
Before we briefly dive into this, I want to have a look at the knockout table because we're going to get an idea about where these guys could end up. It could be either Rogue or Devils 1. So both of these teams are going to be playing up against a Ultra Liga team. Doesn't matter which one. It doesn't. Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. It's Mouse Sports or Rogue. I literally can't read C and D. It's going to be Rogue or Mouse Sports. So yeah, they're going to be playing up against either Rogue or Mouse Sports on the exit of this group. Both of them are very competent teams.
I mean, for me, you definitely want to be facing Rogue over the likes of Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports have looked a lot cleaner, and they have drafts that are extremely flexible. A very scary team to have to face off against.
So on the other hand, they have experience versus Rogue. I think they would very much want to take first seed and be able to take on them out of all these matches.
Yeah, and absolutely. And XL also, remember, have just recently beaten the longest undefeated streak in the European Masters. Yeah. So they're going to want to continue that record if they can. But Giants are kind of unspoken about in this EU Masters as much as we have spoken about LDLC, but have similar strengths and have looked similarly good across the board versus their opposition so far. And I actually want to dive in onto very specifically this matchup that Veteran was talking about, the special versus Melitza matchup, because Melitza has so much history in the European Masters and Special has been the catalyst for turning XL into what they are now.
Yeah, and it could become very, very volatile indeed. Special, yes, he does get priority himself, but that doesn't mean he just limits himself to the Syndras, to the Corkis. We've seen him pull out the Zed versus Mages, and we have seen Melitza almost mainstay champions like Kiana. This could be an incredibly aggressive one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, and on the other side, while Taxer is a decent jungler, does like this Gragas, will have to be in this mid lane to really counter a lot of what we have seen from the likes of Razork to push that lane.
Yeah, and that specifically would be an adaptation from Taxa. And the stuff Special has been bringing to this team has been the difference maker. They wouldn't have gotten this streak without him, so they're able to shut it down, the Sire Giants, and that's kind of over.
It's not the only solo lane that we want to mention as well. Sendo in the top lane versus the Antonio. The Antonio, the tank player, Sendo classically pulling out anti-tank champions.
Yep. 100%. I expect to see the Gangplank and the Narn, the Cassio focus at some point in the bans. The Gangplank in particular could be contested by either side.
Funnily enough, though, the Antonio going into these matchups, you've often gone, well, he only plays tanks, it's very easy to counterpick, should have a comfortable lane against him. And in 2 games in a row, has had very good lanes.
It's really interesting that we're talking about the solo lanes with Deadly and Hyanan and Kasing and Denik,
Yes.
because both of these teams are very bot lane focused, but I think the whole map is interesting here.
Yeah, the whole map is interesting, but they are the primer to getting either of these 2 bot lanes ahead. If you lose out on mid, that's going to make the numbers of difference in bot lane. And yes, Hyanan and Kasing can be clutch, but this is a tournament where a lot of new rookie players have shown that they can match these old veteran players, so you do want to get those kinds of advantages. However, one thing I do want to point out is if Kasing is able to get the Fresh, able to get the Braum, we do see the pick potential mid to late game from him, but level 1 XL are very, very aggressive in, and they are on blue side. We could see some aggressive late invades from them to try to split the map in favor of bot side, and that could win the game for XL incredibly fast.
I'm looking for that last ban to be a Heimerdinger, because if not, I see XL first locking that, or even waiting a bit, because it's hardly going to be a counterpick.
I mean, I don't think Giants are picking up Heimerdinger is basically the way you look at it. So they don't need to necessarily first pick it, but it is something that you do need to consider versus Hyanan.
They could have a plan though. Sivir, for example, is very strong into the Heimerdinger itself, and the Yuumi has been dropped, and Deadly has typically gone for these very strong team-fighting champions, so maybe they're actually confident into that sort of pick. But you have to think, if they're leaving this open, they have a plan.
Yeah, and you don't not ban Heimerdinger versus Hyanan is essentially the way we look at it. The Akali first lock-in, we can assume of a special, but it can flex up to Sendo if necessary. And now we're looking for Giants' first rotation here. Syndra has been a hotly contested pick in the European Masters so far.
Alongside the Silas as well is another option for them to go here. They can wait and kind of flex the 2 of them together.
And given how much Taxa has played Silas.
Yeah, but given how much Razork has gone towards champions like the Lee Sin, I wouldn't really expect it. Lee Sin, at least, these are the champions I think of when I think of Razork. He needs these early aggressive things that spike alongside Melitza. Lee Sin is right up his alley.
Yeah, I was going to say they could have flexed maybe away from the jungle. As you said, you want that early aggression. Now, looking over to XL, if that is something Taxer may want to pick up in response, that does leave Giants the opening they're looking for in the early game.
So, revealed Lee Sin and Lucian here for Giants, and we can assume Lucian is for Deadly, though we haven't seen much flexing Lucian in the EU Masters so far.
Certainly not to top lane with the Antonio there.
Yeah.
XL do have that opportunity to go for the Heimerdinger should they want it. What do you feel about Heimerdinger into any kind of Lucian lane?
It's a little bit of a difficult one. The passive is something that maybe could help you against the Toys, but I really don't think so. I don't think it's a favorable for that. I think they, into the Tristana lane, that could still be a flex, but I do see a lot of all-in potential early on from them. On the free spike, there's the Kasing Fresh. On the free spike from Lucian, I would expect to see a Braum here so that they can contest early level 1's XL win for an early level 1 invade of almost this exact same setup yesterday, but lost out because of the superior level 1 champions on the side of Giants. If you take Braum here, you could get yourself a very favorable matchup early, counter that invade, and actually start getting a lead.
Like it alongside the likes of the Lee Sin. We're talking about early game. You get yourself a good bot lane, you have the Lee Sin, and you already have that counter pick in the top or mid lane, but I guess throw it away.
I mean, Giants are drafting very weird for me here. They're kind of giving away a lot in their draft so far.
Nard especially, I want to see removed here, and then you're looking at Gangplank and you're looking at Cassiopeia. I think given how much success he had versus a Gangplank specifically, you would be looking towards the Cassio Narbands, but you really do need to beef this up versus Sendo specifically. But ultimately, they look to be targeting jungle instead.
Maybe they felt that if they didn't pick Cho'Gath, XL's second ban strategy was ban away Sion and Cho'Gath.
That's the only reasoning for locking a Cho'Gath at that specific interval. It's got to be you're worried about ban phase 2.
I mean, as a layperson here, looking at this draft, I'm thinking XL seemingly coming away with the better first phase right now. What do you think, Veteran? You kind of obviously have done drafts throughout your entire career.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely depends on the kinds of priorities you're aware that you have on your team. I do think Giants are very comfortable with what they have right now. We're looking at level 3 spikes in tandem with a level 3 base jungler. I think Razork is more aggressive than Taxos in these particular instances, and I think you can nullify a lot of what Excel want to do through that. Think about the success LDLC had by getting an earlier jungler onto the side of the Joko. They've been able to blow open the games before any sort of scaling advantages occurred on the other side, and I think they're still pretty comfortable with what they have. I would be looking at top lane bans right now if I'm Vodafone Giants, but clearly they think Cho'Gath does have an advantage with Silence into a lot of matchups here. Maybe they just really aren't bothered by any of them. The Nardo, I would imagine they would want to remove, but ultimately they seem to be fine.
Worth noting as well, they've left up the Braum here, so that's what I expect Giants could just immediately follow up with, and then they can kind of lock in what we expect to be a mid laner towards the end there.
Yeah, I think Braum would be the superior pick 100%. We've been calling it all throughout this desk, and yeah, this gives them a significant level 1 advantage in bot side, something that we have to keep mentioning. Yeah, okay, it looks like Special's going to level 1 Tristana because of Excel's propensity for level 1 invasion. If you can map split to bot side with 2 teams that focus heavily around bot side, then you have to think it favors whichever team gets the superior level 1. Though now I'm thinking, if Sendo gets a carry matchup and your map split for top side as Excel, they could have all the options in the world.
We'll see what happens. It's going to be the Casio lock-in for the time being here for Excel. It could very well be going to either Special or Sendo, but, you know, like you said, it's very likely Sendo because of the Cho'Gath matchup here. We'll see for Excel rounding out. We assume this will be their jungler then, so we will confirm that we're likely going to see a Hyun and Kasing Tristana Thresh bot lane, which is something that they saw a lot of throughout the UKLC.
I wonder if we see Melita lean towards the likes of the TF into the Akali, something that can also affect those side lanes nicely.
Yeah, Twisted Fate has been a pick that, ooh, you know, there you go. We want to talk about early game. There's the Skarner, but Skarner's gank setup will be around the 345 mark, and if he does do the red buff clear on blue side, it's actually pretty inefficient for him to match an early gank towards bot. So I'd actually imagine to see Giants ahead on the play in terms of playing around bot side, and Skarner actually threatening around the Cassiopeia lane in top.
So, Giants going to pick Corki to round out. Haven't seen a Corki in a little while, actually. It's been obviously a very popular pick throughout the European Masters, but it will be that Corki going into Specials. Akali in the mid lane, we can only assume.
It's a priority pick. They want to be able to play heavily towards bot side off of priority in mid.
It's also worth noting that Melita, while we're saying that we haven't seen a huge amount of Corki, Melita has played a lot of Corki domestically and even at the European Masters.
There's an excessive amount of late game power on the side of Vodafone Giants as well. That's a very, very scary team-to-team fight, so long as you have a method of dealing with Sendo.
And Sendo definitely has been a focal point for Excel away from the bot side of the map as well. I mean, we talked so much about how they play through bot, but Sendo has stepped up himself as a top laner. Questions have been raised over the course of his career about certain matchups that he's had, but I think he's had some good performances in the group stages so far, and this is the biggest game that he needs to show that he is a top-level top laner here for the XL squad.
And you know exactly what you are playing into. You pick something that's particularly good against this. I want to see him step up, given the obvious thing there with the matchup.
Now, we don't have much time to talk about these drafts, but very quickly, a brief word on who you think is going to win and why.
I like XL. I like what they've brought out. They knew what to expect from Giants. I'm leaning towards XL.
You big up Sendo, but D'Antonio has had the standout performance of any of these abandoned top laners. I'm going to vote for the side of Giants. I
have never voted against the UK team so far. I'm not going to discontinue that trend. I'm going to vote for XL. Got some new casters up on the desk. Our UK LC duo of Hiprain and Nox.
Thank you very much, Xscoundrel. Hello and welcome up to the caster desk. We'll be kicking it off with Giants taking on XL. Spain versus the UK. A lot to play for here. This is first seeding, and this really does determine a lot on who you're dodging out on that quarterfinal stage.
I think particularly for Giants, they're the last seed available for the SLO, a very prestigious region who's honestly always been in the talking point for strongest ERL in the European scene. And the fact that this is our last team, they want to secure a good seeding spot, dodge away some of the stronger dock teams. They need to have a win here if they're going to come out ahead. I mean, XL, even if they fall down, even if they struggle in the knockout stages, they still have another team for the UK, but I know they won't see it that way. It's not just about our region wants to win, XL want to win, and particularly their bot lane, it's about proving themselves that they're still capable of competing at the LEC level.
It has been that veteran bot lane really looking to step up here, and Hyun has been playing this Tristana a fair few times here during the European Masters, and all the times we've seen it, it's actually been really, really impressive. Even with the Heimerdinger open, they opt into it. They recognize that the Antonio's champ pool is Cho'Gath, basically. So they've decided to go for that. So they decide to pick up the Tristana with something able to deal with that tankiness going into the late game, because the desk were hitting on how Giants actually do have a very solid late game team drafted here. And both of these teams do play fairly fast as well, so I'm curious to see how that's going to play out.
I mean, I think the big thing for me in the later stages is Giants, they want to use their Cho'Gath effectively and the Braum. If you go front to back, you have a ton of CC offered, you have 2 strong backline 80 carries. The difference being, though, if you start to make things difficult, like if the Akali finds backline access, we've seen so many times before how much impact specifically Special can have at forcing the enemy backline away on things like the Akali. And if Deadly and Militia can't auto-attack, they're just going to lose those late-game team fights. So I think it often comes down to how strong the Akali can be and also the setup in particular for XL.
And now we have had a quick pause just before we get going into this game. A couple of audio issues coming through for the players, so should be ironed out fairly soon. Get going with Game 4 because we have some fantastic games coming up still. The last game of the day is the decider of Group D, the group of death between LDLC and Fnatic Rising. The UK still undefeated. Giants could be the team to put that first big upset in here. XL, if they get that win, that's 9 consecutive wins in a row. They've already beaten Origin. They already now hold the title for the most wins back-to-back in the European Masters, just as one team. So they want to continue that streak. They want to look stronger and stronger going forward because this is, you know, a new org in the sense of like an LEC, a sister team, but there's a lot of veteran players on this roster.
And I think even when we look at the bot lane, we think that's the veterancy. When we look mid lane, we think Special has LEC experience. But Taxa and Sendo, they've been on this organization for such a long time. The first EU Masters, 2018 spring, they were part of the team that represented XL at the EU Masters, and they had a decent showing, but it wasn't quite enough. And since then, it's been a battle to return, and I know that they absolutely want to have another chance to prove themselves here. They're looking like their teammates who are trying to prove they're worthy of the LEC, sorry. The top side are still looking to prove that. It's not about reproving that, it's about proving it for the first time and saying, hey, we're new, we're up and coming, but we can be that good. I do think particularly Taxa is one to watch because he's been a massive catalyst in XL successes, particularly in the early to mid-game phases.
And I think also if we go back a little bit to the summer split and domestically, Sendo really proved himself to be the best top laner in the UK. And there's a lot of pretty decent top laners here in this tournament, so he has a lot to kind of go up against here. So we have to see how he's going to fare in this game.
And I think stylistically, this is the best matchup for him. They talked about it on the desk. It's a tank player into an anti-tank player. He's got the Cassiopeia, which is a great champion to cut through things like the Cho'Gath. All he has to do is get through the laning phase. But honestly, I feel like Taxa, if he puts some attention topside, it will go so heavily in their favor. Taxa will be able to clear that bot side of the jungle, his red side, 3 camps, gives him a recall for Predator, and then he can go top lane. And being as immobile as the Cho'Gath, it's pretty easy setup. If you just get a kill onto Sendo, that can cause that lane to be a massive issue for Giants. And then you can start to focus attention towards the bot side as your red side camps start respawning. But you're in a really favorable position to then play around the bot lane when you know you already have that extra win condition off this Cassiopeia on the top side.
And that's kind of the stylistic difference in the attention from the junglers here, because we heard about it a little bit on the desk, but Razor normally looks to put pressure mid lane as they are going for a light invade. Kasing has spotted them out though. Has got a ward down outside, so he should be able to make sure they know this is happening, and this could just mean a quick switcheroo by Taxa and actually draws a line down the map.
And this is really important. It's something that I thought about going into this matchup. A map split massively favors whoever can pull it off. That was a close one. I thought it may well be XL who go for this because they're very keen on those level 1 invades, but Giants, they drafted the composition with things like the Braum, like the Lucian, really strong level 1, and it means that they can go for the split map. And now, looks like Razor actually reneging on that. He wants to go straight to his red buff to try and defend it from Taxa, and we'll see if he gets there in time.
Well, he's got bot lane pushing in for him. Alicia not going to be able to deal with it. Taxa finds out Razor. He might just have to flash the wall here. Goes for the stun. Sendo trying to come down, but Taxa has to flash away. Razor comes straight after him. Milicia flashes forward. And it looks like Giants are going to be able to chase the Scorpion out their jungle, but they still want to find that first blood. And Razork is going to be the one to pick it up.
Yeah, and instead of going for the map split that we expected, he decides to take advantage of the situation. He picked Lee Sin to be an early dominant jungler, and he doesn't give the handshake over to Taxa. He's not just going to trade off his red buff. He's going to take it away from Taxa, and this is looking to be a 3-buff start for the Giants jungler. A great position to be in this matchup.
As you can see, the vote along the bottom of your screen here, the Superliga Oranger fans coming out in force, 72% of the vote going towards them. And Taxa with a rough start in the jungle. Not going to be able to get that Predator start he wanted. And now his lanes are going to probably have to deal without a jungler for a little bit longer. But Resort, he is going to be unlocked on this map, and he is a man who we are looking to carry them through this early game and get this team snowballing for Giants.
And it's him that we're putting the attention towards. I thought he might go for the map split. And the thing is, he's still going to be able to move at a time where he'll head down to the bot side of the map. Right now, Deadly and Denick are shoved in, but Tax is so far behind, he can't really offer anything in the form of Ref Drive. There's also that ward in the Tribe Rush to give them cover. Once the wave starts to push outwards, that is when XL want to be able to shove it in so it resets, but Razork, he will be on the timing to be there. He's heading over to the Skull Crab. And actually, special. He's gone very aggressive here, but you got to be cautious that Razork is in the area to assist.
Antonio going for a trade here with Sendo. He looks to try and walk away from that, but Sendo's going to be all right. A two-man flay comes out of bot lane. Looks like XL looking for the play already. Taxa going in onto Deadly, but Razork is coming forward. Deadly gets the stun off, and Kasing is not going to be able to save his AD carry. That is one picked up for Giants, but it's answered out instantly by XL. But with the Winter's Bite stacking up with the concussive blows, locking them down, a two-man flay will do nothing for Kasing, and Giants find two bot lane.
And I said, Taxa is not able to gank this bot lane at this current timing. He goes for it anyway, and he's punished heavily. Razork has already proved to be the stronger jungler this time, and now they're looking for more. I think they'll just get the plates here, though.
Yeah, a little dangerous to go for the tower dive at this point. Jan and Kasing fairly comfortable to be able to step up, but still, Giants with a solid early game, and this is what we were talking about before we got into the game. They play fast. They play exceptionally fast, and XL good in the early, but they've not been able to match them at all this game.
It's honestly just disrespectful from Taxa, though. It was clear that that gank, yes, it looks nice because Deadly and Denick are overextended, but there's a reason they can be in that position because they know Razork has had the advantage in the jungle matchup. He's pathing towards the bot side. If anything happens like it did, he's going to be able to turn up. And so Taxa, he just sees Champion, tries to kill Champion. He ends up getting punished for it, and he's fallen further and further behind in this matchup. And remember, the Skarner, he isn't really going to come online until that level 6. But if he falls further and further behind, he's just going to be too squishy to deal with his enemy team.
We saw Sendo actually got pushed in a little bit, looking to hold the wave just outside his tower. Antonio actually did get priority in the lane. Was able to push him in. Obviously, Sendo will need a bit more time before he's going to be able to deal with that Cho'Gath.
The freezing's a nice thing in theory, especially if you can bring a jungler up there. But again, Taxa's in no situation to gank, and the big thing is, the Antonio got a recall off, so now Sendo has to shove in just so he can go for a reset for himself, just to match that 1-for-1. Oh, special, gotta be careful here. Razork's looking for him.
Yeah, not going to be able to come over that wall. Did have a ward that you could hop to if you needed to, but Special playing calm and controlled here for the moment. As Denick is rotated towards that mid lane, see if they can make that play happen. Wasn't able to do so. Now is able to join back up with Deadly in this bot lane. And XL don't really gain anything from this, but they do actually have a jungler coming towards them. Good lantern out, but this could be dangerous.
The big thing is they now have control of the bot side river. This is critical in this matchup where both teams want to play around bot. Giants are looking.
Jonan steps up, has to jump away. That's going to be Resort coming in forward. The concussive blows are going to stack up. Hook underneath the tower, though, but a great unbreakable. It means nobody goes down, and an instant pickup for Malizia.
And like I said, in normal circumstances, this wouldn't be too awful, but XL, they're such an early game focused team who want to play around their bot side. They keep losing momentum. And yes, they have things like the Cassiopeia skill on the top side, but this is not how XL play. They are a team who like to be proactive around bot side. Giants are crushing them so far. And Taxa, he has managed to keep up an XP at this point, has hit the level 5, but you are so far behind in those early plays. They're just playing reactionary as of now. And Sendo has to be careful a bit here.
It will take a little bit of light knock up there, but she just wants to get the Twin Fangs in onto the Antonio. Just run him a little bit low. So have to be slightly careful. Level 6 has been hit. Knockup's going to go wide. And now the jungler making his way down. Sendo could be in for a little bit of hurt. But as we look towards the mid lane, Special going for a trade with Malizia. Do you see every time we look in mid lane, he is getting that favorable trade versus Malizia. But the big but, Malizia has been able to move around the map with his jungler. The Giants mid-jungle duo coming up big for them so far.
Another critical thing is the Hex Drinker in Malizia's inventory. Really hard to find an all-in that situation. Now, as you said, Malizia has priority, Special too focused on training. They're going to be able to move over and give over this blue buff. But actually, Razor just going to take it up, and now Sendo's here.
Sendo misses out on the Petrifying Gaze, even misses out on the Miasma. He has to flash away as Resort lands a kick, but in comes Special. They're going to go in for the damage onto him. Resort goes down, a shutdown, picked up by Sendo. That's a perfect execution forward though. Special, he's going aggressive onto the Antonio, has to flash away. Milicia turns it around. He's found one. Twin Fangs are in. The stun's on. That's going to be the Hex Drinker to keep him alive. Milicia finds a double kill. Taxa answers out, but Giants come up big in the fight.
Really big disconnect from XL. Taxa started to back away when Special was still looking to go in the end. The feast from the Antonio and the sustained damage from Milicia is enough to take out 2 of those XL members. Honestly, just a misplay from XL. They could have come out so much further ahead from that play, but at least we're seeing some life from them at this point here and now. But still, look at the goal difference at the top of the screen. 2,000 between these teams. And you can see now that Corky's picked up all those kills. He's 1,000 gold up on this Akali. He already had that Hex Drinker which slowed down his build, but that difference is basically made up because of those extra kills, and he feels so safe in this matchup.
He's got that package as well, so expect to see him move around this map as much as possible. Or he just jumps onto Special as he chunks him down, and Resort coming in to back him up.
I mean, if you look at his items, Phage, Hex Drinker is such a really strong early pickup. You have the extra HP, you have the movement speed as well from the passive of the Phage, and you have that shield and MR from the magic from the Hex Drinker. Really difficult to punish his Corky, and it means he's able to get priority with his abilities, move to the side in this situation, looking for the early dragon with
Sendo,
Razor.
flashless, actually does come out on top. That was a little bit dangerous for the Snake, but he's going to be able to walk away from that one.
It's a big gamble for the Antonio. Oh. Going to come from that. It's a big gamble because he is so reliant on hitting his skill shots to trade with Sendo. Sendo has that phase rush, just makes it very easy to dodge away. And the Cassiopeia, especially now she has some mana behind it, has enough damage to take you out. But now All In might be coming.
Yeah, Antonio does get it, but the Petrifying Gaze is on Sendo. Running low on mana though. Poison not going to be enough, and Antonio actually feasts the minion to stay alive. Sendo forces ult for ult.
That's one of the limitations of Cassiopeia. When you're dealing with a tank, the mana pool is a limited aspect. We talked about the Gnar in draft. That would have had the sustained damage, but now both teams posturing around the bot lane. They've seen Taxa. Razork hasn't been spotted, but he is going to back away. I think you have to guess from how aggressive Deadly and Denick would be. They are not that disrespectful. You expect the enemy jungler to be there, so XL go for a defensive recall from the jungle support duo, and now Hyunan's there just to pick up the wave.
It's going to take a lot of poke there. The Piercing Light slaps through the minions, able to chunk down Hyunan a little bit. These plates are going to be the objective here for Giants. Be a real problem for the moment, but that's actually the flash forward, and oh no, Giants just make it look easy.
And it begs the question, why did Kasing opt for the recall there to leave Hyunan alone? He just have the TP, he'll be back in 10 seconds, but he gives over a kill, he misses his wave. I just feel like some of these decisions, these moves from XL are a bit sloppy, a bit questionable, and that's what's really given Giants the advantage here. They are a very decisive team. We've seen that from how fast their games have been. They will see an opportunity like that where you leave the enemy to carry alone in the tower, and instantly Denick and Deadly look to capitalize. They will not let you play safely in the tower. That's just not how Giants function.
Now Giants got themselves a 2,000 gold lead over XL, 2,700 as well. It's not beat around the bush here. It's nice and big for them. At 11 minutes, they got that Cloud Drake. And now you can see Antonio building towards that Abyssal Mask. It's going to be so strong for him dealing with Sendo on this Cassiopeia. He's now got his jungler around that side of the map because Giants are aware the next big objective for them is that Rift Tail. They started it up. Hyunan is going to get himself a few plates there in the bot lane, and that was solo gold for him. The Giants, they're going to be able to get more plates with the help of this Herald.
Yeah, and we're going to look back at the win conditions we were talking about earlier. So both teams like to play around bot lane. XL have this extra condition of getting the Cassiopeia ahead. They haven't done that. They failed in their bot lane execution because of that early invade from Taxa that was punished. And Giants, they've really found the momentum. They now have the Herald. They're going into a good position to transition the mid lane favorably for them and start taking these towers. XL have been put on the back foot. Their aim to play around bot side has failed, and now it comes down to them kind of weathering the storm a bit and looking for picks based on this Skarner and Akali.
Special going confidently in, but Taxa was there as well. These junglers seem to match up every time they look for a play. They're both in the same positions, both in the same spot on the map.
And it's got to
result in
it's got to favor Razork at this point because Taxa, that ult's really strong, but he hasn't had an opportunity to use it. Razork is the one who's been ahead. He's the one who's come slightly earlier often and been able to find the burst potential. Taxa just playing catch-up as of now, and gold lead's just over 2,000. Not the most significant at this stage, but we have a minute left before the plates are going to go down, and you can see Razork on the bot side of the map. He's heading bot lane. He wants to get that first tower blood. He wants to get those plates.
But Taxa's there again as well.
Big
Every
thing is,
time.
if you look at the mid lane, Special, and this is something we always talked about with him, able to find priority and move down first, and that negates the play from Giants. They would have gone for that if it hadn't been for the fact that they would have been outnumbered 4v3, and now, 30 seconds left. Razork's moving up to put down the Rift Herald. They want these plates desperately.
Yeah, they are going to get it, but actually Kiana goes in for the fight here. It goes low, the Buster Shot sends him back in, but Deadly finds the kill. Giants just walking circles around XL's bot lane currently.
And that is not the play you expect from someone of the caliber of Hjarnan, of the prestige of Hjarnan. And now those plates going to take a hit and all that gold in Deadly's pocket. They're looking for the play now, though.
Special jumps in, but that is just going to be him running low. The plate has fallen down, and XL want to defend this tower as valiantly as possible, but with the plates down, with the tower health low, it's going to be very easy for Giants to pick up that first turret. Blood is Antonio also going to get some solo time on this top lane turret. With that demolish, it's quite scary how much damage he's going to be capable of doing.
And there was a very slight window for XL to deny that Rift Herald before the plates faded away. They did not find it, however. Giants, they went for the play bot side, and realistically, XL adapted well. They moved Special down, they had priority, but Hjarnan just massively oversteps. He tries to trade 1-for-1 against Deadly, and it's just not going to work. And then when it backfires, you give up so much. You gave not only the kill gold, but that extra 320 from the plates over this Lucian, and it's put Giants in the perfect position. They're now ahead of the curve. They're now going to start rotating their bot side. I think they're first trying to get some pressure around mid lane, and their goal is to take these tier 1 towers. They want to go faster in the mid game. We've seen them second fastest game time in EU Masters, and this is really going to that pace.
So we understand what Giants are trying to do. It's about getting these turrets down. Now they've done a lot of setup for that. They've got the priority around the map. But what do XL do to stem the bleeding here? Because this is looking dangerous. You actually see a Petrifying Gaze come out by Sender, but he's been knocked up. Antonio flashes forward and feasts him.
And this is what we talked about. The Antonio, despite being in an anti-tank matchup on a tank, he still finds these windows. It's a matter of time. He keeps throwing out those ruptures. Enough hit, and he jumps in for the feast. The Antonio now, you could see, despite Sendo trading with him, with that extra MR he's been able to pick up, he was just too bulky. And it's not going to get to the stage of the game where XL can cut through a tank like the Antonio. You need 3 or 4 items on your Tristana.
Special actually jumps in, Petrifying, gets in, gets the ulti off, trying to get the damage down, but Deadly just is on a killing spree right now. Giants just walking through XL. And now they should be able to crack open this turret in the mid lane, because Sing and Taxa can do nothing but watch. Hjarnan's catching a bot lane wave, and
XL are just falling on their faces. And, you know, yes, their composition can deal with tanks like the Antonio, but it's going to take such a long time. And Giants, plays like these, punish in Special, punish in Sendo. They don't let you wait for that point. You're not going to get 3 items in Hjarnan if Giants keep playing this way. They will close out the game by then, and Deadly's already picked up 2. They're very far ahead of the curve, and XL are not a scaling team.
And the incredible thing about this is actually the Spanish region, historically at the European Masters, has been famous for being a bit slower, a bit more controlled. But while this is definitely still controlled, it's a faster paced style from Giants. They've been able to pull themselves massively far ahead in gold here.
Oh no.
And Sendo, he's just in the shop, has to flash over after using the Petrifying Gaze. He cannot win this matchup right now.
And we questioned why take the Cassiopeia when the Gnar was available. You'd be in a much better situation than this. Yes, the scaling wouldn't be as prevalent, but I feel like it might have been a mistake. The Antonio really starting to punish in this matchup, and XL, they have scaling aspects to their composition, but historically their mid-game to late-game decision-making has been questionable. That has been their downfall, even when they've got massive leads. But when they're behind, I have so many concerns, because even if they were equal in gold in the later stages, you have to take a lot of effectiveness from the likes of Special. You don't have a really solid front line like Giants. It is harder to execute. But when you're already 7,000 gold down at 17 minutes, it's going to take a miracle to get back in this game. And I'm looking at Special to see what he can do on this Akali. If he can make Malitza and Deadly struggle, then maybe, but look how tanky the Antonio is.
Sendo trying to use his fancy feet from the
He's
phase rush, but he
not
is
taking any
running
damage.
in low. It's taking Twin Fang after Twin Fang. You can see Special now being chased down by Resort. The flash over the wall. He's trying to get the heal off with the kick. The Dragon's Rage. That's going to be a squash onto Special as he gets picked up. And Antonio now running away from multiple members. Taxa is going for it. This is the moment for XL. They use the miasma down. Antonio tries to get the feast off. He gets it. Taking a tower shot. 1 versus 3. Antonio finds a kill.
And when you are forced to do this, when you're so desperate, scene engagement with
that's
mid.
actually Deadly going down. The shutdown for Kasing. A little bit questionable there by Deadly.
Bit disrespectful. It does actually make a massive impact because realistically, Kasing shouldn't have been able to defend that tower 1v2. In the end, he does, but XL are so lost right now. So lost in the fact that they failed in their bot lane plays, failed in Special finding an advantage mid. The only area they think they can force is topside, but the Antonio, he's prepared for this. He plays weak side. He's confident in it, and when you challenge him even 1v3, he comes away with a kill. You cannot really try and punish Giants in that regard.
Now, looking at the items here for Sendo, I'm assuming that Catalyst is building into an Abyssal Mask. It's 19 minutes, so I hope to hell it's not a rower.
I mean, I feel like it's probably leaning towards a rower. The range on Abyssal Mask is so short, you really don't want it on even a short-range mage like Cassiopeia is going to be limited. And now XL, it's a sad state when you're sort of resort to looking for picks in these pockets of vision. But it's not even like they're putting up aggressive vision. They're just trying to hide off to the side and see if someone walks there. As soon as they see the rest of Giants coming, they recall. They know they're behind. They know they're struggling. They know Giants have the advantage. In a team fight, they'll be crushed. So their windows in are very weak, very fragile. And it comes down to things like Deadly overextending like we saw in the mid lane. But realistically, if Giants are grouped as 5, I just don't see XL coming out ahead. The one good thing is that no one on Giants has picked up a QSS yet. So Tax's effectiveness combined with this Thresh is still pretty potent. If you get that Impale off into the Lantern, you can still take someone out. But it's a big if.
They're trying to funnel some gold onto Hyana now. 1-3-1 on the Tristana. Meanwhile, Giants, they haven't had the best option of the Drakes, but they are happy to take at least 3 of them, seeming as they've basically been free here for them. Double Cloud and an Ocean Drake as the Antonio will get a stack off the feast. Yum, 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 yum. And now, an exciting Drake has spawned up, the Infernal. You can see Giants quite confidently in control over this game. And remember, this is Group C's first seed deciding game. The winner of this will not be facing a first seed in the quarterfinals. They'll be facing a second seed. I can't remember what team. Hopefully, Yorks, you can remember.
I believe it is from Group A, which is, I believe, Mouse.
Yes, it is Mouse.
Yep, so the loser of this would play against Mouse, which is a really difficult matchup for either of these teams because they like to play around bot side, and Mouse can just take things like the Swain Tarek that make it extremely hard to be proactive with plays. I feel like they want the win to come out here, and Giants, they're representing the SLO region, the last seed. And honestly, people have had criticisms for this region coming forwards from last EU Masters that they've been a lot weaker, underperforming. But this team, this roster, is doing so much to step up for the Spanish region and prove they are still very capable, very much in the conversation to win this EU Masters. But they still need to close out this game. 7,000 gold lead. It's getting to those later stages. It's firmly in the mid game now, and Giants, they're looking towards that Baron area. You can see them clearing out the vision. And XL may look for a pick here, but they got to be so careful. A team fight would be disastrous.
The last seed representing Spain need to look to close this game out as cleanly and as crisply as possible for the UKLC, for XL UK, the second seed coming from there. They need to stem the bleeding. They need to find their opening back into this game, but I just don't know how they can do it at the moment. Maybe the picks they've been trying to set up for a while, but Giants are just playing with enough respect. They know that's a condition for XL to pull back this gold lead, and Kasing, he's just going to take a full combo to the face. The culling comes down, and Antonio noms him up nice and easy. That'll be a turret for Giants.
And that's the thing, is that if they move the Antonio up, he has that right to glory, easy for picks. Gonna look to get some damage on his tower now. Sendo could go for a big petrifying gaze. He has the flash. But they still don't feel confident 4v5. They're just gonna zone them away, clear out the wave. But look how deep Giants are now. They have all this priority. They'll now sweep through this topside jungle, clear out the Skarner things, the shrines, sorry, and all this vision. And now XL have to face check so deep. You can see Special and Hyanan pushing up mid, and now they'll rotate over. But the Baron is already underway. And Giants, they're looking to bait them into a fight.
XL well aware of this. They put the Scryers down. The flash comes down. That's going to be a feast. Instantly picked up by Antonio. XL are sent packing. Taxa flashes the wall. In comes Kasing, though. Giants a little bit too low to continue on the Baron, so XL can take their minor win here. But now they are jumping in. That's the insect. That's the end of Sendo. Giants back to Baron.
Looks like they want to play it safe. They know Special actually flank behind, so they won't push towards the Baron. They're going to just push a mid, and critically, those control wards came down to stop the TP flanks from coming in when Sendo respawns. They'll push up mid, they'll take this inhibitor, and there is no recourse for XL.
Taxa's in the river.
He's trying to get some vision control in the area in case they go for the Baron, but at the end, he doesn't even feel confident in that. He's just going to recall. Giants confident. They got what they wanted. They got the kills. They got that mid lane inhibitor. And yes, the Baron's still an option, but if you look in the top left, a minute 30 on an Infernal. And when you have carries like the Corki and the Lucian going in the later stages, that's going to make such an impactful difference. XL are still waiting for their Tristana and their Cassiopeia to scale up, but at this rate, like I said earlier, it's just not going to happen. They need to be able to contest in this mid game, but they are so incredibly far behind. 10,000 gold at 25 minutes.
I mean, Antonio is in the base. He could look just to get someone here. They use the Impaled. Hyanan is able to jump away. The culling goes onto him, does a lot of damage. His deadly jumps forward. The miasmas come down. Now they're looking for the Antonio, but he's just buying time for the team. Petrifying Gaze lands onto Denick. That's a shutdown for Special. They're chasing now for more. XL know this is their moment. But Deadly recognize that with his team. Giants step away, and XL find one.
Okay, you're tanky, Antonio, but not that tanky. If you're sitting in all 5 members, they will take you down. Yes, Sendo's struggling on lane, but he's still playing a Cassiopeia. Pretty big overstep, and XL, they find some recourse, but they're still so far behind him. Litzia, he's feeling confident with the package. Poke comes through, and Giants posturing. They want to get control. They want to maintain control of this mid lane, and it means they can easily just flow off into the Baron and into the Dragon. Right now, though, they're giving up this Baron pressure. They are confident XL won't start it, but their focus is this Infernal Dragon.
Yes,
Razor can just solo it. The pressure from Litzia having the package is so high that there is no real threat.
Also,
sorry, go on.
They've also moved all the wards down to this side of the map as well, so there's no way XL can even remotely contest. It's nice and simple. Next Drake up will be another Infernal as well. If Giants even let this game go this late, they're so well and truly in control. One good Baron for them will be all they need to close this game out, and XL have to find that miracle moment. Taxa not had the impact we wanted from him, and he has to find that key moment, try and lock someone like Militia or Deadly down long enough for the rest of XL to find that burst, find that kill.
I do like the respect, not going for the Baron instantaneously. They've got great secure on it, good DPS as well, with the Antonio's Feast and the double 80 carries coming in. But they know it's one of the few ways they can throw away this game, so they play it much slower and look for the picks. The thing is, though, the only QSS that's just been picked up is on Deadly. To me, that does seem a bit disrespectful. But for now, they're still feeling confident. Denick, though, you overextended.
Yeah, he's actually been caught out. The Impale, not going to get used. As Denick goes golden, he's going to get locked down. No, he doesn't. Jumps away. But stand beside me. And Giants now look to start up the Baron. There is a ward just outside the pit, so XL should know this is going on. But it is melting. The Scryers has come down. Taxa still has that Impale. That's the key thing to watch here. It's so low. They lock him down. The Secures come down as well. That's going to be the end of Taxa. XL lose their jungler, and they are sent packing as Giants pick up the objective for free.
Such a fast Baron. They wasted so much time on Denick, and now Special's in trouble.
Does have that Shuriken flip and the perfect execution. Uses one to jump away.
Yeah, I'll just be forced away. The Antonio just going to tank this turret. They're not even phased. They know it's a 5v4. Taxa is down, is Impale unavailable. They're just going to look to push in, and XL, they're not even prepared. This tower's going to go down.
It's do or die here for XL. They don't have that Petrifying Gaze, the big team fighting tool for them for the moment. This is just going to be the end of the top lane inhibitor. Giants do step away. They have the Baron. They have the ability to reset. They're not going to close the game quite yet to XL. Don't want to throw open their win.
And look at the item pickups that just came through. Another Zeal for Deadly, the Infinity Edge for Militia, and the Stone Plate for the Antonio. This is the core items he loves to be able to get in his pocket. Abyssal Mask gives him a lot of strength in the Cassiopeia, but it's the Righteous Glory speed buff. And then the Stone Plate. When he pops that, his ult gets so much damage. And if you look across XL, all these carries are such easy targets. The peel just hasn't really been there. They wanted to capitalize on the Skarner Thresh combo, but have just been unable to. And now the Antonio, he's not phased. He can just walk up. He doesn't even need a QSS. TP actually coming in. They're looking to zone them off.
Giants are going in bot lane. That's going to be Militia running away. The Predator's already used. Look at the damage onto Taxa. Giants able to zone XL away, and now they're looking towards this turret. This will be the third inhibitor turret going down. Special can't do anything but watch. A Petrifying Gaze lands onto the Antonio. Has to use the Stone Plate for the moment. It actually goes a little bit wide here as the Shroud gets thrown down. XL do hold onto this turret for the moment, but those supers will be pouring in the mid lane, will be pouring in the top lane fairly soon. So Giants just have to stem and slow down for the moment.
Yeah, Giants should be a bit more patient. The Antonio playing a bit disrespectful. Used both of his active items. Now they're going to push up again. This tower's very low.
Mid lane actually did just respawn for XL there, so they got a point. Taxa comes in. That's the Impale. That's the combo. Resort gets taken down, but Giants still have the damage dealers.
Deadly's
They're
so
low, though. They're going to step away. Poison lands onto the Antonio. Sendo slithering towards Giants, but they're not going to go for more. XL happy with the one combo they got.
They get a kill. They stop some of the pressure, but it's still not much recourse. The tower goes down, next Dragon's Infernal, and the gold lead is still 11,000. XL, it's a sign of life, but it's barely a heartbeat at this point. They need a lot more to get themselves back in this game, and Giants, they will back off, they will reset, but already you can see Deadly takes that Rift Scuttler on the bottom side. They're going to get control of this Dragon area, and once they have 5 dragons, it just means an extra win condition for Giants, and their objective control with this Cho'Gath, it's so hard to deal with because the Feast, it just outpaces smites from both junglers. Over 1,000 damage already. Really difficult for them to contest, and that's assuming that they could even win the fight that follows from that. Taxa and Kasing shown that they can do the combo, but it's going to take more than that. They need to find Militia if they want to win off that play. If it's just Razork, it really doesn't make that much of a difference.
Just slows Giants down, doesn't pull the game back. Militia now with the package. Antonio, 4.7k HP on this Cho'Gath. He does not care. Sendo really the tool to deal with that Liandry's Torment. The Giants are now just aggressively walking forward. A hook lands, and that's going to be Special. Jumping into the backline, uses the Shroud for the moment. Deadly, zoned away, and Antonio in the middle of the fight just eats Kasing alive. He is going to get cooked as Dedek flashes in, gets the Glacial Fissure down. The Culling's coming out by Deadly. Taxa is being liquefied by Giants. The package is dropped. XL's team is dropped. Special has to come up 1v5, but he can't do anything. Deadly's damage is just disgusting at this point. Yana looks to take him down, but it's only one of XL that stands. Giants will book themselves first in the group.
Great performance coming out from Giants, and it was a bit of a slower paced game from them. XL did put up a fight, but it was not enough. Giants, ever confident, ever aggressive in this game, and they prove that irrespective if they're not playing the meta with a tank top, they will crush you, and they'll do it in style.
A clean and collected game by Giants. The last representatives for Spain are going to come out first from Group C, and crucially avoid Mouse.
Yeah, it's a massive thing because Mouse have looked so dominant. The DAC region as a whole has looked dominant, and it puts XL in a rough position going on those quarterfinals. They do have a bit of time to reset, but the issue with that, I mean, both of these teams, I would say, have been a bit one-dimensional in the way that they are very focused around bot, especially the side. I mean, XL tend to play weak side with Sendo. The Antonio tends to only play tanks, but Giants have proved here that yes, we have the same game plan, but we're just better than you at it. We can perform so much stronger, and a big part of that was Razork. And normally we talk about how it's the Razork Militia synergy, and it was still that case here. He wasn't on the aggressive Kiana, but he had the priority in lane, he rotated to help it, and from that level 1 where Razork, he took control of the bot side, he crossed the map and took out Taxa, and from then on, it was completely his game to dictate.
Oh, Giants do get themselves the win, book themselves first seed, but we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back, it'll be Savannah Zvezda taking on Diffuse Kids. Don't go anywhere, we'll see you in a second.
I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips.
Wanna play?
Wanna lose?
Controllers. That round goes to me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, mister, I'm so funny today, but I've got this greasiness, you know?
No, I don't know. Pringles doesn't give you greasy hands. Ready now?
Yeah.
Well,
I can't.
that's 2-0 for me, I guess.
My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Happens.
That's how I feel.
That's probably the most respectful the UK's been treated recently.
That's probably the easiest prediction I ever had. D'Antonio popping off, you put all your eggs in the Sendo basket, and they have been smashed into an omelette that was then thrown into the garbage by Giants. That was a dominating performance I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, D'Antonio starting to draw
Yeah.
those Cho'Gath bans seems fair.
Yeah, I think so. And then he has the Scion in his back pocket. He has other picks that he can bring out as well. Cho'Gath is probably the most burst heavy of all of them. And yeah, you definitely do want to start targeting it. Clearly, it's not something that you can just look to put your anti-tank play on anti-tanks for. We've seen two classic anti-tank picks happen, but this is really where the game turned. We talked about this on the desk. The level 1 invade, whoever is able to split them up heavy to bot side is going to have an advantage, and you have to think, well, then you're giving Excel the top side, right? No, Razork actually off of this level 1 invade with the Brom moves through the mid priority that they picked Corki for and is able to then take on tax on the top side. He's able to free quadrant, secure both sides of the map, secure advantages for both side lanes that he has here. You have to think the game was essentially won not by mid jungle, but a lot by jungle with mid pick.
Yeah, and that's it. You had the priority with the Corki. You were able to push up and join him. And obviously on the cast, you were looking at it as the Antonio, big flashy player, but it really was that jungle that helped carry it.
Yeah, we still saw Taxa going for these kinds of 3v3 bots that we've seen a lot, but Special isn't able to join him because he's not on one of these heavy prior champions, and Razor, he's there with his early game Lee Sin. He's there, able to match him at every single point, unworried about whether Special is going to come down and be the difference maker or not. He just couldn't be this game. Melitza was able to join these fights before Special was, and that advantage that they've had ever since they made this roster change of Exile for Special is suddenly null and void by a superior mid-jungle play as opposed to just mid.
Yeah.
You're going to have to snap out of it at some point, Scoundrel. It's happened, we have to move on.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. But yeah, we've got another UK game team coming up later. You know, I've got a second chance for
and you have
sure
knockouts as well. There's still knockouts on the cards.
Obviously, if you guys have seen, you might have seen it during the break, we have that knockout bracket where you can have a look exactly where XL are placed. They'll be going up against Mouse Sports as the first game of the day on Saturday. So that'll be the first game that you see on Saturday at 6 p.m. CEST.
There's a chance for them not to be completely
I mean,
humiliated.
it's a best of 3. We have best of 3. Lots of things. Lots of things can happen. Lots of things can happen, veteran. But with that, XL's unbeaten run actually comes to an end. And I think there was a lot of things that went wrong, but in my eyes, it was the 700 IQ pathering coming out of Razork that really just set the tone of the game. And then it was never coming back from that position. XL never found a way back in at that point.
Yeah, they definitely drafted knowing what the strengths of XL were, knowing what Special had been able to bring to that team, knowing what Sendo may be able to bring out. They absolutely came here to win. This is huge for the SLO. We've had a lot of questions about the SLO. Origin didn't put up the best performance in play-ins, and we know it really went down to the wire, but Giants have stepped up. They're here to play all of their lanes. Even the one that we see ignored a lot have been stepping up.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that you were talking about this team is really good at snowballing, really good at early aggression. You have those early win conditions looking very similar to the LDLC, which we'll see later as well.
Right, I think I have to move past this pain and move us on to the next game.
We're here for you.
I thank you so much. It is going to be Savannah Zvezda versus Diffuse Kids. Now, you've been working on this, so I'm going to let you do it.
Oh, Sven Svesta?
There we go.
I can actually do it.
I have, in the 3 European Masters that I've tried to do this, I've always screwed up.
Savannah Vesta, shout outs to Tasteless for sending me a video of his lovely face pouncing it over and over again. I've still probably butchered it, but I'm actually very excited to see both of these teams come out, especially double lane from Savannah Vesta actually be able to put a dominating performance that he's threatened to do a lot. And Hades, you have to think he isn't performing the best out of the guys on Diffuse Kids.
No.
Alois is, though.
It feels like, and I'm going to frame it like this, it feels like 2 one-man armies against each other. You've got Double Aim on the side of Red Star, and you've got Alois and Alois on the side of Diffuse Kids.
Credit where credit's due on the side of Diffuse Kids, though. Kitty and Jesui Cass, I'm sorry to bring the pain back, were able to bring the pain to the UK scene on Fnatic Rising. They were able to 2v2 bot side a lot there. So there are a lot of strengths on the side of Diffuse Kids, but Alois has been the one that has kept them in the game.
It's also worth noting that, I mean, to touch on that last person there, Chipapi as well, if you get those long-range mages, does look comfortable and did, as we said, extend that UK game quite long. So there's definitely the potential for the other people on Diffuse Kids to step up, Alois being the major star, and especially against Coincidence being given the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens in the mid lane. Chapapi's being leaning towards picks like the Zeref, though he is able to show more standard picks, whereas this is definitely a game where Might really wants to show off. He was actually able to do well last game. He had a famously bad first game, but on the Kiana, he actually had a lot of impact in a lot of these teamfights and was one of the reasons why they were able to make it so far through that game. It's not like double aim is the only threat on this team anymore if Might keeps stepping up.
I mean, I love both sides, so it's a bit of a heartbreaker for me to have them both face off against each other. The Benelux and the Balkans have always been regions I try to hype up, I try to favor. Benelux definitely struggling in that regard sometimes, so I'm hoping to see at least this means one of them gets a good performance.
Well, actually, even just from a region-specific standpoint, the Balkans have been one of the most consistently hyped minor regions. They kind of set the tone on the very first European Masters with, I always hark back to it, the Click-Tech Clap.
Yeah.
It was the Milica where he first had his outing.
Yep.
You now see him stomping on Giants, having a great performance there. The Balkans would not be happy going home 0-3 at a tournament that created the hype around their region. And the Benelux region has come in as a fairly recent addition over the last few European Masters in terms of getting to the group stages, and they have been fan favorites, really. I think it's fair to say they've been fan favorites. They're really sort of self-aware, I think, on Twitter.
Winners on Twitter.
Yes, they're winners on Twitter and winners in the fans' hearts. But I think Balkans have a lot to play for here.
I mean, I really do want to see a strong jungle matchup come out here. Hades needs to step up now, but on the side of Savannah Svesta, they've always had that ace in the hole of double aim. We've had a lot of hype coming in the tournament about him, and just like on Isuba with Jakey, I really do want to see junglers come out. Alois is not going to get that comfortable champion. You have to think if he wants to get it now, it's going to be now very famous for his rhythm.
I'm sad. Savannah Svesta apparently not playing ball. They're not playing the exciting game for the last game.
On the other side, though, Chapapi did say he would try to get the Ahri, so I'm wondering if that's something he may go towards as Diffuse.
Unless Savannah Svesta just ban it.
I mean, Savannah Svesta have done their homework. Everyone obviously knows Alois. They've obviously seen Chapapi play out on the Zeraf. These guys are not getting any comfort in what you have to think is a very, very important game for them. Neither of these teams want to go 0-3. Both of these teams have something they want to play around. Ultimately, though, it is a complete player in the form of double aim on the side of Savannah Svesta, whereas Diffuse Kids, they have guys that are very good if they are able to get ahead, but you just then have to ban out their comfortable champions.
I quite like the Karma ban against Savannah Svesta, especially if you're playing something that's sort of double aim focused and having the support from Might in the mid lane.
Shuts down the potential Kindred carry that we've seen other teams bring out before.
That's the Camille ban. Alois is being very heavily targeted here.
Yes, he has indeed, and that means we're going to see him on something that we haven't seen him play yet, because he's played Camille twice so far in this tournament.
Yep, I'm actually very excited to see what that would be. I do think the Karma ban is a very good one. I think if they were to flex it towards the bot lane, they've shown they can do something on that. The Aatrox is gone. Both Quintessence and Might have had pretty strong performances on that in their home region. Very powerful performance actually from Might that I remember in their first game of playoffs versus a team that somehow is able to have their tag towards the end and the start. So it was the weirdest thing I ever saw. I doubt this Heimerdinger is what gets
I'm wondering if we see the Silas as well come out from Might again. It's possible.
It's possible that the Akali is going to be locked in. This is a flex pick right now, or maybe Might really wants to show that he can pop off in a game. He has been trying to make up somewhat for that first game. I really do think he was an unsung hero of the last game.
Yes.
A lot of the flanks that he got off were incredibly impactful, but ultimately his scoreline wasn't reflecting it. Zaya, Rakan are actually both open, so Diffuse Kids. Oh, and they pick the Kiana away from Might at the same time. You have to think you either remove the Rakan now, or you're going to see a version of a lane that Kitty and Jesui Cast were able to take to Fnatic Rising and beat them out in the 2v2.
Absolutely. We'll see how Savannah Svesta or Red Star choose to respond. They could just go for the Lucian Rakan, which...
Lucian Yuumi as well is still up.
Yuumi is still up?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something else that has completely slipped through the radar here.
That has actually, yeah. We've gotten so used to seeing Yuumi banned on blue side and it immediately being first picked in response. I mean, by red side and then first picked in response by blue side. That it has just completely gone past the radar. But Lucian is the champion we last saw it paired with. We're not really seeing these Yuumi Garen lanes anymore. We did see a Yuumi Heimerdinger, but. Yeah, we'll see if they go for it here. That does mean you're sacrificing the Rakan away. They're going for the Pike instead.
Or maybe saying that if you wanted to somehow play like a Zaya Yuumi lane, you're playing into a Pike, so that might be difficult.
I mean, what's very interesting here is the amount of burst that they have bot side. We could potentially see double aim trying to play a very bot-focused game before Zaya Rakan are able to get to their level 6 portion.
Worth noting as well that Double Aim's waiting on that jungle pick. So kind of waiting to see exactly what you'll be playing into. Once that, as much as possible, a counter there as well would be nice.
Could possibly be a Keon in the jungle for Hades, but yeah, he's saving it. He's at least saying, mine is not a pool that you are going to be able to dismantle. He plays a lot of styles, he plays a lot of junglers. He can play everything from the Xin Zhao to the likes of Nocturne.
Yeah, I was going to say the Nocturne mightn't even be bad here, because previously it was they were heavily punished early, so kind of waiting to see if Fuse Kids go heavily early game. If not, could maybe lean back towards the Nocturne.
So Gangplank ban now, actual jungle targets being thrown down by Zvezda, trying to ban out the more meta-style junglers. Now, not that we've seen Double Aim play those, he's played Talia and he's played Nocturne so far in the group stages. So we know that he can, as the veteran just said, play pretty much anything that he likes in the jungle and make it work.
Yeah, he can play this as well that he's banning. I feel like he's kind of helping these kids out. The Vladimir has been banned. We have seen Might play that beforehand. It's also something that Quintessence could play depending on what the Fuse Kids want to go for. I assume we are about to see a top lane pick coming out of the Fuse Kids. They're absolutely prepping for it.
I'm watching it now. They're removing a lot of those kind of top laners that can sit back, farm up, play from range.
Yeah. If the Camille was up, I imagine the Gangplank would just be left open.
Yep.
Actually, I changed my mind. I'm pretty sure they're going to try to leave top lane for last rotation, and there's a bit of a reference again.
Yeah. The Blitzcrank reference, which we kind of forgot about, but if you remember last time LDLC and Diffuse Kids met in the previous European Masters, it was a Blitzcrank pick, and it was quite a spectacle.
Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so we have seen Double Aim play against very aggressive Nidalees in his home region. I remember the Sejuani being the jungler of choice at that point, but the Talia would just be matching Nidalee at early spikes, at early aggression. I imagine we're going to see a full clear of red buff side, and this could signal pretty heavy moves towards bot. Not quite opting for it yet. Looks like they are going to hover for a top lane pick instead, but I'm very interested to see how he handles the Nidalee aggression early.
Yeah, I'm wondering with this Nidalee as well. Worth talking about that Hades was very comfortable in this Nidalee in the past, was a previous main of his, so now is willing to bring it out in their last game of groups.
I think this is where you just go for comfort, show what you've got. This is Hades' opportunity to strut his stuff in the jungle. He hasn't had much opportunity to do that so far with the games that Diffuse Kids have been involved in. And now we're just looking for, I assume, Double Aim's pick right at the end here. This is what I was thinking it could be. It's the Kindred coming out. This is a Double Aim special. This is his absolute, I think, his signature pick from the jungle.
But there's also something that we have to point out here. Zvezda have actually secured a lot of priority in their lanes outside of mid, so I'd expect to see early plays towards the mid from Kindred, and then she's going to have free reign of Nidalee's jungle. If you take the fight to Nidalee, that's a much better situation, and Nidalee was picked in a position where she had a lot of early priority and is able to perform very fast. The Ahri has actually been brought out, so I expect to see attention brought to the mid lane melee versus range matchup very early on in the first clear from Kindred.
Okay, so here we go. These are the two compositions locked in. Diffuse Kids going for some very classic comfort for them, with Chapapi having his Ahri, Hades having his Nidalee, but you're seeing a similar kind of story with Double Aim's Kindred on the other side of the field. Let's start with you, Veteran. What are some of Zvezda looking to do here?
Yeah, they're looking to actually be able to facilitate invades from the Kindred so that she can get her stacks, and taking the fight to the Nidalee and trying to get ahead on the game with that, for which they are going to have to successfully win out in the mid lane matchup. And post 6, if they're not able to get acceleration plays early, then Diffuse Kids' composition will start to come online very heavily.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for Diffuse Kids. On top of that, you were just talking about that mid lane matchup. Chapapi had promised me the Ahri. I'm glad we finally get to see it. And it is comfort, so could actually put Might under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, and when you play something that's so comfortable for you, especially if you spammed it in solo queue, sometimes taking that in an important match, although it may not be important for the overall standings of this group, this is the one win that either of these teams is going to take away from the European Masters, which is, again, no one wants to go home as 0-3. So very briefly, before we head into this, let's start with you, Celtic. Who's taking this?
I am so torn. I'm going to lean towards Diffuse Kids just because I love that Chapapi followed up with his promise.
Okay, Double Aim, don't let me down. I'm going to stick with Zvezda.
I'm going to go Red Star as well. I'm going to pass it up to our casters, Hitbrain and Orcs.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. Hello and welcome up to the caster desk. As I am so happy to see Diffuse Kids and Chapapi get his hands on the Ahri. Shame we didn't get the Riven, but a lot of comfort picked up across the board here because regional pride is on the line. None of these teams want to leave 0-2.
Yeah, the big one is the Nidalee for Hades as well is very much a comfort pick. And these are a lot of momentum picks. You need to get the ball rolling with the Nidalee, with an Ahri. And that's what I want to see them do. Look for these plays It may be defensive at first because the Kindred wants to be proactive on the map, but Nidalee is such a fast clearer. You have the CC set up for the Ahri, and then once you hit that level 6 point, you can look for roams, and there's great setup in both these side lanes. I mean, Kiana has the ability to pick up CC herself, has a role, and then the bot side, Zyra Khan's so potent at 6, but the fear is, if they start to fall behind to a degree, you're dealing with some very snowbally champs on the side of Svenna Zvezda.
Svenna Zvezda.
Got it.
We say Red Star, if not. But we take to the Rift for game number 5. The second to last group stage game. Svenna Zvezda taking on Diffuse Kids. Neither team wants to walk away with 0 wins for their region. Coming out of the group stage, they want to find that one, and one of them will be able to get it. As we take to the Rift.
It's going to come down large in part to these junglers. Normally, we look towards the top side to Alois for Diffuse Kids, but I feel like with this Nidalee, with this Kindred, both super snowbally champions, very momentum based. You want it on both of them be stealing camps. With the Kindred, it's specifically the marks, which are going to get you to that later stages sooner. You want to get that 4 for that range advantage. But with the Nidalee, it's just generally invading in the jungle. And you can see already double aim. He's put the mark on the Nidalee. It shows that this is going to be a hotly contested matchup, and I give the edge based on the performances in this group so far to double aim. But Hades, he's on his signature pick, and I'm hoping to see him perform. Something to note though, do you see the Glacial Augment come out from Chupapi? It could be the Electrocute, but here he's gone for the more utility role, and I think that's a good call considering how much damage and setup how much damage you already have from your composition. You provide the setup, you provide the slows into the charm, and then if a spear connects on the back of that, easy pickings.
Yeah, it's been the rune that a lot of Ahris kind of been opting into more recently, popping away from the likes of the Electrocute or anything like that. But Diffuse Kids fans are showing up. They have stolen the hearts of everyone. 64% of you voting towards them. We are going to be tracking these junglers to look to set their teams up for success. I especially want to keep my eyes towards this bot lane if I were one of the junglers, because that is an aggressive bot lane no matter what side you're playing on.
But it's an interesting thing to note is that Hades opted to start bot side with a pretty heavy leash, which does weaken Kitty and Cass's level 1 to a degree. You can see Blox and Skash already have the shove. They're going to get level 2 first, and Zyra Khan, the level 1's extremely powerful. So I think this shows that Hades, despite Alois not being on the usual split pushes he likes, like the Camille, they're still wanting to give attention to him. And we actually see that Might has been swapped up to the top side. So feeling a bit concerned about the matchup off the Kennen into the Kiana, it's gone for a very volatile assassin versus assassin matchup, and it's going to come down to who can hit the skill shots. If Mike can land that shuriken flip, if Alois can trade back effectively.
There's a lot of tools to do so on this Kiana. A lot of additional movement on both of them as well, so it's going to be a very fast-paced trades and skirmishes once they've unlocked all of their abilities. I pity our observers for keeping up how fast these guys are going to be moving around, but for the moment, they are looking to just get a little bit of farm up. You can see Alois is the one pushing in this lane, has got Hades on that top side as well, so if a fight was to break out, he would always have Hades to potentially be able to get there, although Hades has moved closer towards the mid lane now.
It's interesting to me though, because I feel like the Kennen would have a super favorable matchup into the Kiana in the next long lane, like the top lane. So this may come down to a comfort thing more than anything. Or maybe it's just Might not wanting to go up against the Ahri in the mid lane. I'm not completely sure, to be honest. I think it is definitely more a comfort thing than a matchup thing. Because I feel like Kennen into the Kiana would have been fine. But we do get a little look at what the junglers have been doing. It's been a pretty fast clear coming out from Hades. He's managed to clear his full jungle and get that top side scuttle. And that's a bit of the differences. Double lane's a little bit slower, but does scale remarkably well with his ultimate, and also if he's able to get some of those stacks. He is heading towards that bot side scuttle as a priority.
Yeah, you can actually see the coincidence with the pressure he was able to assert onto Chupapi in the mid lane. Roams down to make sure the crab is still there. Skash as well, also feeling pretty comfortable in his lane, forcing up into the jungle of Hades. As Hades has actually been spotted out on a ward here. This might be a little bit dangerous. They're looking for the flank. Hades has to flash away. Means he's not going to get caught out today. But now Plox, he might be on the receiving end of a bit of damage from the Zyra Khan.
Yeah, and I like Svenna Zvezda putting a lot of attention on setting up double aim. They move forwards, they get the flash from Hades, and they get that bot side scuttle. So the Kindred In a pretty comfortable position hitting that level 4 now. That was close if it connected, and this matchup not going too well for Might here. They opted into this. They could have taken the cannon into the Kiana, and you see a fight coming up bot.
We've seen Might has struggled for the majority of the group stages, and looks like his struggles are continuing as Alois has got himself an 11 CS lead over him. Will be evaporating a little bit as Might is able to catch this wave in the top side.
In fairness, I would say Alois is probably the strongest player on Diffuse Kids, so it is a rough matchup to put him into, especially when I feel like Kennen would have been the better 1v1, but now Might, is he coming out ahead in this trade?
Yeah, actually he is going extended there. Fleet Footwork does a lot of work for him.
Level 6 is the big point where it changes though, because Alois' ult, super conditional. You have to hit them into the wall for it to be effective. Might has so much all-in pressure though, but now Hades
looking to come in. They've got that route, goes invisible, but Spear lands onto a minion by Hades. Nowhere near, and now Double Aim, he's first up as well. Looking to come in, see if he can help his top laner. Might does need help pushing this wave in so he can base, so he can reset. Hades now looking to sign something onto Double Aim. They jump in with the audacity and first blood for Hades.
just disrespectful from Double Aim. The burst potential from Kiana is huge, and with the Nidalee as well. I really just have no idea what he was going for. He just walks up to the ward and expects to be able to take it for free when Hades with a level advantage and Alois are there. And honestly, it's an uncharacteristic mistake. Double Aim has been such a strong player for the Sven Zvezda side. He's been good in the early game, he's been good later on, but here, really dropping the ball in their last match of the European Masters.
The gold lead now sits a little bit in favor of Diffuse Kids, but not too much for the moment. That Infernal Drake is the first Drake up on the map, and I do expect to see, while we had a bit of jungle attention towards the top side, they probably do want to look to start shifting this so they can get that objective. It'd be a nice Drake to pick up. Kitty and Caspas have done a good job of shoving the wave up for the moment towards Savannah Zvezda, but they are going to be able to catch it around the middle of the lane.
And I gotta say, this has massively favored the Fuse Kids so far. Their bot lane had a lot of potential to be punished, with Savannah Zvezda having the Lucian Pike. But nothing's really come from it. And now Kitty and Cass are going to be close to that level 6 point where they spike massively. Hades has been ahead of the curve in terms of farm and getting that kill. The Fuse Kids, the lead's only 600, but the momentum is their favor, and their compositions are both very momentum focused. You want that lead, but now Double Aim, he has priority bot lane, Skash is coming with. They want this Nidalee.
Yeah, they're looking to steal away the blue buff, but it is secured with a smite by Hades. This means Double Aim does feel confident to maybe look to set up some vision and some control around this Infernal Drake. Crab is up, but he's just looking to bait here.
He doesn't even feel that confident to go for the Crab is the thing. He's now looking for it because his bot lane has priority. A big objective is secure because it will mean they have that permanent vision around the Infernal, and the priority bot has been the massive factor in Double Lane keeping in this matchup, because mid, it's now Chapapi who is able to shove in. Ooh. And it's been Hades playing around OC.
Alois going in onto Might. He's going to get the level off. Might stays invisible within his shroud at the edge of each tower, but not going to commit anymore.
It feels like Kiana just out-trades the Akali no matter what. You really have to look for good use of the shroud to dodge away from the edge of Ixtal, but it's just not coming out. Alois finding the advantages in this matchup, and Chapapi feeling confident here. He's been shoving in consistently since he's been around that level sort of 5 to 7 point. Once he's got a few points in his queue, his wave clear will just be a lot better than the cannons. And it means that Hades is comfortable playing around mid as he has that consistent priority. Do you see on the minimap there's a mark on that Gromp on the side of the Fuse Kids? It even more accentuates how bot side focused these teams want to be.
Caspas actually playing a bit of a bait here. Goes for the knock-up and jumps back towards Kitty. Doesn't actually find anything onto Plox. Look at the roam. Chapapi making his way down. Spirit Rush available. Skash wants to step up, wants to find himself an opening onto Kitty, onto Caspas, but now they look to catch him out. The quickness is going to get used. They actually lock him in place underneath the tower, but he jumps in. Chapapi with the Spirit Rush, dives underneath the tower. He gets the X, not going to land onto him, and Chapapi with the Ignite finds himself a kill. Now Hades rotating towards Plox here. One good spear will spell the end of days for this Lucian. Double Aim standing about, but he actually doesn't land the spear. Now Double Aim looks to turn it back around. Hades has to try and jump away. He doesn't actually have the leaps, and now Mike coming in onto the flank. So Zvezda may just have turned this around. That's going to be the Featherstorm used already. A knockup pins him in place. Might is going to go down. No, he isn't. He jumps out of there. It's a double kill for Double Aim.
Might looked so huge in that fight. Honestly, looked like he overstepped, but a great ult on the 3 members, and Double Aim, perfect timing to counteract that play. Honestly, the engage was sloppy from Cass, and Diffuse Kids, they massively overstep. They give over so much to the side of Zvezda, and now they're going to look for that Infernal. Great play coming out from the Balkan side to react to that.
Fantastic play there. We had our questions about Might, but he did a fantastic roam down. Was able to save the day there for Zvezda. Naturally, it looks like both of the mid lane, well, both of the top laners, quote unquote, have now joined up into the mid lane for the moment.
Yeah, there was a point where they moved Might down back into the mid lane and put Quinston's top. Gash, good sidestep.
Yeah, have to be a little careful, but the Undertow, Phantom Undertow will mean he'll be nice and safe. And now Might is actually going to be dealing with Chapapi in the mid lane. Stash just going to jump away towards his tower, and he'll get away nice and safe. The lane swap has started up. They know the next big objective, now the Infernal Drake is down, is going to be that Rift Herald. So AD carries and supports moving towards the top lane.
And I've got to say at this point, the Fuse Kids are, oh, they might be in trouble here actually.
They could be getting flanked actually. As Box is coming in, Caspas does have the ability to jump away with that Gleaming Quill. Sorry, Battle Dance.
And I think the thing for me is the Fuse Kids composition excels pretty heavily at getting picks. They have a lot of CC up front they can use to punish. But in the team fights, Zvezda having tools like the Lamb's Respite, like the Slicing Maelstrom, and then also the execution potential off the Akali and the Pike, I think it sets them up better in that regard. So the Fuse Kids, you do want to look for a bit of control so you can set up those picks. They did try and get control around this Rift-held area, but Zvezda quickly able to answer.
Now, if we do take stock of the summoner spells, both Might and Aloys have their teleports available. So if a skirmish is to break out around this Rift-held area, around this top side of the map, both of them will feel comfortable to go for that. But the key difference is Aloys has the Ghost Blade finished up.
Yeah,
as a
big
full
difference.
item over Might, who's still sitting on the components of that Hextech Gunblade.
And you have to be so careful starting up the Rift-held because that ult around the objective is so powerful from Aloys. And now the Fuse Kids, they know they have strength in picks. The upfront CC is pretty huge. Potentially looking for something, but Zvezda won't face check this one. And now Double Lane actually opting to start with this one out. He takes some poke. TP available for Aloys, but he is still pushing the bot side.
Yeah, looks to actually push that wave in. He might just sacrifice this for some plates for himself here. It's like the cool by the Fuse Kids is to step away, look to funnel some more gold onto Aloys. As Kitty had to catch a wave in the top side as well, so they didn't want to go for the fight. However, they are still posturing about for the moment. See if Caspas can do some kind of a miracle. Almost steals that. He's not going to be able to get it. Aloys does get himself a fair few plates here in this bot side, though.
And this is a bit typical from Diffuse Kids. They want to focus gold onto Aloys in the top side rather than contest this in a 5v5 situation and maybe evenly distribute it with a Rift Herald push. They give the advantage over to that Kiana, and now Quinston, she's going to come back and just try and pick up and defend the tower, but 4 plates is pretty significant.
Uses the Slicing Maelstrom. Aloys just flashes away, gets the Ghost Blade. He's out nice and safe. That's a trade of ulti for flash there, Aloys. Maybe a little not so, well, maybe not so happy with that.
I mean, he got the 4th plate, which is pretty significant. I do feel like he could have used his ult effectively, maybe to disengage Quinston's, but in the end, didn't want to risk it, didn't want to get caught on a turret, so just flashes away. And you can see the gold discrepancy is pretty major. He's got 1,000 gold lead over Might, but if you compare that to who he's up against right now, Quinston's, it's over 1,500. And now Hades and Chapapi, this has been the 2-man unit that's been looking at a lot in this game, moving together. But now Quinston's overextended.
Needs to be careful. Supreme Display of Talent will be used to lock him in place and cook him alive. Chapapi Spirit rushes in to secure the kill. And Diffuse Kids punish a misstep by coincidence.
And now the Rift Herald used in the mid lane for Zvezda, but they aren't able to get more than a few plates. The collapse coming in from Chapapi and Hades is huge, and so pressure goes back in return on them. And now Aloys, more alone time with this tower. The plate is going to die out, which is actually a good thing because it means it's so much squish here. He's just going to get this tower, and that's the first turret gold. So yes, he doesn't get that last plate, but it actually increases the speed at which he's able to finish out the first tower. Diffuse Kids, it's only 1,000 gold lead, but feeling a bit comfortable. Kitty, got to be careful.
Kitty actually does hold onto his ulti there, but Stash, good hook and a great calling by Plox. to send the bot lane for Diffuse Kids packing. And remember, these two, Kitty and Caspas, actually challenged Ronaldo and Matty, the Fnatic Rising bot lane, fairly confidently in their game versus them. But then also Savannah's Zvezda also had a fantastic game versus Fnatic Rising. Both of them were unable to find that win, but there were signs of life from both of these teams. So we don't want to write either team out quite yet.
I mean, it's been a very even game. The gold is in favor of Diffuse Kids, but Savannah's Zvezda have the Infernal Dragon advantage, and I feel like the team fight later is going to be easier to execute. Diffuse Kids, with picks like this Nidalee, very feast or famine, and later on it does become difficult just to consistently land the spears, and if you're not able to do that, your champion really isn't offering too much. Diffuse Kids have control of this bot side from taking that tower. They move Alois over, they're looking for this Ocean Dragon, be their first of the game, but not as significant at this point as the Infernal. But it does mean that you can look on the other side of the map. A lot of pressure being put on that side by Savannah's Zvezda. Chipapi has to back away, and they're starting to establish some vision control. Lox looks like he's in trouble, but he just is able to back off to his jungler double lane who's there. Now Skash, that's a very aggressive position to be in.
Optimistic place, takes the charm, takes a lot of damage there. He gets slowed down and sent packing.
Just pike things, he's full health again, not a problem. Chipapi does his combo, but this is a big thing. Getting all that vision there, forcing Chipapi out, means this tower, it's sticking out like a sore thumb, no real way to contest it, so Fuse Kids give it up. But in return, they're going to take this opportunity to push up the mid lane, and you can see, oh, it's like we do have a pause, having some technical issues just for a second, and it's an opportunity to take stock of the game. So the gold really close with Savannah's Zvezda securing that top lane tower.
Oh, don't worry, we're coming back in.
It's going to be resumed. But it's not going to finish our conversation. Goal pretty close. The big things we are looking towards is the win conditions as we get later in this game. And it's obviously going to be a massive factor looking at how Kitty can form. Dive's coming in mid lane though.
Yeah, they're going for a Supreme Displayer. Talent locks him down and an instant double kill for Kitty. Double aim actually takes a spear to the face. Not enough to pick him up. Diffuse Kids should be able to pressure this turret and probably get it down now.
And it's always going to be a factor, this Kiana. Alois is a really powerful player, and when you make ults like that, you are going to dominate the game irrespective. Diffuse Kids, they find a great engage, they get this mid lane tower, and they look to continue their pressure on the back of the picks that they can find. Here's a little replay off that. Just amazing combination between the CC, and this is what Diffuse Kids need to do. Layer the instantaneous CC, because if you don't do it in time, you have to deal with things like the Lamb's Respite, like the Slice and Maelstrom in forms of a counter-engage. Diffuse Kids executing well on their win conditions there.
Yeah, Chipapi quite comfortable in this side lane as well. He's 2-0 versus Might. He knows that Might is dangerous, but he also knows he has the wave clear to deal with it, to handle him. So just steps back and plays defensive while the rest of his team make the plays elsewhere on the map now. Savannah's Zvezda move up in this mid lane. They want to try and crack open this mid lane turret, but it's just so hard. The defense is always going to be there by Diffuse Kids. Looking to set some vision up and some control around. It's 3 minutes until that Infernal, but a double Infernal here for Savannah's Zvezda with Bid. And Hades actually already jumps over the wall, has to go golden, doesn't have flash. Chipapi's going to send out the Spoopy Ghost, but that is not going to do a lot.
And they get a good kill, and also giving stacks over to the Kindred. If observers could target the Kindred, I want to take note of how many stacks he does have available.
4.
It's 4, so just got that 4th one there. Now has that range upgrade, a pretty significant power spike in double lane. We've complimented him heavily. 3-1-0 on this pick. Really doing well. Fuse Kids, starting to lose some of the momentum, but Alois in the side lane, ever prevalent. Gonna pick up this tower, and they still have so much power. You look at the likes of Chipapi, look at those 2 core items. Those are pick items if I've ever seen them. But for now, mid lane being pretty slow because it's bot lane that's the focus. But Savannah's Zvezda, Chipapi unable to defend, and both these teams just trading on opposite side of the maps, trying to pick up these out of towers that are still available. The big difference,
That Supreme Display of Talent looks to cook around. Might actually dodges away, uses his perfect execution. Alois is getting cooked, and that is the assassination. Might 1v1 comes out on top.
He just completely outplayed him there, dodges away from the Supreme Display of Talent, sidesteps within that shroud, and then Alois had nothing left. Easy for him to pick up that kill, and we praise Alois heavily. We criticize Might. It's been turned on its head here, and Might showing his stuff in that matchup.
Might really finding a return to form. in this final game. While a spot in the playoffs isn't going to be there, unfortunately, for Sven Zvezda, finding a win over the Fuse Kids, not leaving the group of death without a single win is going to be the key thing they're looking for here.
And it's not just about winning. It's about looking at players like Militia, who came from that region, who now play for bigger, for the major regions like the SLO, for Giants specifically. And even if you're unable to get through these stages, proving yourself can go a long way when you're looking towards a new team for the next season, for the next year. And Mike making performances like that definitely go well in that direction. The top jungle, I mean, technically it's usually the mid jungle, but they've performed very well so far this game. The Fuse Kids, however, they've set up a ton of vision control around this Infernal Dragon. They want to equalize those stats that Sven Zvezda picked up earlier, and it's so easy to set up. They have the Spooky Ghosts and the GLP from Chipapi. They have the Poke from Hades. It's a hard one to move into and contest, and the Fuse Kids are given no space. Their pick potential is so strong, you have to respect it. 15 seconds on the Infernal. What will Sven Zvezda do in this situation?
They have to find some opening in. Stash having a swim, but there's so many control wards placed by the Fuse Kids, it feels almost impossible to come in. Now Alois has his ulti. Will have the ability to make the hot pot if you jump into that pit. Sven Zvezda know better, think better of it as well. They step away. Do get them a little bit of chance to get some priority in that lane, but the Featherstorm gets used. Doesn't actually get the right Blade Cooler off to lock anyone down. They do force Kitty to use his ultimate.
And the game is dead even. Less than 200 gold between them. Mike trying to find a good position here. We've got to be careful.
Casper's actually holding on to the quickness there. Just jump in, but doesn't find the knock-up. Oh, Hades steals that away. Now, Coincidence needs to be careful because Alois looking for the assassination attempt off. Gets himself the lockdown, and that is just an easy assassination for Alois. Now Sven Zvezda, 4v4, want to go for the fight. The flash hook goes wide. Hades jumps away, but now they get slowed down. Chipapi has the Spirit Rush, has that charm. Isn't going to throw it out yet. Misses out on both that and the Spirit Rush.
That's something else. Fuse Kids mid-jungle, very skill shot relying with the spear and the charms, and doesn't connect, don't find anything. But Alois getting that solo kill means they have the pressure. They're going to shove it mid. Sven Zvezda not able to contest right now. Winston does have TP though. He's up in 5 seconds. Ping is coming out on that control ward in the mid lane. TP flank is going to come in. The fight is now.
Flank. Kitty has to flash away. That's the quickness to lock Mike down in place. He gets the knock-up. Kitty just looking to make his way out, but a great ulti will send him in. Caspas is going to go down. A flash as execution by Alois is coming in, though. It looks like 1-2 kills have been picked up for Sven Zvezda. The Fuse Kids running away for the moment. They don't have the ulti. They have the Scryers, though. Alois has been ignited, and Sven Zvezda are hungry for the shutdown. Caspas finds himself a knock-up, dodges out on the death from below, and that's going to be an audacity by coincidence. Alois jumps out once again. Is going to go golden, but double aim jumps in onto Hades, trying to chase him down with the Dance of Arrows. Hades going lower, double kill picked up for double aim. Alois has to go 1 versus 4. I don't think he can do this. He is getting shut down and taken out. The full ace for Sven Zvezda.
It was slow one, but the Fuse Kids get shut down by Sven Zvezda. It was a great deep TP flank from Coincidence. They aren't able to get away, and it's double aim who's able to clean up all these kills. He's looking monstrous right now. We'll get a replay of that extended fight, and Alois is such a threat. They have to respect him. But look at the flank that comes out from double aim on the top side. He knows 3 members against 1. Alois isn't able to do much. But he's just able to walk up and Hades and cast. There's nothing they can do against him. Hades unable to land a spear means he can just walk up and auto-attack them down. And now Alois eventually runs out of tools to play with. Really nice play coming out from Sven Zvezda, but also the TP flank. The call to go for that, very impactful, and now they are on the lead by 2,000. They are feeling confident, and remember, the Fuse Kids, a momentum-based team. They want to be ahead. They want to be finding picks that lead into objectives. But Sven Zvezda are looking for the team fights, the Kennenal, the Lamb's Respite, both really powerful tools that we saw at play there. Gash going to try and set up some vision. The next objective on the map likely to be that Baron, but there is a mountain in a minute 50, which would make the big purple worm an easier target to take down. Neither team really going to look towards that Baron too easily. without an ace because of how squishy the compositions are. You can't,
Yeah.
you don't have anyone to tank it up, so it needs to come down to an ace before you look towards that. But the Mountain Dragon could change it. It could change it so that you just feel you have the speed to take it down.
Caspas actually gets stunned and hooked. The death from below is going to get dodged out. And Coincidence also uses the slicing Maelstrom. Diffuse Kids support. Caspas has been making some interesting like kind of decisions, but that one actually kind of worked out for the better for them, so I'll give him that.
Interesting is a good phrase. It did work well, though. They got two
Lois on the
shots.
flank. He's coming in. He has the supreme display of talent. He's going to lock blocks in place. He's knocked up. Caspas gets the kill with the ignite. In comes Mike, though. Jumps onto Alois. Gets the 1-for-1 trade, but Chapapi throws out one. Kitty uses his Feather Storm to keep himself up for the moment as Caspas catches out onto Mike. Hades looks for the spear. Not going to find it. Chapapi slows down. The stopwatch is going to be used by Mike. They lock him in place. The charm's going to be enough. An Orb of Deception, and Caspas secure the kill. Savena's Vezda losing 2 members.
Yeah, good flank from Alois, but it's not enough. I was looking for the 3-man Supreme Display of Talent. That would have been a Supreme Display of Talent. Fortunately, only catches blocks. They take him out. Although it's a 2-for-1, Diffuse Kids definitely looking for more, but now, Quinstons, you're in trouble here.
Yeah, they're looking to lock him down. He's already ignited. Orb Deception's being used. He's trying to lock Hades in place. Rubs his socks on the carpet to get some speed boost and some static as Coincidence gets jumped onto. Stopwatch is going to be burned, but he gets picked up. Hades finds his first of the game.
A few lofty skill shots, but crucially, no one was there to counteract that. Quinstons dies alone, but in return, doubling into some pressure in the mid lane, and now you got to expect him to move over to that Mountain Dragon. 6 stacks now available for that Kindred. Really powerful. He is the one to watch. Solution, struggling a bit to get into the game. Only really has 2 items which don't synergize well. But enough about that. Look at what Diffuse Kids are going for. The TP is in. They are committing 100% to this.
Yeah, Baron's been picked up, but Diffuse Kids, they just go for the objective. Skash has spotted them out. They use the Spooky Ghost to send them packing, but Baron is just so low with the Blade Cooler. They should be able to secure this. Stash jumps in. The quickness is going to lock them in place. Mike tries to make his opening. The Baron's already been picked up. Kitty will be sacrificed, but Diffuse Kids leap out of the pit. And Savena's Vezda are going to lose that objective.
Yeah, and they go for the Mountain Dragon, and Diffuse Kids just have the confidence to rush down that Baron. The thing is, yes, they don't have someone who's great at tanking him, but with 5 members who are all dealing a decent amount of damage, it goes down pretty quickly. The Fuse Kids pull the wool over Savena's Vezda's eyes, but now they're looking to counteract with a push down the mid lane. So much team fighting prowess. But remember, no TP available for Quinstons, but Alois is looking.
He's running in, going to get the lockdown, uses the Supreme Display of Talent to lock Coincidence in place. Edge of Ishtar gives him some movement speed and the ability to go golden, but Coincidence actually locks Alois in place, throws out one last Q. And Alois 4 and 3 on the Kiana.
Yeah, they're looking for him here, but all he has to do is recall. He has the Baron recall.
But he's got minions.
Yeah, he's gone too far. He's not going to get it here. Skash has too much mobility. I think he can just ult him.
Yep. The minions were just not in the right position for Alois to make a grand escape. That does mean Diffuse Kids at least get the tier 2 mid lane as their answer out. And with Chapapi stealing away this blue buff here, Diffuse Kids now look to try and see if they can catch this wave in the top side and maybe work that lane in.
Gold is still dead even though. Honestly, not that much has come from the Baron that Diffuse Kids were able to pick up. Still have time on it left, but with Alois being dead, it limits their effectiveness in terms of pushing. Savena's Vezda will always look to fight. Their composition favors this. Diffuse Kids might look for a pick here on a Skash though. Got to be careful. He's lost his invisibility, but still, it's so difficult to lock down a Pike.
Yeah, think better of it. They want to go for the turrets. They want to use the Baron buff while they can to accelerate this gold lead, because like you said, it is so close. 600 separates both these teams. We're 27 minutes in. The carries are starting to get their items online. Diffuse Kids want to press the advantage while they've got it. That's going to be a charm to lock down Skash. He goes golden with the stopwatch. Caspas able to jump away though with Battle Dance. Both of the supports make it out, but a little bit of an overstep there by Skash, but now he's looking for the hook onto Caspas. Not going to find it while the turret crumbles in that top side. Tier 2 down. Only one outside the base for Savena's Vezda left.
Just get the quickness away from Caspas, and now they're looking for an engage.
Hades has to flash away. The culling is going to get used, but that's going to be the Featherstorm onto Skash. He has to flash away. Mike launches in. Kitty once again being zoned away. Another stopwatch has been burnt, but in comes Alois. Throws out the Supreme Display of Talent. Nope, just the Q. Getting baited for the moment, but Chapapi's coming in, looking for double aim. The Lamb's Respite's going to get used. They're going to lock him in place, but look at Alois on that flank. The Fuse Kids, they know the health bars are low. They're going to go for the fight. The Spirit Rush gets the shutdown. Caspas misses out on the grand entrance. Not going to find the knock-up. The Fuse Kids just finding one. but Coincidence on that flank has the flash, has
Aloy?
the slicing maelstrom. It's going to lock them all in place. This is the whitewash they're looking for. 1-2 dunks come out by Skash. He gets a triple kill. It's going to get taken out in the return, though. Alois finds himself a triple kill, and it's an even fight, 4 for 4.
The Assassin's coming in clutch. Skash gets all the resets on the back of Coincidence's huge slicing maelstrom, but Alois too strong to be caught up, able to clear it up. It's such an even trade, and these teams neck and neck in this game.
I mean, in the fight, it looked like Svennis Vesta had pulled ahead. And once again, Alois comes up massive for Diffuse Kids.
We all saw the massive slicing maelstrom coming out from Coincidence. The thing you need to watch in this later fight is what Alois was able to do. Double lane goes down towards the start, and he's a massive thing in preventing the Kiana from being active, and we all know what happened with Coincidence. Feel free to watch it again, but look at Alois on this backline, goes straight for Plox, and he's just able to take him out instantly. And then in the rest of the fight, Kiana is such a powerful tool in clearing up these low health targets. The execute doing so much damage, and Might has too much HP for Alois to deal with, but still. Massive performances from a variety of members there, but now Alois.
Edge of Ishtar gives him the invisibility for the moment. Double aim is going to get caught out. Caspas lands the knock-up. Spear goes wide, and Alois is on a rampage. Diffuse Kids find another one. 27 seconds before Dragon spawns. The jungler for Svennis Vesda is down, and they have control.
Yeah, you don't catch Alois. Alois catches you. Infernal in 20 seconds. Double aim dead. No Lamb's Respite was available. It's going to take a miracle for Svennis Vesda to contest his Dragon, and I think they're just going to back away. The vision too strong. The 4v5 too threatening. Should be a pretty easy pickup. The last Dragon before the Elder is available, and a second Infernal for Diffuse Kids. Now Cass.
Oh, Cass? He's okay. He's okay.
Definitely feeling comfortable on the calm with mobility, but I feel like this has been the story of both supports, Skash and Cass. Skash and Cass.
I like the original version, mate. I'm not going to lie.
Fair enough. Both stepping up pretty aggressively and relying on that mobility to stay alive. Gold is in favor of Svennis Vesda, but I'd love to have a look at the gold difference, because I feel like a massive part of that is how much the Pyke has gotten. Look at the amount of gold difference between it's 2,000, just short of it, and that's because of the gold gain from his ultimate. But I mean, you got to look at other areas like jungle. It's pretty heavily in favor of double lane, but top lane, Alois, 15,500, the highest in the game. He's been a massive factor, and we looked at him to be the big carry for Diffuse Kids. I would say the strongest member on that team, and he's shown that in this game, being a massive performer and not on the typical split pushes. He's been joining team fights on these great flanks and executing so well. And we said that Diffuse Kids would want to look for these quick picks with the CC, but when Alois is playing so well in these team fights, when he finds the flanks, they can still challenge Svennis Vesda where they are strong.
And the difference you can see from the gold lead towards the top lane is Alois is almost full build now. Might just 3 complete items, including the boots as well, so 4. But is in a worrying position, is very, very far behind Alois. But we have seen Might have a much improved game compared to the rest of the group stages. But look out, there is a flank coming in. Ghost Blade's being used. Plox gets locked down. He is going to be chunked out and taken down. It's just easy for Diffuse Kids to find those picks.
But it's Alois constantly finding these great flanks. Such strong player and really facilitating his team. And now double aim, you're actually in a pretty bad position here.
That's got Coincidence with him with that slicing maelstrom. Alois is just terrifying. The boots and mobility giving him so much movement speed. Now Coincidence rubs his socks on the carpet. Gets out there nice and quick, uses the slicing maelstrom and the proto belt. They're actually locking Alois in place. Double aim, going for the assassination. The heal comes down from the redemption. Lamb's Respite's going to get used, followed up by the Feather Storm. Svennis Vesda have been locked down. The Feathers have been called back, and they've got the 1-for-1. The dunk goes a little bit wide, and Chapapi is going to get picked up. A double kill from Might for the moment. The spear's going a little bit wide. Watch onto Alois, though. He just jumps Might and takes him down. Skash is going to be cooked. He jumps away with the GA, but he is going to be locked down, taken out, and this will be the delayed ace for Svennis Vesda.
And the critical thing was Skash not connecting the ultimate. So many low HP targets. The death from below getting a reset would have been critical. It doesn't come through. Diffuse Kids clean up, and now they're looking towards the Baron. Plox is TP'd in. but Alois is there to meet him. I don't think you want to tango with that.
You don't want to do that, mate. Alois would just one-shot him. Baron Nashor, number 2, picked up for Diffuse Kids. It was the delayed ace for them, sorry.
So we do get a replay from that, and initially double aim. It looks like he's going to find Alois, but he takes so much damage. Has to ult to save Quinstance, and now just watch Skash. Look at all those low HP bars. Look at the death from below. Doesn't connect. Great flash from Hades, and the reset there would have been critical for them to clean up that fight. Alois, though, he plays it so well, using the brushes at the top side in between the stealth from his abilities to sort of flow between being invisible, being unseen, allows him to stay alive despite losing 80% of his health bar at the start of the fight. He's playing these so incredibly well, and honestly, it's a shame that this is their last game in the EU Masters, because I would love to see more of Alois on picks like these where he can just take over a game.
And now he's full build, got the GA. These fights are going to be so hard for Sven Zvezda, but they're actually quite hard to track because everybody goes exceptionally low really quickly, and then it's who finds those executes. 9 out of 10 times, it has been Alois and Diffuse Kids.
Diffuse Kids establishing the vision control, looking for this tower. It's the last tower outside of the base. Up Sven Zvezda. Diffuse Kids looking to push this one in. They have the Baron, they have the engage potential that you have to fear, but...
Oh, Chapapi lands a charm. Damage isn't overly high, but the quickness is going to lock Mike down in place, but he jumps in, has that perfect execution available to him. Isn't going to use the second part to go back in, only to get out. It's Diffuse Kids keep their mid laner / top laner in this game alive.
And this is something that Diffuse Kids are very strong at, the siege, because they have the poke from the Nidalee, the pick potential of the Ahri, and the healing as well, to go toe-to-toe with Sven Zvezda in these extended siege situations.
Alois just one-shots blocks there. Actually, look, Caspas down for the moment, but he gets himself the battle dance away. Mike picks him up, and now Alois has to flash out. Sven Zvezda turn it back around. They lose their AD carry, but they find themselves a kill on to the support of Diffuse Kids.
Yeah, not the greatest trade though. Plox really struggling in this matchup because Alois has been looking for him consistently. Skash, however, it's been the bot lane that Sven Zvezda have been struggling. Plox just almost permanently being dead, it feels like, and Skash unable to connect with these ultimates. Honestly, Quinstance hasn't been much better, but there was that huge ultimate in the mid lane. It's been Might in double lane, carrying the weight for their team in such a strong way, but now Diffuse Kids looking towards that Elder. They have double Infernal already. It's a massive objective to take, and you've got to feel the game is so stacked in their favor. But I will say there is always potential for Sven Zvezda to win a team fight. 5,000 gold down, but they have the Kenanol. They have the assassination potential off the Akali, off the Pike. If they start getting some resets going, they absolutely can clean up a team fight. It's just finding the windows for that to happen. And the big issue right now is you see GA on the Kiana, GA on the Xayah, double Zhonyas between the mid-jungle. Those are things that not only shut down what Skash and Mike can do, they just make it so much more of a burden to win a team fight for the Balkan side.
The moment they're just looking to clear out these waves, but Diffuse is shoving them in, getting priority in the bot lane and the top lane. Multiple members sent up. The 1-3-1 very much started up here for Diffuse Kids. Going to place himself that pink ward. I like that pink ward in the bush. It does mean that there's no TP flank wards coming down to catch Diffuse Kids out. Coincidence has his flash, has his teleport. If he finds that flank, maybe, just maybe, he can find that big lockdown. Sven Zvezda need to get this shutdown out. But for the moment, Chapapi stepping forward with that charm. Kitty takes a fair amount of damage from Plox.
Just look at the burn damage.
Oh no, that's the assassination. That's that win condition out.
Yeah, that is the engage potential, the teamfight potential really shut down. Diffuse Kids looking for these picks, their composition favors so heavily, and Chapapi really strong on this Ahri. Sven Zvezda won't give up yet, but a man down and their big teamfighting tool, the Slicing Maelstrom not available, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick this turret up nice and easy. Sven Zvezda just looked to step away for the moment. Spear's going to go a little bit wide from Hades, but 3 inhibs down. 24 seconds, and Caspas flashes forward. In no coincidence, could still turn this game for them for the moment. Supreme display of talent goes a little bit wide and double lane chunks down to Alois. He's going to have to jump away for the moment. The health bar's low. Might invisible within the shroud, and Diffuse Kids are actually going to get sent packing as Might goes in, goes golden. Is going to jump away, and that's a shutdown picked up by Alois. Double aim now has to make his way out, and Diffuse Kids, they're going ham for the end. The Lamb's Respite is going to get used. The health bars are just way too low. Coincidence is just way too late. Slicing Maelstrom's going to lock them down in place for the moment, but Caspas is coming out. The dunk's going to go a little bit wide. Skash has to run away. The Resurrection is going to come down, and Diffuse Kids have picked up everybody but one on the side of Spenazvezda. They walk away empty-handed. They find themselves their win in the group stages, and with their heads held high, they take down Spenazvezda.
Double Lane and Might did their best, but it was not enough. The Fuse Kids played well as a team. The pick potential was there. They capitalized, and they just didn't give the opportunities. Got to give so much praise to Alois, though, on this Kiana, an absolute monster, and really carrying the team in so many ways. It's honestly a shame we won't see more of them, because it was just a pleasure to watch the way Alois found those flanks. I feel like even some of the top laners still in this tournament could learn from that, and just how he played that Kiana so well.
There were some serious signs of life from Diffuse Kids throughout the entirety of the group stage. They did, unfortunately, thanks to you, get pulled into the group of death, but they did get themselves their win, so they at least can walk away not 0-3. They get themselves 1 and 2. So we're going to throw to a quick break, and when we're back with one of the most important games of Group D, LDLC versus Fnatic Rising. First seed is up for grab. You don't want to miss this one. We'll see you in a second.
Hi, I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips.
Wow, Chips. Sick outfit. I didn't know you were a cosplayer.
It's more of a protection thing. Pringles might come in cans. I now come in maximum leveled armor. Hit me.
Nah, I don't think it's a good idea.
Come on, hit me.
Okay. Come on. Whoa! I guess Chips has left the game then.
Welcome back to the European Masters. Diffuse Kids secure a win and go the classic 1-2 scoreline for the Benelux in the European Masters. Again, can walk away with their heads held high. Going out on a high is always a nice thing. I do think that everything we talked about before the match kind of came true. It was the Alois, the double aim, but also even the Might show.
Yeah, Might actually really stepped up in this game. He held a pretty good score, and there were some times when I really thought he was going to pop off, like, for example, a top lane skirmish later on in the game. He had a very, very strong game, but ultimately, the big player for the early game, obviously this isn't the best example of it, but the big player in the early game for Savannah Svesta was actually double aim, and what that was a brilliant example of was of the impact that Alois was able to have. He really ran away with the game. It was very much him versus double aim for the majority of this matchup, and ultimately Alois came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, you had multiple members on both teams really start to show up, having great performances for them. And again, that's exactly what you want when it's your last group stage game. You want to have that showcase. And I think every one of these teams, every one of these players can be happy with their performance here.
Yeah, this was actually a very, very closely run fight. This is where I really thought Might was going to be able to just pop off and run with the game, but Alois played this fight very, very patiently. You can see him off to the side there, and when he sees his potential opportunity, he really, really goes for it. And this kind of clutch gameplay is what makes Alois so impactful on the side of Diffuse Kids, has made him such a threat all tournament. Got him 2 bans, but those weren't enough. He appears to be very comfortable on a lot of different split-pushing champions, and this very patient, calculated style of side laning ultimately won out.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Hades as well, who's had some really shaky first 2 games. In this game 3, yes, it wasn't the most amazing, but you're up against double aim, and you managed to hold your own and managed to keep your team in it. So again, that's why I'm saying every single player stepping up on both sides. Really.
On that, absolute commiserations to double aim. Playing the Nidalee matchup early as any champion is a nightmare, but he was able to come out very far ahead in the mid to late game versus that early Nidalee pick.
I want to give credit to Chapapi as well. I mean, you pick an Ahri Comfort, you need to perform on a champion that isn't strictly meta in the mid lane, and he had some really well-timed charms. I do remember 2 distinctive Zhonya charms that really caught me by surprise by how calculated he is with that Ahri pick.
Ahri is actually a brilliant solo queue pick. This was very much a solo queue game, but you know, Diffuse Kids, they played this kind of solo queue style and actually brought another team down to the wire with it, Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, well, speaking of Fnatic Rising, that's going to be the next game here versus LDLC. This is the final game of the European Masters group stages, and this will decide the the standings coming out of Group D. So the winner of this will play Devils 1. The loser of this will play Berlin International Gaming. The interesting thing is if this match goes as predicted, and Fnatic do indeed lose here, you'd have 2 Dark and 2 UKLC teams on the top side of the bracket. I mean, you could get either a German versus German semi-final, or a UK versus UK semi-final, or the UK versus German semi-final too. So that's the way this is shaping up. Now, I think we need to start this off by saying that in terms of performances, LDLC have looked almost infallible. Fnatic have been quite the opposite. There is a lot of, I think, like we said with Rogue, soul-searching that needs to be done within a very short space of time here for Fnatic.
Biggest question is their early game. Biggest strength for LDLC is early game. It's really hard to see where they pull out unless they make massive, massive changes. Look towards that jungle as well. NG is one who needs to step up there to control that.
It's very difficult to find the weakness in terms of stages of the game for LDLC. Like we point to their early game here, but these guys have mid-game that is unlike any other team that we see. Fnatic Rising cannot just rely on being able to find these mid to late game picks like they can against other teams, and a large amount of that comes from their bot lane, comes from Steelback being able to take over the map.
I kind of want to point out matchups that I would like you guys to expand on.
Sure.
First of all, we've got the Hirit Bando matchup. That, again, I think Veteran can talk a little bit about what it means for Bando going into this particular matchup. Ica Magi Felix is going to be a huge one as well, maybe in combination with their junglers. And then obviously you can't talk about LDLC without talking about Comp and Steelback going up against arguably one of the weaker lanes for Fnatic right now, which is their bot lane.
Yeah, their bot lane actually struggled against Diffuse Kids bot lane. Kitty and Jesvikas were actually able to get a lot of advantages over them in the 2v2 matchup itself. That was the big point that signaled that Fnatic are going to be struggling this game. It became a very, very drawn-out game. If they have that against LDLC, they'll just lose.
And I think it may be a little unfair to note that the bot lane is a disadvantage. I think Xmadi has had some great games. Ronaldo, shaky. And I think you need to be, shoring up those weaknesses, because Steelback specifically has also been someone who's very punishing and will run with an advantage into the enemy jungle.
This is something you were talking about, the solo lanes. It's very difficult to model this as a solo lane matchup, not just because of jungle, but in this particular instance, Steelback will transfer any sort of pressure he gets bot side into the middle section, which could switch the Ica Magic Felix matchup. But Fnatic Rising have shown that they can swap Magic Felix up to top side sometimes. This potentially puts him away maybe from a Steelback threat, unless Steelback does opt to do some of these resets into top side plays, which he has done in the LFL, but is yet to bring out here.
And if any of you have followed Fnatic Rising over the course of the last UK split, you'll know that there was some big roster changes came in. Bando and Ronaldo came in for Fnatic Rising over the Shikari and Prosper, who were previously on their roster. Bando has had some shaky performances in the European Masters, and now he's going up against his ex-team in the form of LDLC.
Yes.
Ronaldo, also not classically a support main, was actually a mid main before moving to that role, has got a lot of work to do to match the likes of Steelback. There is actually some big, I think, challenges for this Fnatic roster, but also for Fnatic to prove that the roster changes that they made were viable in the grander scheme of things outside of the UK.
I 100% agree, particularly on the Ronaldo point. There is a litany of support talent that we're seeing at this particular championship that can be picked up, and they've swapped Ronaldo into it. The Bando thing, I'm very glad you brought up. If he is to step up, I really hope it's now, and I really hope he uses the fact that this is actually his former team as motivation to show that he was the top laner for them, not necessarily just hear it. This will be a very isolated matchup of him, unless, of course, Magic Felix decide to switch. Fnatic decides to switch Magic Felix up to the top side, in which case Bando is going to have to contest with Steelback and some of the most aggressive early games that we've seen.
It's going to be the Kiana ban there, again, targeted towards Joko.
Yes.
You can only imagine. NG is someone that we haven't really mentioned so much coming into this, but the Gragas ban against him will kind of be limiting him from one of his favorite champions.
Yeah, it's been their comeback strategy, their bread and butter. We're not really doing so well early, but NG will find us these picks. He will get some of the burst out, and we'll be able to join in on those and hopefully turn out the game.
Yeah, certainly looked a little less comfortable when it was banned against him in the previous game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't think Fnatic have looked comfortable in any of their games so far. That's the problem that I've had with them.
Yeah.
We'll see. The Azaya ban is the last one to come out here. We'll see how Fnatic Rising look to respond, because this is a blue side Aatrox ban. I assume you have to ban Yuumi versus someone like LDLC, but that may limit Steelback's playmaking potential.
Yeah, that's the thing. You wonder then, because that would mean that comp would have to enable Steelback to roam around the rest of the map. I actually think a Yuumi pickup from LDLC would actually be quite good for Fnatic Rising, as it could potentially isolate Magic Felix even further, and you actually do see the Sylas first pick coming out. I really think Steelback has a litany of champions he'd be willing to pick against the Yuumi, so that's the kind of decisions we're seeing here. Classic for Magic Felix.
Yeah, classic, but also the Nautilus immediately locked in here.
I was going to say, if you're looking at Steelback, Pyke is the obvious pickup. You're going in with the Nautilus. You're going, if you pick something that aggressive, we have something that can respond quite well.
We'll see if that's the case. It's a matchup that can be difficult for Pyke, but realistically, sometimes he just likes to have that map pressure. We'll see exactly where LDLC look to go, because an early Sylas lock, which we can assume is for Joko, it's going to be a Lucian now as well, so immediately starting to put a bit of pressure down in that bot lane, immediately picking up an early aggressive, but it is the Pyke. There we go.
So Lucian Pyke is a very, very safe bot lane for Lucian. Lucian is trying to allow the Pyke to be able to roam. It's much harder to go for these kinds of dives if comp always has that dash up.
Yeah. So it's mainly to sort of allow and enable Steelback. This is a lane that's primarily here to enable Steelback's pressure across the map.
And also, when I look here, I think that 3-man on bot side is actually insane. If this is in the hands of the Joko and you are looking for the skirmish points, Lucian, Pyke, Sylas is an incredibly skirmish-heavy team. Gangplank out for Fnatic Rising. We've actually seen this guy on 3 games of Poppy, so...
This is a very different style of draft coming up from Fnatic. The Jace ban comes through against Hirit here, maybe to give Bando a bit of a safer matchup in that top side.
I also love the idea of going globals against a team that is able to output global pressure almost alone. This gives Fnatic Rising the opportunity to match some of that global pressure, even if ultimately they aren't able to be at those parts on the map as fast as the we're going to have to say it's superior LDLC strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I think superior LDLC team from what we've seen so far. Again, like I said, this is Fnatic's chance to step up. It's LDLC's business as usual, realistically.
Xmati loses the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I was going to say, targeting Xmati here makes a lot of sense, because that is the big Fnatic carry after a lot of what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and we have also seen bot lane Yasuo come out of the side of Fnatic, and that's being removed. They're really trying to make sure that they don't get any of these sorts of heavy comforts outside of, obviously, the Cassiopeia, but if you're trying to remove comforts from Magic Felix, it's a lot harder than it sounds. So.
We'll see as Fnatic now go for the pick. I assume it's jungle at this point. Yeah, and it's going to be the Elise locked in for NG here. So aggression, level 3, looking to be as aggressive as possible on the map where they can.
And pick heavy in mid to late game if you're able to get vision control. This is the kind of champion that combined with Nautilus, you're able to layer the CC on as the burst comes out from the rest of your
It's
team.
worth noting as well that if you go with the Sylas, you actually have a strong matchup for the Elise a little early on. Now, how much that matters if you steal back following up, I don't know, but it at least means that if you overextend with that Sylas, it could be a bit of a worry if you take it into the jungle.
It feels like a confident pick from NG as well in this matchup. Like, I always feel like Elise is one of those picks that you have to be confident going in with her, otherwise you can end up being useless.
Earlier spike on the Jarvan, then on the Elise though. If you go on red buff start, you could be looking for a level 2 acceleration gank on the bot side, or even in the mid section where right now is only a low mobility carrier. So
That's
There it
a
is.
flexible Lucian.
Here we go.
And this is a special draft coming out of LDLC for the final game of this group. Let's see how a Fnatic look to respond. They have got some flexibility in their own right here as well.
Oh, this is Hewitt. Hewitt's going Lucian into Gangplank.
He's going Lucian
It's
into
a straight
Gangplank.
counter match.
There we go. And it's going to be the Tristana locked in, which I assume is for Xmati here. Wow. Unless we see a Magi Felix switcheroo up to the top side of the map again.
I think this is fine as well. You have the Ezreal, which, as we touched on before, the same thing. The Lucian is quite safe and allows Steelback the room to roam. I'm waiting to see that again from him and then push into the jungle once more, talking about that earlier spiking Jarvan.
Sure, it's going to be the Ezreal on the bot side. The Lucian, on the other hand, is going to be used incredibly aggressively by Hewitt. I love this actually in the sense that we've seen stand-up performances from... We've seen Ica have a lot of impact in a lot of these games, right? And we've obviously seen Comp pull out the Draven, and we've seen Steelback do very well. This game, very much, we could see a strong performance coming out of Hewitt. We're yet to see one of those.
And that would be scary because everybody in LDLC has had their stand-up performance.
That would set them up as a triple threat through and through.
And that's kind of what you're expecting to see from the team that has been touted as the tournament favourites. Remember, this is an uphill battle for Fnatic, like I said. They are the ones that have to challenge the contenders realistically.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, they have had some dodgy performances. Now playing a lot of things that are very easily punished as well by what Team LDLC want to do. I'm waiting to see that. No, I know you're looking there as well. I'm hoping it's a visual bug, so we don't see Xmati and Ronaldo swap around.
It's Tristana support. Don't worry about it. We'll double check. But anyway, let's get your predictions, guys, very quickly. Fnatic or LDLC?
LDLC before, LDLC now after draft.
I trust Comp on AD carries more than Ronaldo on AD carries, so I'm going to have to vote LDLC as well.
I can't, even though I genuinely think LDLC are going to win this, I have to go Fnatic because I haven't given up the UK bias so far. So there we go. Going to hand it over to Hitbrain and Orgs. Take it away.
Ronaldo is playing Tristana, and Xmati is playing Nautilus. Orcs, over to you.
I had concerns about Ronaldo on these supports. I'd only really seen a convincing performance on Rakan, so what did Fnatic Rising do? They take him off the support role. Something interesting to note is both Xmati and Ronaldo had Ignite. That suggests to me they're not good in the same lane. I think they're putting Ronaldo in a solo lane, possibly mid, possibly top, if they want to get away from that rough matchup with the Gangplank Lucian. And that means it would be the Cassiopeia with the Nautilus bot lane. So again, moving Magi Felix, and Fnatic showing some flexibility. Will it be enough? I don't know, but it's different.
It's a curveball, is what I would say. They're really throwing LDLC a curveball, but are they ready to play baseball? That's the question, because...
I mean, LDLC
have been looking so confident. They don't need to play any of these kind of more spicy picks. Yes, they have sent the Ezreal into the top lane, but outside of that, it's pretty much just standard business from LDLC. Fnatic have been forced to play something a little bit mad. Sorry, Lucian to the top lane. And they've been forced to play something a little bit kind of mad and wacky to try and catch LDLC off guard.
Yeah, for anyone who's interested, Ronaldo was originally brought onto the team as a mid lane sub. Originally, Fnatic had some plans to put Magi Felix into the LEC. He did actually have a spot. He did a game, in the LEC, and they then moved Ronaldo into the support lane because they wanted someone with a lot of mechanical skill there. Hasn't been super convincing, but now this is showing some of the strengths to having him there, is that he is flexible, he will go into other lanes. He's now in the mid lane, potentially. It's tricky to call, because you usually assume that they're going to have a top laner with TP, but Tristana with Ignite actually beats out the Lucian. So if they put the Tristana top lane and the Gangplank mid and the Cassiopeia Nautilus bot, that's actually some decent matchups in the laning phase. They will obviously have to swap the Gangplank back top later, but I guess we'll have to see how this one all pans out. It's a bit confusing, but I do see the outlines of a plan for Fnatic Rising to avoid some of the draft solutions that LDLC had for their picks.
Well, we take to the Summoner's Rift for the last game of the European Masters Summer Group Stage. Fnatic and LDLC will be going toe-to-toe for first place in Group D, out of the group of death. And this is a game which is such a proving ground for so many players. Ronaldo was brought onto Fnatic as the substitute mid laner. Hasn't actually had many chances to play mid. This is actually his second time since joining the team where he's actually been able to play the role he was taken on to do. And he wants to prove that he can put Magic Felix out of the job.
And that's the thing, is we're assuming mid. Looking from where Bando's positioned, it seems like he's going to go mid, Magic Felix bot, but to be honest, I don't like that as much. I genuinely feel like you put the Tristana top lane and you have a good matchup there. Gangplank into the Sylas is fine. And then the Cassiopeia bot can actually go toe-to-toe pretty heavily with a Pyke because that miasma shuts him down. It doesn't look like that's the case, though. I think they're just putting Ronaldo on the Tristana mid, which not as flexible as could be, probably not as promising as it could be. I guess we'll have to see how it does pan out. It does mean he has a range advantage over the Sylas. If Ronaldo can come out ahead here and bully him out the matchup, it could work out well, but they do have a losing matchup in the top lane, and Bando has been, if anything, inconsistent so far in EU Masters for Fnatic Rising.
Well, looks like the Twitter poll seems to agree with you on that one, Orcs. 65% of the viewers at home voting for LDLC, the French representatives, to take this win.
Critically Steelback took the sweeper level 1, cleared out that ward in the tri-brush. Joko's already level 2, a massive spike on the Jarvan, and look at how the Fnatic bot lane are playing. They know they have to respect that level 2 gank pressure. NG, he needs level 3 before he's really able to offer anything. He won't get that from all 3 camps on the blue side. There's no way he's realistically going to go toe-to-toe with the other side. Joko opting to leave his Raptors for now and pass to the other side of the map.
Can actually see, but it's a full clear coming out from Fnatic Rising's jungler, NG. So he wants to get his wolves and head towards the top side of the map, but Joko just power farming towards his blue buff. Means he'll have the mana to pull off some of these early ganks we know Jarvan's capable of doing.
The important thing is that if you look at how he's pathed, he can actually clear back down towards the bot side. He is here to assist. If NG goes for a level 3 gank, he can cover Hirit. He might even move up just to help him shove in the lane. But he can then path down towards the bot side and he has his Raptors available. But now I think he's looking towards mid lane. Actually going for invade, so played it very aggressively and trying to force NG out his jungle.
Ronaldo is pushing though. So NG will come down, spot out the fact his Raptors are being done. Joko is going to have to be sent away. We can now see Steelback looking for that hook onto Magic Felix. Goes in for the stun, but they're just turning onto Comp, locking him in place. The Ignite's being thrown down. Twin Fang after Twin Fang. And X-Maddie finds first blood. He is ignited and Steelback will turn it back around, trading 1 for 1 in the bot lane.
Honestly, overall, not very impactful. Big thing is that more summoners were burned on the side of LDLC. Flash down from Comp, flash down from Steelback. Magi Felix holds onto his. And Comp TP's back in, but now there's a big wave for Magi Felix to catch. He's in a comfortable position.
Look at the jungle pathing from both of these junglers, though. You can see NG's making his face known towards this bot side. Joko pushing up towards Bando. Bando does have that flash and that Tangerine available fairly soon to him. Does have it up now. But NG decides not to go for the dive bot lane, to step away. Now Fnatic, they might be in for a bit of dangerous time here towards that top side of the map. You can see Ronaldo is pushing the wave in, so he was helping NG go for the rotate towards that top side of the map.
And I think NG's trying to react top side. He's weaker than Joko, though. He's a level down. Joko actually stole away some of his Krogs, and the Raptor's still not taken. Remember, Raptors and Krogs, the heaviest XP camps, so for NG not to pick them up, will put him behind in levels. You can already see in that top side, though, massive CS advantage for Hirit. This is expected from the matchup, though. Such an advantage. Gangplank very reliant on going for these bursty trades around his passive. He cannot do that against Lucian. He can easily use his passive to clear out your barrels. He can sidestep away from them, and if you walk up, he'll just put a full combo into you.
Yeah, the gunslinger top lane will always favor Lucian. He is always good early. Bando joins back up here, holds his teleport. Did have to base, get himself a cloth armor and some boots.
Yeah, not the greatest back, but it shows he's knowing he has to survive this matchup, and that's the main goal. He's still going to offer something later on because of the cannon barrage. In the later stages, once he's got through the laning phase, he's going to be able to farm up and be effective, but for now, really rough matchup. Ronaldo is having the pressure advantage consistently in mid, but he hasn't really been able to garner any sort of gold advantage. He's still even in CS with Ica. Ica's just going to TP back to lane. Ronaldo doesn't have that privilege, but having the priority, it's not going to be a massive issue for him. And been a pretty slow early game so far, other than the exchanges on the bot side. And the big thing is that Steelback first back has picked up those Moby boots. You can see him already moving up with Joko. And Steelback is the highlight of this team. Maddie, you might just be caught out here.
Maddie standing about. His game senses are tingling. Gets caught out by the flag and drag, though. Locked down by the Phantom Undertow. Maddie is going to get blocked away, trying to slow them down for the moment. But he is getting flipped, swapped, and smacked down. Ica uses the depth charge to send him packing, and Joko picks the kill up.
And that's the difference. They play two-man in the jungle. Joko and Steelback moving together. Maddie was alone. NG wasn't there to assist. It shows a bit of a lack of synergy. And honestly, not too surprised when you put your AD carry player in the support role that you're lacking a bit of synergy between them. Obviously not going to be as much practice playing it with this setup. Magi Felix now just going to chill on the boss side trying to farm up. He's comfortable, he's hard to dive with the miasma, but still not super favorable for him to be without his support for such a long time.
NG is going to be able to pick up that crab nice and simple. Did have the push from Bando towards the top side. You can see the teleports coming in from here. Bando not going to really have to do too much about that. Hasn't got that level 6 mark yet. Ohio does have the culling. They'll probably wait for that before they try and put some kind of attempted gank there.
One of the strongest things about Gangplank is his passive. The ability to use that empowered auto that burns them for true damage. So strong. Oh, we're seeing a bit of action mid. Never mind. The amount of power in it and the trading power is huge. You just can't ever use that against Lucian, and that's why this matchup is such a difficult one. Here chipping away these plates, and now he's got NG and Bando trapped in the tower. NG's just there to help him be able to pick up the farm. It's a really dire matchup, and that's why I feel like maybe if they'd moved Tristana up there, just for the laning phase, it would have put him in a better position.
Maddie is constantly looking to see if he can set Ronaldo up in the mid lane, though. Always roaming up with those Moby boots. You can see Magic Felix has already been sent back towards the bot lane, but look towards this top side. Joko, not level 6, but he doesn't need it. He has the flag and drag, and now he's closing in. Steelback's also making his way in the flag and drag to knock him up. Uses the cannon barrage, but Steelback's able to pick that kill up nice and simple. And a 3-man dive for LDLC results in an easy kill.
This is typical for Steelback. He'll actually roam as far as the top side in the early levels. Comp has Ezreal, one of these safe laners where you really struggle to punish it, especially when you have a Cassiopeia who really doesn't have the mana pool to go super aggressive these early stages. Fnatic respond with a dragon, but LDLC already starting to enact their early game plan, and it's working pretty successfully. Not the most common thing for them to play around Hirit, but they gave him a favorable matchup. They're feeling pretty comfortable.
What is the plan for Fnatic then? We can see that LDLC are executing well on their plan, but what is Fnatic's plan going forward? Maybe a hook onto Joko. That's that combo that Veteran was talking about. Ronaldo. Rocket jumps in to pick the kill.
Honestly, just disrespectful from Joko. You knew you invested so many resources into the top side for that play. You have to anticipate Fnatic will get control of the bot side of the jungle. They take it, and now they're looking to enact some pressure onto this bot lane. This is what we need from Fnatic. Use the pick tools they have between the Elise and the Nautilus, and then look to get the game to a later state. They have a Cassiopeia, a Tristana, a Gangplank, monstrous champions in the later stages. And we know Fnatic really do well in those late game team fights. It's a matter of getting to that point because LDLC tend to put on a massive pace. But honestly, to only be this far behind at this point, no one else in the group has really achieved that. Fuse Kids and Sven Zvezda both struggled heavily in the LDLC matchup, so Fnatic to be keeping it relatively even at this point is promising, especially given how disadvantageous their top lane matchup is.
Yeah, 40 CS lead closing in here for Hirit. There's a big way for Bando to catch, but he can't use his barrel, so he can't effectively farm those Silver Serpents because Hirit just takes them out every time. Bando's going to be just hemorrhaging more and more of this CS in this top side. Well, Hirit's just getting free plates, free gold, and free economy here.
Yeah, he's stacking up the gold, going to be in a really comfortable position, and sees 500 up, leaning towards that Blade of the Rune King. Once he has that, the all-in pressure is pretty significant. It's a massively favorable lane matchup, but my concern still is for LDLC. Their pace is slower than usual, and their champions don't lend themselves to the late game. Steelback being a massive factor already in the early skirmishes, and we are looking to see him go towards the top side again. This is where they've opted to accelerate. They know how weak the Gangplank is under tower. Cannon Barrage is available soon. At least that could clear out the way, but I feel that Bando is almost certainly going to die here if he stays. Does see Joko, backs away. I think here you throw down the ult to clear the wave and just back away.
Doesn't have it quite yet, so he's going to have to lose a few plates here. Steelback and Joko step away towards this mid lane now. NG might spot Steelback once again. They get a good CC chain down. Uses the repel to follow him up. The depth charge will spend him packing, but that is a cannon barrage and a shutdown once again for Ronaldo. He has the reset with those rocket jumps now, and Joko is getting chunked out. Uses that Cataclysm. The Culling's already been picked up, and Ronaldo has got himself a double kill. Fantastic play by Fnatic to punish Steelback and Joko.
And something we've talked about consistently about LDLC. Oh,
no, Hyrit has to be careful. Might just get Buster shot back. Here goes Pop, and Magic Felix picks the kill up. Fnatic rising on the board.
And something we consistently talked about was that LDLC loves Steelback roaming, looking for these proactive plays. Fnatic drafted to punish that. Matty wasn't looking mid to find a play onto Ica. He was fishing for Steelback, and they finally found him, and they get a massive play in return. It looks like, though, they're going to try and stop him getting the Herald.
Yeah, they're going to do everything in their power to stop that. The cannons, the barrels, sorry, are going to use to slow them down. And Fnatic's health bars are low. Ica flashes forward. Bando has to flash away. Gets the orange for a bit of a heal, and now NG being hunted down by Steelback. Throws out the cocoon, but he is ignited. If the hook lands, it'll be his end of days. And Comp snipes him underneath the tower.
Good shot coming out from Comp, manages to land the kill, and now LDLC looking towards the top lane tower, sorry. Do you see that Rift Herald end up going away? No one able to pick it up as far as I'm aware, so Fnatic Rising, they get the team fight, but they miss out on the critical objective that they were looking for.
Ronaldo still, though, has been able to get so many plates here in this mid lane. 2 minutes until those fall off. Rift Herald will not be there to help him get first turret blood, and Fnatic, it was starting to look good for them, but LDLC call them out. They go for a fantastic shutdown on the attempt by them. But the key thing is, this isn't the Fnatic we saw versus the likes of Sven Zvezda or versus Diffuse Kids. They are looking a lot more comfortable at the moment. And Ronaldo, I said at the beginning of the game, has to prove his worth, has to prove his value as a mid laner here, because he's been put on top laner and bot laner duty. 3-0-1 on the Tristana. Pretty good start for him at the moment.
And I feel like the big thing is that Fnatic Rising clearly came into this with a plan. They knew what LDLC liked to do. We've talked about it on the desk and throughout the week so many times. LDLC play around Steelback Roman. They look for him to be proactive.
Oh, Hyrit.
He got spot out there, yeah.
That was...
What?
You have nobody with you, buddy.
What?
He's trying to dodge away here. He's going to get knocked up. Petrifying Gaze goes wide, but that is going to be Magic Felix gifted a kill. That was not a smart decision, and now Joko has to use the Cataclysm and a flash to escape Bando and Ronaldo. LDLC making a few interesting mistakes here.
Who are these players, and how do they get the LDLC tag? It's almost hilarious how poor these mistakes are coming out from them. I have honestly no idea what Herald was doing in that situation.
He was out.
He could have just recalled, and then he's like, oh, I'm just going to show my face. Give them a free kill.
Ronaldo is going to be able to get one plate here. Has got that demolish. Not going to fully commit quite yet.
It's clear Fnatic Rising came into this with a plan. We knew that LDLC loved to play around Steelback. They want to make him roam. He loves playing this Pike. And they picked the Elise, they picked the Nautilus. Even the Tristana in the mid lane, it has the priority. And you can jump on top of Steelback, easily move from the mid lane. They drafted this entirely to punish Steelback, to shut down what he likes to do and what LDLC relies on. It's something we've talked about a lot, and Steelback honestly looked like one of the strongest supports in the league. But thus far, he hasn't really been challenged. And this time, Fnatic Rising shut down what he wants to do, and have done well to keep in the game from that. We do see that LDLC got that top lane tower, largely due to the advantages Herald had. The game is pretty close. And remember, Cassiopeia, Gangplank, and Tristana scale really well. So LDLC, they've never had a game this close in the EU Masters. In this EU Masters, it's always been them having massive advantages and expanding it. We haven't seen them struggle this much, so it raises concerns.
At least, though, the Gangplank is going to be a lot slower on that scaling. He's been put very far behind, but Bando now going to be able to get some free time in the top lane, get himself some farm. Obviously, those Silver Serpents from the barrels and his Q, he's obviously going to be able to stack up a fair amount of additional gold for himself. And it can stack up fairly nicely for the Gangplank, but still needs a while. Still needs to get that Triforce finished up before he really hits his first major spike. And until then, he's exceptionally weak. And everybody's rotating towards him. He doesn't have flash. And Joko is just hunting him down as the flag and drag. They're holding it for the moment, but they do not commit Because X-Maddie, Magic Felix and
Magic
NG are
Felix.
coming in. Magic Felix going for that play, uses the miasma, doesn't clip onto Joko, who's able to make a way.
He already channeled the flag and drag before he got that miasma down, but it gives Fnatic priority over the mid lane. They're now going to look to shove in and get some more damage onto this mid lane tower. Plates it down. Oh, Ronaldo's looking for Hirit.
That's the cannon barrage. The Culling's already down. Hirit has no mana to speak of, so he is just going to get absolutely smacked about here right now, though. 4-0 on the Tristana now.
Yeah, and Hirit getting punished massively. Normally, LDLC don't play around him. They give him the favorable matchup. They give him a few ganks towards the top side, and all he's done with it is give away gold to Fnatic Rising. He's squandered the lead he had earlier. He flicks with some nice moves.
Magic Felix actually stepping up. Petrifying Gaze being taken away by Ica with a hijack, but not going to go for it. Ronaldo just getting some free time in the bot lane. He's going to pick himself up that turret. And I actually want to have a little bit of a step away from what Ronaldo has been doing here for the team of Fnatic. And I actually want to have a little look towards this top side. Hirit was in a counter matchup. He was looking very, very comfortable with what they're giving him. And Bando, while he bled a lot in the terms of plates and minions, he's only died once. He's still got those 4 assists due to the cannon barrage. He's actually done a pretty decent job of absorbing pressure, and that's what Shikari's job used to be for Fnatic. And it looks like he's trying to fulfill that role on the team.
Honestly, it's just, and I'm going to say it bluntly, it's just been Hirit inting. I have no idea what he was doing bot lane when he popped out. And then he just disrespects Ronaldo walking over. LDLC relied on this game. He was given the counter matchup. He was given the gank pressure. They put comp onto Ezreal instead, a safer pick. Not going to have as much proactivity as Solution. He's squandered it. Now, Fnatic Rising looking to make a play around bot side. You can see lack of vision for LDLC, but they expect to see where they are. I think the response shouldn't be to challenge this, but they're going to go for it.
Ica doesn't realize everybody's there. He can't even use the Petrifying Gaze as Ronaldo picks that one up. Steelback now being chased onto. He's going to have to flash away from NG. The Spider running after Steelback. X-Maddie with the Moby Boots is very, very quick as well. Comp and Hirit there to make sure that Fnatic can't find more.
It's the battle of the Moby Boots chasing each other down. Fnatic, they punished Ica, who was looking for an aggressive play. You had to expect something like that. You had the lack of vision. Personally, I think the response should have been just to push mid lane and look for that. Worst case scenario, you sacrifice the tier 2 bot, but the mid lane ad is a pretty valuable objective. Wouldn't be an awful trade, but instead they end up face check and they end up losing a member, and Fnatic, they're making use of these picks. NG does it so well in the mid to late when they fall behind, but here they've started it from the early game, and that's why it's working so effectively. Fnatic's greatest strength to look for these picks, they're using it now instead of when they fall behind later.
And look at what's been put up for Fnatic here. They've got the Phantom Dancer and the Infinity Edge onto Ronaldo. Fully stacked Seraphs and a Crystal Rod. Crystal Scepter, I completely forgot the name of it there. For Magic Felix. So he has a lot of zoning tools available to him. As the Cloud Drake spawns up, Joko is on the flank, but he thinks he's found Shabando, but we'll have to see who's found who here as the miasmas come down and Fnatic barreling towards the Petrifying Gaze goes a little bit wide, but Joko's just being slowed down by those Twin Fangs. Flash forward by Magic Felix, and the Poison Tick is enough to get it. Now they get the knock up onto Magic Felix. That's a 1-for-1 so far, and LDLC looking to turn this fight around. Bando are not going to find those chains, and it looks like LDLC turn the fight around. Hirit gets a double kill, and Fnatic are said packing.
I mean, look at what Ronaldo's doing in the mid lane. He's pushing down. It means they lose the fight. They're looking to trade in terms of towers.
Tier 1 bot lane with 1 minion to Tier 1 mid lane is probably not the
Tier 2
optimal
mid lane.
trade.
I mean, it's a good trade for Fnatic overall. You've got to think that the call was made. Look, take the fight, go aggressive on them. Yes, we'll lose it, but Ronaldo's going to get a ton mid. And so they get both those towers. And we talk about how valuable the Tier 1 tower is in terms of priority, in terms of control on the map. To get both the Tier 1 and Tier 2, what I'm looking at right now is that top lane tower. It's so difficult to defend in this situation. Fnatic, they're in control. They're going to push up the mid lane, get the vision down, and rotate over and take that top tower. But for now, they're not even looking towards that. They're going for the Cloud Dragon. They want to stack these up. They want another late game win condition. X-Maddie, though.
He has been caught out, does have a depth charge. He's going to use it for the moment. That's going to be the Cataclysm. Joko low HP, and Magic Felix picks him up. Nobody on Fnatic goes down, and they take out the jungler of LDLC. This Cloud Drake should be free now.
Yeah, no smite to contest it. don't think LDLC will look to take this fight. Instead, they're going to push up mid lane a bit, match that priority, and the goal should be, since Fnatic are so low, rotate to the Baron area, contest some of that vision. You're going to need it because Fnatic's next goal will be going towards that top side. They want that top lane tower. They want to get some control on the Baron, because remember, their big catalyst for them this game has been picks. And it's so easy to set up picks around that Baron Nashor with the likes of this Nautilus, with this Elise, and even more so, the Gangplank, who can drop that massive cannon barrage. So now, Fnatic rising to clear out the vision. The observers can show us the sort of control they start to get and zoom out a bit, and you can see, if you switch over to LDLC's vision, there are still some fringe bits on the backside that LDLC established. This is what they got from shoving mid, but for the most part, there's a black hole in the center area. They do have to use a blue trinket. Fnatic will start to move around and clear the vision on the edge, and LDLC to look to challenge right now. And the big thing is the side waves are why they can challenge this. Ronaldo's catching top, MagiFelix is catching bot. It gives them a window to shove up, and all that time Fnatic invested setting up that vision, all those wards gone to waste, and now LDLC, they might just take this mid lane tower.
Looking for the hook onto Bando. They're actually going to jump in, dodges away from the death from below. Turret will fall here. LDLC pick that up nice and simple. Flash down for Bando. The ebb and flow of vision favors LDLC.
Really smart play, using the power of the side waves. Fnatic obliged to catch it. Yes, they get this top lane tower, but it was going to be a hard one to defend anyway. LDLC, they break the mid lane outer, and they keep some good control of the Baron. They're now going for a reset. Baron's still on the cards for both teams, but LDLC showing their intelligence as a team. Even with the strength of Fnatic in this game, they're able to match them.
And props to LDLC, grouping up at this 5, gaining control of the river, then going for a good shove and forcing Bando down. Ronaldo has been having a lot of time to himself, a lot of gold invested into him from Fnatic, but he now needs to start to make sure he's using that effectively, because the team fighting is starting to cost Fnatic a little bit. They are still 1,400 gold up, but if they continue to lose these fights, lose these objectives for tower trades, that could be LDLC's opportunity to get back into this game.
Fnatic gonna once again move towards the Baron, get control of that area. LDLC waiting to make their move. MagiFelix has been farming up the bot side for a very long time. Sideways will be collected. LDLC take this opportunity to push up, and now becomes a bit of a battle. Until Fnatic move MagiFelix over, they can't really contest this vision effectively. The Cassiopeia isn't a good TP target. She wants to be there at the start of the fight to provide disengage for the team. So now they've grouped up as 5, it's a different story. They've set the bot wave to push, they've set the top wave to push, they have 5 members. Fnatic are fully committed to this vision, and you can see LDLC have to back off. Mid lane priority will be given up by LDLC, and they can push it so deep because they have both towers down.
Up with the Triforce build, actually saw the fair amount of damage with just a basic Q on to NG.
Yeah, I thought they'd be more aggressive with this vision, but of course it's NG.
Yeah, NG's actually going to go low. Steelback flashes forward with the hook, doesn't find it. Petrifying Gaze held out and now comes down. Steelback's going to find one. Fnatic, though, in low health bars, in a dangerous position. A shutdown for NG. Onto NG, sorry. His 3 kills quickly get picked up for
Ronaldo.
LDLC as Ronaldo flashes forward. They actually get themselves another one. The depth charge onto Ica. Ronaldo chasing for more. Fnatic have Bando, have X-Maddie, have that dredge line available. Ica's going to take it to the face. The barrels are going to be enough damage, and Comp is forced to run away. Ronaldo leaps in forward, and Comp is sent packing. Fnatic find 4 members of LDLC.
And LDLC felt confident. They saw the members recalling. They went for the fight, but Fnatic quick to react. They shut them down, and Ronaldo so strong on this Tristana.
Ooh.
Massive crit comes in on a comp, and he's got to be so careful. This Tristana already at that 3-item spike. The massive damage potential.
You know what, Ronaldo? You're 7-0-2. You've actually had a pretty good game. I'll give you that. If you're going to fail jumping a wall, it might as well be that wall right there.
Yeah, it might as well be when you're taking red and not in the middle of a team fight, but... Dear me. He makes it difficult to compliment him, I'll be honest.
I'll give it to you. He's got the rapid fire cannon, he's got the phantom dance, he's got the infinity edge, he's got the CS lead, he's got the kill lead, he's got the gold. He has the power to carry Fnatic Rising into first place in this game. But Fnatic still have to tie this game out. ERLs is still challenging them on a lot of objectives. The 3,000 gold lead. That's what separates both of these teams. It's actually 2,200, sorry.
You see LDLC still getting a lot of control of this Baron area. I feel like haven't been super aggressive with their vision, but now they take another Ocean and they're moving into this area. They need to get control of this, but Comp, the poke is so threatening. Double Ocean, though, means its effectiveness of that damage is going to be limited.
Yeah, he's hitting it up nice.
They get priority. They are starting to move over here. Yeah, Joko's there and waiting.
Ronaldo going to take a lot of damage here. They've got that Flag and Drag available. Ronaldo has to hop away. He does hold his life for the moment, though, as they use the depth charge onto Joko. Going to pin him in place of a big, big Cataclysm. Ronaldo launches out a barrel by Bando, lands onto 2 members of LDLC, and now Fnatic look for the hook. Not going to quite find it yet, though. It looks like Fnatic happy with their 1 pick onto Joko. The LDLC, they are not done as Comp takes a barrel. Magic Felix flashes forward, uses the stopwatch. That's going to be the hook by xMatty. Now Ronaldo in the fight. Fnatic are coming out on big. LDLC are just so low. They are sent packing, and Fnatic run towards Baron Nashor.
There's no answer for this Tristana. Even when they find Magic Felix, Ronaldo is just free hit and he is unstoppable right now. They look towards the Baron. Joko up in 5. But I'm not sure he's going to be here in time. Ronaldo cutting through this and Bando there to join in. The team fighting looked a bit up and down for a while for Fnatic, but they managed to close it out. They managed to take out the right targets. They get the Baron. And LDLC finally in EU Masters, they are being challenged. And remember, domestically, they won their finals 3-0. LDLC are used to just storming over teams, and this is the first time a team has said no, and Fnatic Rising are doing it at the perfect time when it decides their fate coming out of Group D.
It couldn't be more like a Fnatic game when their backs are to the wall. Maybe this game they've had control for most of the time, but as far as the score goes, as far as their performance goes, their back has been to the wall for the entirety of the group stages, and they fight back. They pick something nice and exciting. And now LDLC once again have that flank, but it didn't end well for them last time. xMatty running up forward, has the dredge line, lands onto Joko. Look at Bando on the flank. xMatty comes in. That's going to be Ronaldo launching in with a rocket jump. Hyrit throws out the culling. Not going to find one, and a snipe by Comp is enough to send them out. But Hyrit now going to take those barrels. He has the parlay on, and Bando answers out 1 for 1. And LDLC have the health bar disadvantage. Fnatic Rising going towards the bot lane.
Comp gets a really nice pick, but honestly, this jungle top duo from LDLC, Hyrit and Joko, they are making it so difficult for the LFL side to win. They are really challenging the rest of their teammates. Joko with the flanks that, I mean, I understand the concept, and if it works, great, but you just threw away a team fight, and now Hyrit getting caught out. 3-11 between them. Not the greatest performances, especially given that Hyrit got a counter matchup. It's not looking good, but Fnatic firmly in control. Bando had such a rough laning phases online. Ronaldo, the support player in quotation marks. And we see a replay of that play, so Joko just overextended. Does manage to get away with the EQ combo, and just watch Matty. Gets low, gets picked up by the ult, but the question's got to be, what are you doing there, Hyrit?
I mean, Matty did his job. The robot programmed to play League of Legends. Doesn't matter what role you stick him in. He's going to make it work, and he gets a good pick for Fnatic. Allows him to take yet another turret. Only 1 turret remains for LDLC outside of their base, and then Fnatic can look to siege up. The Baron will be wearing off fairly soon for them, so that might be all she wrote as far as that goes. But look at this, almost full build for Ronaldo now.
Yeah, and he's even harder target to kill. He has that stopwatch, defend against things like the Pike ult. But I mean, look at Magic Felix. He's been going down a lot of these fights. But he has so much HP, so much utility with the Seraphs, the slows from the Rylai's, and the Zhonya's. It's so hard to take him out without losing so much for your team. And then Ronaldo is just free hitting on the backside. Pushed up now to look for this tower. Baron's still available. It looks like they're going for a 2-pronged attack. Comp, though, he's trying to get some damage down on Bando.
Does do a fair deal of damage there. The barrels.
Fair dogger damage.
You get one, man.
Won a game.
Fnatic looking to base up for the moment. They're still going to use the last of their Baron buffers. True Shot Barrage will just stop xMatty from basing for the moment. Fnatic now use that Baron effectively. They push the gold lead 6,000 ahead for themselves. They're now going to look for a reset. Ronaldo's going to pick his red buff up. He should be fairly close to finishing up his GA as well. He's going to take to base, and LDLC now scratching their heads, not sure what to do. They might try and contest this third Cloud Drake, as Fnatic have just been running rings around them, and the speed they've got has started to lend a little bit of a factor here for them as they're taking back onto the map. Magic Felix and NG do need to be careful, but they spot out Joko. Steelback, though, crucially on that flank. Hyrit also on that flank. If Ronaldo gets caught out, this could be dangerous, but actually it looks like he's just caught Steelback out. Ronaldo doing so much damage to him. As soon as they Deep Water Dive wears off, he is going to be visible again, but they do step away, and Fnatic use the Cannon Barrage onto Ica. Barrels are going to do a bit of damage, but that is going to be the Cloud Drake picked up for Fnatic. A massive True Shot barrage by Comp will poke Fnatic down, but they have double oceans and they can heal up on the way back towards mid lane. Ronaldo, don't do it, buddy.
He's looking for it. We know he's aggressive, but he won't test his limits there. Looks like a fight's going to come out here. Fnatic looking for flank.
NG flashes forward, gets onto Comp. They're looking to pick him up. He's running low, but Bando secures the kill. Fnatic now into Hybrid. That's one for Ronaldo. Fnatic are running through LDLC right here, right now. Ica goes golden, but he is going to get poisoned and twin fang to death. 3 kills for Fnatic rising, and they're barreling down the mid lane.
They find the team fight they need. Ronaldo getting the resets. And this might be it. They're pushing up the mid lane. It's only the support and jungle alive. Fnatic, they looked shaky coming into EU Masters, and they have just taken down the tournament favorites in LDLC. The meta was suited to them. Steelback was looking on form, but now Fnatic are looking to end.
A big Cataclysm comes out by Joko to pin them in place. That's a shutdown. 4-1 on LDLC, but it's only Joko to defend his Nexus versus 3 of Fnatic. Joko sent packing. The poison ticks are just way too much. The Nexus has been exposed. Joko goes to spike a massive glory kill. Ace for Fnatic. Nexus falls. 32 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic exit the group of death in first place.
What a performance coming out of them. It means so much going on the knockout stage, but LDLC looked infallible, and Fnatic rise and challenged them. They picked a comp to shut down Steelback, and it worked. And really solid performance, really solid adaptation, and it's clear they watched LDLC's games, they had a plan, and they executed it so well. And we talked about how Fnatic made these changes to their roster to adapt for this. They finally integrated NG's picks into their early game. They used the flexibility of Ronaldo to their success, and just what a game from them.
Fantastic showing by Fnatic. And you said at the end there, LDLC were the favorites, one of the favorites to win this tournament, but also remember, prior to the group stages, we did peg Fnatic Rising as also being one of those top tier teams, and they proved it today by taking out LDLC. That means they will be leaving their group in first seed, which means they take on a second seed, and LDLC, their road to the finals will be that much harder for them.
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those situations where it's the Fnatic way. They look like they're not on form. We think LDLC are clear favorites, and they give us such a great match from it. And it means that LDLC, they have to face big in the knockout stage, which is a rough task to ask for.
A very rough one for them indeed, but Fnatic, they find the revenge for their brothers in XL, and they get themselves a win. We're going to pass it down to the analyst desk to break that game down. So, Scoundrel, over to you.
Top die.
Honestly, if you want to set your team up as a triple threat, this was absolutely not the game to do it. Hirit had the very, very successful Lucian into Gangplank matchup. He got incremental advantages over it, but ultimately mid-game mistakes happened that his counterpart on the side of Bando wasn't actually doing, and they weren't able to prove that they are a scary force lane through lane in this game.
And what a redemption story for Bando on one set, and obviously Ronaldo, who's had some shakier performances, swaps back to the mid lane that he came from, and now shows everybody why maybe you should just keep him there.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did actually initially come into the roster as a mid laner, then swap to top, then swap to support. We were saying we wanted to see more from him. This is definitely not the way I envisioned it. Commiserations to Steelback. He was actually able to swap straight towards the top side and try to get these sort of aggressive plays for Hirit, but Hirit wasn't able to carry that through in Fnatic. They had a plan. We talked so much about how Magic Felix was a player that we wanted to watch here. He was the best player on that team. We worried he'd fall prey to the roam-heavy style of LDLC being ever everywhere at once. And what did they do? They swapped Magic Felix towards the lane that LDLC have typically gotten all of their advantages from, and Ronaldo showed himself to be an incredibly capable mid laner. Did have some questions about the way Fnatic was setting up the map later. It seemed like he would give LDLC a lot of windows doing it, while they got a lot of economy onto Ronaldo, but Ronaldo made it so worth it as the team fights went on throughout the game.
And we talked about Engie as being a big pick-oriented player. On the Elise was able to do that towards the end as well, which has allowed Fnatic to start making their way through that game and really close it out.
Fnatic actually beat out LDLC in the mid game. There were missteps from a lot of players like Hirit on the side of LDLC. LDLC still had a good early game. They had a better understanding of early jungle. They had a better understanding of early lane service. They had a better understanding of transferring pressure. But Fnatic, they shined where they always shine. They took the win where they always take the win. And they did it against LDLC in picks in mid to late game, and they made this work.
I'm really impressed. You know, specifically we talked about a redemption story for Bando here, a redemption story in its own arc for Ronaldo too. A lot of players that needed to step up for Fnatic had the games of their respective splits right now. Ronaldo and Bando. Bando was in an awful matchup. That is, Lucian should hard crush that lane in most circumstances.
Yes.
And he was to an extent, 40 CS up. But, you know, Bando held on. He didn't die. He played tower dives fairly well. He cleared pressure. He obviously asked for help from the jungler where he could, but credit to Bando, he came back in and kept himself relevant.
Yeah, and here it seemed kind of unaware that 4 other players exist. So yes, he was doing fine in the 1v1, but as soon as anyone else arrived, he's like, well, I am at tower, and there are 3 of you. I guess I die. And that happened way more than once, which is way too many times too many.
I think the moment where you saw Hirit in the bot lane brush, just walk across vision and then back, that summed up Hirit's game for me. He didn't have a good one.
I think let's bring it back, though, to the point that they are through, so they have a chance to fix this going into their
Well, I want to show you exactly where they've got through too, because I know Veteran was secretly hoping for this at the start of the day. And we have Saturday, 6 p.m. CEST, Mouse Sports versus XL UK. Sunday, we are going to see Berlin International Gaming take on Team LDLC as the first game of the day there. Saturday evening will be Rogue versus Vodafone Giants. And to round out our knockouts weekend, Devils 1 will be facing Fnatic Rising in that best of 3.
Big versus LDLC was something I was actually hoping was going to be the final of the entire event. It seems that EU Masters is almost cursed for my favorite finals to occur very, very early on. We actually saw Mrs. Premier versus Rogue in the group stage last time, and now we're seeing it happen in the quarterfinals, so maybe next time we're going to see it happen in the semis. I'm very glad to see this matchup. I was kind of hoping that Big would have more time to adapt and to fix their early game issues and be able to play more cohesively around their bot lane, but their bot lane is their power against LDLC.
We are going to see best of 3s now from this point forward into best of 5s eventually at semi-finals and finals. So this kind of changes the way that teams are going to approach these series. It's no longer just best of 1, bring your best comp. Sometimes there's some adaptation that needs to take place. I want to just briefly run through each of those games, and just I want you to outline who you think is probably favored in these matchups. So the first would be the
Mouse Sports XL.
Mouse Sports XL. So who do you think is briefly favored in that?
I'm leaning towards Mouse Sports. I like the flexibility, and when you're talking about moving into series from those single games, I'm looking at the flexibility of Mouse Sports, especially towards that bot lane, as being a big edge.
Mouse Sports excel in long series circumstances. I'm very excited to see them, and they play a very disengage heavy bot style. They are used to playing against, I'm not going to lie, better bot lanes than XL has, so I'm very excited for this.
Big LDLC, how do you call this one?
I mean, if Big win this, I'm very happy, and then they absolutely win the entire event. They do have a huge strength in the bot lane, and we have seen that there are weaknesses on the side of LDLC. We can't expect Hirit to just run away with the game. Dejoko didn't really have that good a game either, so maybe the fact that there are issues with Big's jungle won't be such a huge thing here. I'm hoping to see Zazie have the game of his life, and I'm hoping to see Kazi and Lavrov step up and show and shut down Steelback from taking over the game.
Yeah, I have faith in Karzi and Labrov and shutting that down fairly heavily. I'm also looking at the likes of Donners, yes, needing to step up, but in that last game we did see them, did manage to do so, so I have some faith in Big there.
And then Rogue versus Giants. I know which one I would call this from what I've seen, but it's another matchup that we need to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, if we're straight calling matchups, then yeah, I think you have to say that Giants will win, but we've said this a lot when Rogue are on the other side now, right? Like, Rogue are the ones that really need to step up, really need to prove themselves, and every single time that they have to, when it's a completely critical, important, it's this or you're done game, they've showed up in force. No one expected them to 2-0 Origin, but they did. No one expected them to beat Falcons, but by the grace of God, they were able to, and maybe they'll be able to find it here.
And it's worth noting as well that I think Giants have looked similar to LDLC, so I wonder what happens when you end up stalling that, when Rogue get to play a bit of a scrappier game. Is that where they can bring Giants down?
So are you both saying Rogue for that matchup?
I'm still leaning towards Giants, personally.
I mean, yeah, I'll have to lean towards Giants. I'm very excited to see what we see coming out of Rogue, because they've always surprised us.
And finally, the matchup that has just been confirmed with Fnatic exiting as first seed. Fnatic versus Devils 1. And actually, there's the kind of the awkward thing about that group is that I don't think you really get that much of an easier matchup going versus Big or Devils 1. They're both very competent teams.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Devils 1 are a very, very intelligent team as a 5-man group. We did see that they do lack some aggression early. Fnatic, if you give them a free early game, that's only going to make them more powerful. And to get to a mid to late game that is so strong, it took down LDLC.
I think it's a lot closer. And because we've seen so many variations in what Fnatic can do, it'll really kind of decide at game 1, this is how Fnatic are playing. And from there, you'll probably get a good read of the series.
There we go. This is going to be an interesting set of knockouts. If you want to join us, it'll be Saturday starting at 6 p.m. CEST. If you want to go even further than that and join us at the finals, it is 28th and 29th of September in Katowice, Poland. The link is there, esl.im/EUM tickets. That is it, though. That is the group stages rounded out. So we will see you on Saturday, where we start to knock teams out and head towards those finals. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips.
Wanna play?
Wanna lose?
Controllers. That round goes to me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, mister, I'm so funny today, but I've got this greasiness, you know?
No, I don't know. Pringles doesn't give you greasy hands. Ready now?
Yeah.
Well,
I can't.
that's 2-0 for me, I guess.